Welcome to Bitcoin 2023, everyone, and welcome to the open source stage. So to start off the day, we got a Coldcard Workshop. So please welcome to the stage D. And one of the many bands in Bitcoin BTC sessions. Take it away, guys.
I think I heard a boo. Is there a Ben hater out there? Good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Did everybody get to sleep on time?
No.
Not me. It's okay. This is going to be fun. We're talking Coldcard, and amongst other things, but D has put together an insane, nicely put together presentation, and I get to be alongside him and throw in my hot takes on things.
Of course.
And, yeah, so I don't know. Do you want to chat a little bit about CoinKite? What's going on?
Sure. Yeah, I'll maybe introduce myself first. I'm D. I go by HODLD on Twitter. I'm the support specialist here at CoinKite, so I'm the break it down, make it simple for you guy. We have email. We don't have a phone number, but if you're emailing us, basically you're going to get me. Hopefully I'm nice and can help you out with your questions. Basically, I help out with if you want to, you got Coinbase and you're starting to have a hardware wallet for the first time, and you don't know what to do. I'm going to be sending you links and information on how to get set up. So awesome. Yeah.
And I'm Ben, BTC Sessions. I do online YouTube tutorials, basically step-by-step, anything you need to know in Bitcoin. How do I do this? There's likely a video at some point somewhere that I've done, so you can find most of that. So
the amount of emails that I give links to this guy's YouTube videos is insane. So we're the break it down guys. A lot of people here are probably going to talk a lot of high-level stuff, and people that are just starting into Bitcoin or don't know what a hardware wallet is, they may need people like us to break it down for them and help them understand it at a more basic level rather than just throwing you in the deep end. So we're swimming in the shallow end.
Can I just get a quick show of hands? I just want to get an idea kind of where we're at in the room. This is meant to be very accessible to everybody. How many people have used a Coldcard before, just so I can kind of see? Okay, good. There's a good chunk. Awesome. How many people have ever interacted with a desktop wallet called Sparrow Wallet before? Okay, good. And how many people have ever used a mobile wallet called Nunchuck Wallet before? Okay, less.
Oh.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
All right.
More Sparrow users than Nunchuck.
That's cool. It's good to see the Sparrow thing out there.
Yeah.
Before we, I guess, dive into slides, videos, all that kind of stuff to show you, what I do want to say is the interface on Sparrow, as you're interacting with Coldcard, there's a lot of information that is on the screen in front of you. But the nice part is that you don't need to know what all that stuff is when you first start using it. All you need to know are the basics. Oh, this is my address, and this is how much Bitcoin I'm sending. Little things like that. And then as you begin to utilize it, the medium that you're using actually becomes the mechanism through which you learn, because you start to see things and ask, well, what is this? And a lot of wallet interfaces dumb things down a lot to keep it simple, which is great for usability, but it's nice to have a wallet that also teaches you things as you use it. And so I'll just, again, preface this whole talk by saying, don't be afraid to try something slightly outside of your comfort zone, because you're going to find that you make leaps and bounds in terms of educating yourself, and just go out there and look for the resources available. So, yeah.
And I think, putting $10 on a hardware wallet and moving it around and interacting with Bitcoin is obviously a great first step, and it doesn't cost a lot of money. You don't have to put your life savings on your hardware wallet before trying it, right? And freaking out like, oh, where's my funds, right? So just put a small amount on and move it around and interact with Sparrow, Nunchuck, and just figure out how Bitcoin works and go from there, right? Start small and you work your way up, for sure.
Awesome.
Yeah.
dive in.
Yeah, so I'm just going to introduce CoinKite a little bit. We were established in block 141,000, roughly 2011. And here's kind of some of our products. So our bread and butter, we have the Mark IV on the left there. And this is our cold storage hardware wallet. We believe it's the most secure hardware wallet on the market. And we are a Bitcoin-only company. Really want to emphasize the Bitcoin-only part. Security comes with, if you have more, think of it, if you have more code running on your hardware wallet, like other altcoins and stuff, that could be a potential backdoor exploit to your device. So the device is as smart as it needs to be, and it's as dumb as you want it to be, kind of thing. Yeah, that's, again, our bread and butter. We have, in the middle there, a seed plate. If you guys are familiar with seed words, you usually have a 12 or 24 word seed. And if you put it on paper and your house goes up in flames or you get a flood, then that piece of paper could potentially be gone. So you want to put it into something or stamp it into something that's a little more hardy. So we have a metal plate, super thick. It's got a nice grid for you to put in your seed words to, so that if you have a flash flood, a fire, whatnot, your seed is still safe, right? Your seed words are the most important part of your setup, so maybe keep this in a very secure location. We also have on the bottom there a block clock, more of a fun product. Goes on your wall, shows you the block height, shows you sats per dollar, price in dollars of a Bitcoin, things like that. You can kind of interchange it, and it's really cool. We also have the block clock micro. It's a smaller version as well. To the top right, we have a tap signer. Think of it like a hardware wallet in your pocket or in your wallet. It's similar to the Mark IV. It still is very secure, and it's a little bit more user-friendly, maybe for someone that's just getting into Bitcoin and doesn't want to maybe purchase an MK4. It's a little bit more budget-friendly. So a great intro, and potentially maybe a middle ground for maybe not a large amount of funds, but medium to small amount of funds.
It's great for travel, to be honest.
Yeah.
If you're coming to a conference and you're like, I just don't want funds in a hot wallet on my phone, it adds that extra layer of security. So it's kind of my go-to if I'm going somewhere and I'm going to buy something with Bitcoin. Well, I now have a second layer of security with me instead of just. And I'm not gonna have my Mark IV in my laptop at a desk as I'm buying something from a booth. So. There's my tap signer.
Yeah, and it's super budget friendly, very cheap, but very powerful and very secure. And think of it like a two-factor authentication, where you may not want something that you don't want a phone wallet where you can just send off right away. You need your tap signer to tap and put in your PIN. So it's kind of like a two-factor authentication. And finally, we have our Sats card. It's like think of it like a gift card. So someone that may not know about Bitcoin or have Bitcoin. You can still gift them Bitcoin. You can load it onto the Sats card and give it to them, and now they own Bitcoin. So it's really cool for weddings and things like that. And that Sats card can hold $1 worth of Bitcoin or millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin. And until you tap it on your phone, you'd never know. So that's you could buy a house with that if you really wanted to, or a car, right? Maybe not, but it's something that you could. It's an option.
All right, so we're going to be going through a number of different topics here. Many of you are going to be familiar with some of these things, but it's important to always reiterate and introduce topics and definitions for people in the room that are just kind of coming into this. So we're going to be talking about public and private keys. Public keys being a way of identifying what Bitcoin addresses you own, being able to audit your balance, receive new funds. Private key basically being the keys to your money. How do you unlock your Bitcoin and send it where you want it to go? We're going to be talking about hot versus cold wallets. A hot wallet being a wallet where the keys reside on a device that can directly connect to the internet. So an app on your phone where you don't have an additional device that can approve things. An app on your phone, that's a hot wallet. An application you've downloaded on your computer where you can just use that solely and be able to send transactions, that's a hot wallet. If you require a device that houses the keys to your money, like a Coldcard or a tap signer, Cold Wallet. Companion app. This is something I wanted to touch on quick before we get into the screens of how you're signing transactions. My favorite thing, one of my favorite things about the Coldcard is it does not have a native proprietary app that it forces you to use. As pointed out earlier this week, CoinKite doesn't even know if you've ever turned on your Coldcard after you buy it. Nobody knows other than yourself unless you happen to advertise it. But you can set up the device entirely without any sort of third-party app, and then you can take your public key and allocate it to an interface on your phone or your computer so that you can see your balance, so that you can receive funds, so you can do all of those things, and then you can approve transactions with the hardware afterwards. So we're going to be touching with Sparrow for desktop with the Coldcard. A watch-only wallet, again, allows you to watch a balance and perhaps add to it. And then a master fingerprint ID is a way that you can verify the interface you're looking at on your computer or your phone is the same wallet that you're interacting with when you look at your Coldcard. And it's just a string of digits that helps you identify it's the same account. It's the same.
I think I'm losing him. Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, while he's kind of getting it figured out here, like a watch-only wallet, think of it like a glass box or a glass vault, right? You can see inside, there's some Bitcoin in there. You can see all of the Bitcoin, but you need your private key to sign and, No worries. Yeah, I'll keep going. Yeah, so it's like a glass box. You need the key to get in. Without your private key, you can't spend those funds, and that's on purpose, right? You don't want your private key embedded in your phone, because if someone steals your phone, they can access your funds. So if you have a watch-only wallet, you can just view those funds and not have to worry about someone stealing them. But you can still kind of audit and know what's in your wallet, right? And receive funds and generate the addresses needed to receive those funds. Technical difficulty, sorry. Nothing.
I do tutorials.
So we'll go to the next screen here. Master fingerprint ID, might be a little like, oh, what is that, or how do I, use that? Basically, think of it like, you have 8 digits on your Coldcard. Oh, we got it. Perfect. We got it. If you go to view identity on your Coldcard, you can basically see 8 digits. It's the first 4 bytes of your public key, and you can basically match those up to what you're viewing on Sparrow, and make sure that you're accessing the correct wallet, right? So say someone's a little bit more advanced, they might have a passphrase on top of their 24 words, and they forgot to apply it before signing a transaction. That master fingerprint ID will be different from Sparrow compared to your Coldcard. Once you apply your passphrase or something like that, you'll be accessing the correct wallet, and therefore can sign those transactions.
All right. Let's dive into it.
Cool, yeah. So here's an example, just kind of what it looks like on your MK4. You go to view identity, and it'll say master fingerprint, and those are the 8 digits that you'll see, and you'll compare that to Sparrow, and just to ensure that you're accessing the correct wallet. So we're just going to intro the Mark IV a little bit. So obviously you can see it comes in many different colors. It's again, we believe it's the most secure device on the planet. It has what's called 2 secure elements. Think of it like a labyrinth, like an impossible labyrinth that no one, even if they have your device, can extract your private key, right? The point of this device is to make sure that no one can access it. So having that feature is extremely important. And if you don't have the secure elements on the device, then someone that potentially grabs your device from you could, put some wires to it, short circuit it, and basically grab your PIN, access your funds, and take out your private key. So secure elements are extremely important, and we also believe that having code that is verifiable and fully on GitHub for people to audit and view is really important as well, right? If you have a closed source firmware, you have no idea what you're running. So it's kind of the trust me bro type of thing where, if it's closed source, again, you can't read it, you can't audit it. There's not smart people that can look through that code and ensure that what you're putting on your device is legit. There could be a backdoor, you never know. So having that code readily available on GitHub and being able to be audited is extremely important as well.
Some might consider a backdoor a feature.
We don't upload your keys to an iCloud server. They don't leave your device. They stay on your device, and only you can access it. That's the important part here, right?
Getting spicy this morning. Anyways,
throwing some shade.
Keep going. Keep going.
So we're gonna go kind of more into the Sparrow setup right now. Basically, you download a desktop app called Sparrow from their website, and you're going to go into Files, add a new wallet, and this is the first screen you'll get. So you're just going to put in your label for your wallet. So here we have my Coldcard wallet, and we're going to create this wallet. So we haven't. Sorry. You want to say something?
Oh, I was just going to say, those of you that have interacted with Sparrow, again, this is the type of screen you're going to get and be familiar with as you're setting things up. There's a lot in front of you. It's a lot to take in, but all you need to do is focus on the parts that pertain to you, and then you can learn more later. Also, just to preface this, this is from the perspective of plugging in the Coldcard as the simplest way of using it. So, right. You can use it as simply as possible, but there are many ways to interact with a Coldcard. Those of you that have a Coldcard may be familiar with air gapping it using an SD card and everything, and that is available here. We're just going to show the basics of interacting for those people that aren't quite ready for air gapping yet. Yeah,
so you can see there under Key Store, right, says connect hardware wallet or air gapped hardware wallet, which is the microSD, or XPub. Basically, this process is just importing your public key, right? Again, want to emphasize that your private key is not being transferred to this app. You're only transferring the public key to view your funds and set up that watch-only wallet. So at the top, you see single signature. I'm sure you guys have heard of multi-sig as well. You can do a multi-sig with multiple Coldcards or multiple hardware wallets. In this example, we're doing a single sig. So we have single sig at the top, and then what we're going to do is we're going to click connect hardware wallet. We're going to plug it in and basically import that public key. So the next screen, we're just going to click scan, and your Coldcard should show up once you've plugged it into your Coldcard and you put in your PIN and you've accessed your wallet. And you're going to click import key store, which is just importing your public key, and this will show up. So under the key store there, you can see it might be a little small, but it says master fingerprint, and that's what I was talking about. So you can compare that 8 digits on the Sparrow app, and you can compare that on your hardware wallet, Coldcard, and make sure that those line up and are identical.
If you are air gapping your Coldcard wallet where it's complete and never gets plugged into a computer, this is how you get to verify and say, am I actually sending to the same wallet that I have the keys for here versus what's on my computer? That's your verification.
Yeah. So receiving funds is super easy. You don't even need your Coldcard in hand. It can be in your vault at home or wherever underneath your floorboard in your mattress. And you already have your Sparrow watch-only wallet set up, so you don't even need it to receive funds. It's really easy. You just have a QR code or an address. It just generates a bunch for you, and you can just click one and show it on your phone or whatever. And whoever's paying you just scans it or copies that address and sends to you. You don't need your private key to do any of that. Just for spending, you'll need that. So this is an example of receiving funds. You'll just go to the blue tab here and click receive. And on the top there, it'll say address, and it'll have your address. And it'll have a QR code too, so you can scan it or whatever. And this is all you need. That's all.
As soon as Sparrow detects funds coming to that address, it'll auto-populate a new address for you. Those that are new and don't understand that mechanism, it's just a bit of a privacy-preserving best practice where if a whole bunch of transactions go to a single address, every person sending there can begin to see, oh, this person also has money that came in from another address, and so on and so forth. So basically, the second funds come in, this page will refresh with a new address and a new QR code for you.
Yeah. Try not to reuse addresses. That's kind of the main point here. So spending, so we're going to go through kind of a quick demo of how to spend funds and how to sign it from your Coldcard. Again, this is the plug-in method. It may be a little less secure than an air gap method, right? There's been no exploits. The device is extremely secure. Your private key does not leave, but we always recommend once you've done the beginner plugging in and going that method, potentially learning a little more and trying the air gap method. Because we want security is you want the best security. You don't want to have half security, right? So this is just an example of what you're going to be seeing. So instead of clicking the receive blue tab there, you're just going to click the send one, and you're going to put in the address you want to send to. I know there's a lot of information that it looks like here, but all you need to know is who you're paying to and what the amount that you're paying. And fee rate is basically just a miner takes a fee for processing your transaction. So you need to pay them a little bit of Bitcoin so that they will include it in a block.
And I really like the spend screen on Sparrow because it's one of those things where you begin to ask questions, but you can get through it without knowing everything, right? Like if you know where you want to send it, you've got an address, the label is just your own, where am I sending this, and then an amount. The fee slider is nice and easy. As you slide it from left to right, you can see in the middle it says medium priority. So as you slide it higher, you'll see high priority, meaning it's going to go through quickly or next block. And as you slide it lower, it means it'll take longer, but you're spending less on the fee. So it's just a nice, easy way of visualizing what's happening. And down below, for those that are familiar, that's effectively kind of like it's a flow of your funds going into the transaction and out of the transaction. I'll quickly just mention that if you don't know about coin control, if you don't know what a UTXO is, effectively every time you receive Bitcoin, it's not just a singular balance. It's actually like if you have a wallet full of bills. If somebody gives me a $1 bill and a $5 bill, I can see those denominations sitting within my wallet. It's the same thing for Bitcoin. Every time you receive Bitcoin, they're actually distinct pieces of Bitcoin in your wallet. And so you can actually see the flow of things as you spend out, and it actually destroys those original bills and creates two new bills of different denominations, one going to the destination and one paying the fee, and sometimes change coming back to you. So that it just shows the flow of funds. You don't need to know this, but it's a really cool feature of Sparrow.
Yeah. So once you set all your parameters for your transaction, you've basically created what's called a PSBT, a partially signed Bitcoin transaction, where you've set the parameters again, but you need the private key to sign still, right? So you need your Coldcard at this point. So you created the transaction, and now you're going to basically send that to your Coldcard to sign it, and then your Coldcard will send a message back to Sparrow saying, I've signed this, and then you can broadcast that, and it'll sit in the mempool waiting to be confirmed. So we're going to show a little demo of how that works. So we've clicked Create Transaction. We're going to finalize and sign this transaction. And then we're going to sign with our Coldcard that's plugged into our computer. We click Sign. We're going to go over to our Coldcard, and all the information is going to be shown on the screen, confirming the amount that you're sending and the fee rate. So you want to make sure that the address is obviously correct and the fee that you set.
Look how low fees were today.
Yeah.
141 sats, nice.
Right. Yeah. So you click Send, and then it's finally signed. You broadcast that transaction, and now it says unconfirmed, and you're basically just waiting for that to be confirmed into a block.
The flow is really nice, and if you had seen before, the air gap method is there. If your Coldcard wasn't plugged in, you would have your SD card plugged into your computer, and you'd basically save the information of what you want to do onto the SD card, bring it to your Coldcard, and then the Coldcard could say, yes, this is allowed. This specific movement of funds to this specific address is allowed, and basically gives a signature, and you're just bringing the signature back to the computer to say, okay, cool, we can let the network know.
Yeah. And the Coldcard could be as beginner or as advanced as you want. You as a user get to choose these options, and I think having those options are really great for someone that's just getting started, or someone that wants the most secure hardware wallet device on the planet, right?
Quick show of hands. Can the people that have used a Coldcard just stick up a hand again, just really quick? Okay, cool. Hands down. Now, out of those people, how many people have done an air-gapped transaction? Okay, cool.
A lot more than I thought.
Yeah, actually, that's pretty good.
That's really good. Yeah.
If you haven't done one, that's your homework. If you haven't done an air-gapped transaction, go home after the conference and just try it. It's really interesting, and it helps wrap your head around what's actually happening. Is you're effectively, through the software, saying, this is what I want to do, and then you're going to the device to say, I sign off on that. It's just the act of getting that information to the Coldcard. Are you plugging directly into a computer? Or are you saying, I don't even trust doing that. I'm going to actually keep this thing never plugged into anything, and I'm going to relay information back and forth with an SD card instead. That's the difference.
Right. You don't want to connect it to the internet whatsoever, right? The private key lives fully offline. We don't even know if you power on your device, right? You want the best security possible, and a Coldcard does that for you. Yeah. Tap signer.
Let's do it. All right. We have a bit of time, so we want to touch on, we mentioned the tap signer, if that's cool with you guys. Yeah? All right. Let's dive into it.
Yeah, so this is our tap signer. It is, like I said, a budget-friendly version of the Coldcard. You might not want to put millions and millions of dollars on this one card, walk around with it in your wallet. But if you don't want a hot wallet with a large amount of funds, then you can use something like this. And it is extremely secure. It has a secure element as well, right? That labyrinth where if someone even tries to access or steals this from you, you have a backup recovery, and you can always get your funds back. And someone with this card, if they steal it from you, still cannot access your funds, right? The whole point of cold storage is so that an attacker cannot get your funds, right? We don't want that. So the tap signer does that for you. So the tap signer is great because it's budget friendly, it's small, fits in your wallet, and you can just walk around with it and think of it like a two-factor authentication where if you want to spend funds, all you do is tap the card on your phone, put in your PIN that you set yourself, and broadcast that transaction, similar to what we just did with the hardware wallet.
The other thing I like about it is, I don't know if any of you get antsy in customs, but the odds of somebody sorting through your credit cards in customs are much less than being like, what's this calculator?
Right.
So
it's just a calculator, Ben. What do you mean? So we have a demo of kind of actually the setup process with this. The tap signer actually doesn't use 12 or 24 words. It uses like just a long string. It's like an xpriv, so you don't have to actually worry about writing down a seed. There is a backup code that you write down and a wallet file that you need to combine together to recover. So there's a backup code on the back of the card, but you still need the wallet configuration file to recover. So if someone steals your tap signers, you're still okay and they can't access that. So we're just going to go show you a quick demo of how that's set up. So we're adding a key first. So we're adding the tap signer as a key. We're going to tap the tap signer and set this up. So we're setting up a new CVC. Think of it like a credit card on the back of the credit card CVC. You're going to click yes. This part is just kind of the entropy, creating the wallet. You can let the app do it, or you can do it yourself. And again, there's an old CVC, like one that comes on the card. You put in that old CVC, and then you obviously you want to configure your own PIN. So you put in your PIN at the bottom here.
Is that your PIN?
Yeah. How'd you know? So you click continue, and it's ready to scan, and it starts processing that and changing the PIN for you. And you label it, and then your key is set up. So so now that you have your key, you have to assign that to a wallet. So as you can see there, you have your keys and you have your wallets. So we have our tap signer one as a key, but we haven't added the wallet yet. So now we're going to add the wallet. So we create the wallet, we create a name for that wallet.
The reason why you have to do this will be clear in a second.
Yeah. And you're going to add that key. And how many keys do you need to spend? We're doing a single sig here, so you're going to need that one key to sign to spend any funds. We're going to create the wallet. And this is the BSMS file that you're saving, so that when you want to back up, you can always have that.
That file is mainly useful for multisig. So
yeah. Nunchuck usually saves that itself, so it's pretty good. But it's nice to have sometimes, just in case you know.
Yeah. So screen here, you can see you've got one key and you've got one wallet, and the one wallet uses the one key to approve transactions.
Right. It might be a little small, but yeah, I'll say one of one single sig at the top there. And then when you're ready to receive funds, you just click into that wallet, click receive, and the address will pop up automatically. And then when you want to spend, we're going to show you an example of how to spend. So we're going to click send, put in the amount.
Eventually.
We're going to put the address we want to send to, so you can copy paste it in, or you can scan the QR code, whatnot. This is the fee rate. You can do that automatically or manually. And now we've created the transaction. Now again, we need to sign from our external device because the private key doesn't live on your phone, it lives on the card. So we're ready to sign now. So we put in our PIN, we click continue, we scan the card. And now that that transaction has been signed, we can now broadcast that transaction because it meets the criteria needed to broadcast that transaction. So now it's been broadcasted, and you're good to go. And that's pretty much it. Yeah.
We're going to show the...
We're going to show a multi-sig as well.
Okay,
yeah.
so that's cool.
Yeah.
Basically, we're jumping ahead to where you've already imported multiple tap signers. So you've said, okay, I've got 3 tap signers here. They're all listed as keys underneath. We show the setup for the multi-sig, don't we?
I think, yeah, we show up the, so yeah, we're going to show, so we already imported the 3 keys because we already showed how to import a key, so we're not going to go through it 3 times again. But you can set up a multi-sig by yourself in like 30 seconds. I think it took like 15 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's very easy, and I think a lot of people get nervous with multi-sig, and multi-sig for some people may be really beneficial. And some people pay a lot of money for companies to do it, and then if you do it with a company, then they know your XPub and they can watch your funds and potentially spy on you. Or you can set it up yourself in 10 seconds on your own phone at your own home, safely and securely with Nunchuck. So we're going to show this example right now, and I'll kind of explain as we go. So we have the 3 keys here. We're going to create the wallet. Obviously, name the wallet again. So this is, I believe, tap signer multi-sig probably. Continue. We have our 3 keys we want, and we need 2 of 3 to sign. And we're going to create the wallet. You can save that file, and done. How long was that? What, 10 seconds maybe?
Yeah.
Multi-sig, right? Like,
yeah.
That was insane.
And so I can't recall if you did the signing of the probably not. I don't think we did a sign, yeah.
But
it would take you to the same screen. You say, hey, I want to send this much money here. And then it says, hey, we need you to sign. In the previous example, there was just one sign button, and then you put in your PIN and tap the card. In the example of a multi-sig, there would be multiple sign buttons. You would hit the sign button, put in the PIN, and then tap the card. You could then, if you're smart and you geographically distribute the keys, then you could head over to the next location, open up the app again, hit sign on the next device, put in the PIN, tap the card. You now have 2 signatures, which you need because it was a 2 of 3 multi-sig. So think of it as a vault with multiple keys, and you need to simultaneously turn 2 of them in order to open up the vault. So very, very, honestly, it's probably one of the easier multi-sig experiences I've had. It can get very complex if you want it to be, but I got to give a tip of the hat to Nunchuck because they've built a really awesome interface, and it also highlights that, and we mentioned it earlier, that Coldcard, tap signer, stuff like that can be used with various interfaces.
Right.
And we showed Sparrow Wallet with Coldcard. We showed Nunchuck with tap signer. You can actually go the other way around too, because Coldcard does have NFC, So you can enable that or disable it on the device if you don't like that. But you can use NFC with the Coldcard and Nunchuck. You can also get an NFC scanner for your computer, and you can use Tap Signer on Sparrow Wallet on your computer. You could even have your Tap Signer visible on your computer with Sparrow and visible on your phone with Nunchuck, and then just use the interface wherever you like at any time, because the interface is just a way of seeing the same thing, of seeing how much money do I have. This is my account. I can audit my balance. I can add to it. And then I just need the key to unlock those funds and move them afterwards.
And for multisig and what we just showed there, right? We created a multisig with a 2 of 3, but you could technically do whatever you want. Ideally, in a multisig, you want to have the majority of the keys signed. So you could have, for example, you had 2 of 3. You could have a 3 of 5. You can have a 14 of 20 if you really want. Obviously, that's very advanced and probably not recommended for a very beginner person. But it's very customizable, and you can set this up yourself at your home very, very safely and securely, and you don't need anyone else to do it. I think the whole point here is to show that this is it may look tedious or it may look scary to set up at first, but once you set it up and once you start playing around with it and just transferring a few funds back and forth, it can be super simple, and you have a great companion app like Nunchuck or a desktop wallet like Sparrow to really help you out, and it's really not that hard.
Is it okay if I do a quick little shout out to Nunchuck one more time?
Of course, yeah.
So he was mentioning what's known as collaborative multisig. And so that's where people set up a multisig, but there's a company that holds a key just in case. And you were mentioning, well, the compromise there is that the company that's holding the other key also gets a picture of the funds. And so if you're KYC'd in that process, if you're giving up your personal information, then there's a record somewhere that so-and-so holds a multi-sig that holds these funds if you put enough of the information together. Nunchuck has gone the extra mile to offer that service without KYC. So if that's something up your alley, there are options out there where you can say, my privacy is important to me, and you can do it with nothing more than an email, and that email can just be like a dummy email address, and then you can use a collaborative multisig, and the benefit therein can be, oh crap, I lost a bunch of my keys. I need an extra just-in-case signer. And you can also do things like baked-in inheritance planning, where it'll automate that process down the line. So I'm a big fan of Nunchuck and what they're doing. I'm also a huge fan of Sparrow Wallet. I think it's one of the best desktop interfaces out there. Craig Raw, who made it, is doing God's work. So I think we should give him a round of applause if we can.
I think one thing just to kind of hit home, and obviously we're showing you how to export your public key and how to view your funds. Anyone with that public key knows all the addresses in that wallet and knows all the funds in that wallet. So be careful with that. Obviously, you want to keep that to yourself ideally. You and your wife, maybe not your wife. Who knows? I'm just kidding. But it's very powerful. And again, you don't need the private key living on the Tap Signer card or your hardware wallet to receive funds. You only need it to spend funds. So we get that question a lot. How do I receive funds? Do I need to sign anything for that? And you don't. So just make sure when you're setting these things up, keep it on maybe a secure, safe device, and make sure not to show it to everyone. Don't just show your public key to everyone, because then they'll know all the funds in that wallet. So just something to be aware of and to hit home with.
And a shameless self-shill. If you are trying to figure out all this stuff and you need a bit of hand-holding, you can go on YouTube, search BTC Sessions. You'll be able to find a Lord of the Rings length tutorial on Coldcard. But it goes through all of the basics that we cover, but also every advanced feature that the thing has. And there's a lot, and it's super versatile. So definitely check that out. And ditto for the Tap Signer, obviously much simpler, quicker tutorial. But it's all there. It's all free. You can learn. take a night, have a hot date, and learn how to use Coldcard.
Yeah. I just wanted to thank you guys for coming out today and appreciate you all being here. It's an honor to be on stage with you guys, and thank you to Ben for being up on stage with me.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all having a lovely day today so far. I'm really excited to announce onto the stage for the Building Lightning Apps segment of today's program. First up, I think we've got Connor Okus from Spiral. Welcome to the stage. Do we clap them as they come on stage? Yeah? Come on down. Followed by Alex Bosworth of Lightning Labs. Come on down. Woo! And Hannah Rosenberg. Welcome to the stage, Hannah. Fantastic. So, yeah, if we sit like this is perfect. So yeah, my name's Joe Hall. I work for Cointelegraph, but don't worry, this is a completely Bitcoin-only panel. There's no shitcoins, none of that stuff. I'm the Bitcoin-only guy at Cointelegraph, so there's literally no risk of that. I hope you're feeling charged. I hope you've got your wattage up today. I hope you're ready to be shocked. I was Googling ChatGPT how to do lightning pumps as an introduction to a panel earlier. Okay, so we're going to learn how to build Lightning apps, why building Lightning apps is so important. But before we get to that, I was actually asking Alex, a little bit stumped this morning, what is a Lightning app? So when we get to that question, before we get to that question, let's do an intro and just, how are you doing today, who you represent, and then we'll jump into the questions. So Hannah, then Alex, then Connor.
Okay, awesome. Good morning. I am sleep deprived, but doing well. I'm Hannah Rosenberg. I've been in Bitcoin for coming up on 11 years now, which is just insane. Wow. But I'm currently working as a developer advocate at Lightning Labs, but I have also, my husband is now running a business that does Bitcoin Lightning integration, so that's like, it's many things that I've done, but those are the two really relevant things for today's discussion.
Fantastic. Alex?
I'm Alex Bosworth. I'm the head of Lightning Liquidity at Lightning Labs. I've worked at Lightning Labs for over 4 years now, so working on Lightning a long time. And I work on kind of products and services that Lightning Labs offers, like Lightning Loop.
Fantastic.
Morning, everyone. My name's Connor. I'm a product manager at Spiral. For those who don't know, Spiral is an initiative within Block that funds open source developers, designers, and some PMs. So we fund quite a few Lightning infrastructure projects, as well as kind of tools that make building on Lightning a lot easier.
Fantastic. So as you can see today, we're in really good hands. We've got Hannah, of course, on the more sort of teaching, marketing, understanding Lightning side, Alex on the techie Lightning side, and Connor on the who should we invest in the Lightning side, and then me, who tries to make sense of it all and try to write about it. So Alex, I was asking you earlier, and we were both a bit confused as to what is a Lightning app. Is a Phoenix Lightning wallet a Lightning app? Is a Wallet of Satoshi, is that a Lightning app? Or is there a specific definition? Does it have to just transact on the Lightning network and that's it?
I think that's a broad definition, but it's not super useful. I think Lightning app, a lot of people use it to compare with other chain app ideas. So they're saying, oh, well, what if we just have apps that work in decentralized ways, or are accessible to anybody in the world? But instead of using some specific coin that was made up just for that, what if we just use Bitcoin and Lightning for that, so that we can kind of scale it out and we don't have to tie those two things together super tightly?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I mean, can we get a sense of the room today? Who has interacted with the Lightning network? Just raise your hand if you have.
Oh, nice.
What do you think? More than half the room?
It's a pretty good amount.
Yeah? Okay. Who's built a Lightning app?
Awesome.
Decent. I'm grateful for your service. Thank you.
I just wanted to add, I do think Lightning app is quite a broad term, but I think generally we're speaking about kind of the spectrum of the kind of self-sovereign, non-custodial wallet that you might experience with something like Phoenix or Breeze, all the way up to managed services such as Lightning service providers and LSPs and routing nodes. So I think that there's a spectrum of of things that we define as apps. So.
And what's interesting too is we're seeing more and more apps that use Lightning, right? So things that do podcasting, gaming, and all this stuff, and now they're Lightning enabled. So what is a Lightning app, and what's an app that uses Lightning? And,
so is there anything that kind of connects you to the network? I'd say you can kind of call a Lightning app. So.
Okay, and why is it that we need Lightning apps? I mean, I thought that Lightning Network, when it was first proposed in 2016, was it, by Taj and Poon, they said that, you know, this is the payments protocol, it's going to be for micropayments, this sort of thing. Why are we now building Lightning apps on it, given that I can now, you know, buy a coffee over the Lightning Network? Have we not completed it? Is that not what the Lightning Network was for? No.
Well, it's, you know, it's magic internet money, and you can do so much more cool stuff with Lightning, right? So why wouldn't we have all the really amazing things? Why wouldn't we have, you know, the streaming payments to APIs and all kinds of really awesome stuff that we can do because we have dramatically better money to use on the back end of these systems, right? So, no, there's so much cool stuff to do. Let's do all the cool things. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything that's particularly exciting you in the Lightning segment right now? Like why we're using these things, why we're building them out?
There's so much to talk about, right? And there's like, we're looking at like the first world, like stuff that we have here now, or you're looking at other parts of the world. But if we look here, I think, you know, just Lightning's going to wind up on the back end of so many different applications, right? So I talk about like apps that use Lightning, right? Because I imagine a future where we have all kinds of applications and someone's using it and don't even realize that Lightning is powering what they're using, right? Mm-hmm. And then other parts of the world, I mean, we have, I will shill our latest thing, you know, our latest release, Taproot Assets, right? And that's, you know, something that will be available on the Lightning Network, which is just amazing to do fungible assets on Lightning and what that might enable. Mm-hmm. And so that's something that I'm really, really looking forward to seeing how that goes and what applications we come up with there.
No, congratulations. I was speaking about it earlier. That is phenomenal stuff.
Yeah. What
does that mean concretely, though? Like, what's the TLDR of Taproot assets onto the Lightning Network?
Well, think stablecoins on Lightning, you know? So you have this amazing payment network, and then you have this really interesting use case, which is in high demand. And that's, you know, so you think about the first world, like what we all might be using, and then other places in the world where stablecoins and those type of use cases are really, really impactful. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's another amazing sort of offshoot to be able to build on the Lightning Network, right? I'm guessing that Alex was part of the brains behind it? Were you the guy that decided to bring this onto the protocol?
Behind a lot of things, but yeah.
Well, one thing that I think is really interesting about it is that in the middle of sending fiat across the network, it would still use Bitcoin in the middle. So we it kind of allows us to build on all the progress that we've made already in building out Bitcoin for Lightning. Because actually Lightning, I think the first release of LND actually used Litecoin, because they were the first to activate Segwit. Mm-hmm. So as far as testing went, you know, Bitcoin Lightning is kind of its own project. And we actually even saw the two paths, what can happen if we can build a community on Lightning on Bitcoin versus Litecoin, because the Litecoin network went nowhere and the Bitcoin network became huge. Mm-hmm. So that network effect has taken us years to create, and that's something that we can leverage with new protocols at the edge. So that's also kind of like the idea of Lightning applications, is that you can build something that lives in your own world. It doesn't interact with anybody, but you can access other applications and other people across a common protocol. And it also is building upon the network effect. So if I have dollars and I want to pay somebody who is accepting funds on the Lightning network, there can be kind of somebody at the edge who will make that translation for me, and then the payment will be carried across with Bitcoin. And we don't need to build a new network effect. We can just build onto the existing network effect.
Yeah, and that's huge, isn't it? And that's obviously a lot of other trigger warning cryptocurrencies have as well. You know, they don't have this network effect. How would you sort of evaluate the current state of the Lightning network right now? And the reason why I ask that is because a large part of my job is demonstrating to people that the Lightning network not only works, but it works really, really well, and oftentimes better than existing systems, existing payment rails, that sort of thing. But I have a really difficult time trying to demonstrate that to people, because I mean, as we saw when the room raised their hand earlier, you know, 2/3 of the room has used the Lightning network, but 1/3 of people here who are clearly interested in Bitcoin haven't used the Lightning network yet. And we're at the free open source stage. You know, the main stage, it might be a completely different survey. Yeah. So, you know, how can we? No, we'll get to that later. What's the current state of the Lightning network right now? What do you reckon, Connor?
I don't know. I guess I can talk more to like the current state of builders and developers, and like the trend we're seeing is definitely kind of up and to the right. Speaking from a more kind of trying to get developers to build non-custodial sovereign experiences on mobile environments. We're definitely seeing a trend that's up and to the right across mobile, desktop, web, and also kind of LSPs. LDK specifically is like a full Lightning implementation that's spec compliant and interoperable with like the LNDs and core Lightnings and Eclair of this world, but exposes all of the functionality via an API or a suite of APIs that are customizable. So it's a lot easier for kind of developers to kind of drop in the parts of Lightning that they want, especially in mobile environments. So we're definitely seeing a trend that's positive in that direction. We have kind of like a roadmap that is going to bring a lot of new functionality to different types of applications as well. So stuff like Bolt 12 will enable, you know, the use cases around being able to pay static invoices, reusable payment experiences as well. So I think the trend is definitely like in the right direction. So we kind of just want to keep seeing more of that, really. So.
Yeah, and does that mean that for these plug-and-play solutions that you mentioned, why are people not thinking mobile first anyway? Is this surely Lightning Network is a mobile first or mobile native sort of technology?
Well, it's just, I guess, just around the constraints of building on mobile, the kind of memory and storage requirements that are required for Lightning, the kind of liveness requirements as well, stuff like being able to receive offline. So that's also something that we're working on. The term kind of ASIC payments has been kind of thrown around, and that's the term we're using to kind of enable mobile applications to receive payments while offline. But typically, like our team, the kind of inception of LDK was that our team did research and kind of asked wallet developers what it is that are the kind of stumbling blocks and challenges with building applications or wallets. And typically it would take like a couple of developers a couple of years to build like a very basic wallet. And the learning curve to building on Lightning is very steep, even with something like LDK, which gives you kind of like this API to use. And so one of the things our team is actually building is something called LDK Node, which is a kind of ready-to-go LDK implementation that has a lot of the stuff that you want kind of baked in already. So it comes with like an on-chain wallet. It comes with the ability to source blockchain data via Explorer or Electrum. It gives you, it uses the RGS protocol or Rapid Gossip Sync, which allows you to quickly get the network graph and privately calculate a path for your payments on the mobile itself. And basically exposes that in this what we call like a mobile first recipe, where you can kind of plug and play this kind of 15 method API as exposed to like the full LDK API, which has over, I don't know, at this point, probably 800 or 900 methods. It's really condensed down and is designed to be like a mobile first recipe. And we're going to expose that in different languages as well. So it's written in Rust, but say you're an Android developer or an iOS developer, all of that functionality will be exposed in the relevant languages, such as Swift or Kotlin or Java, Python as well, using UniFFI. So just, you know, trying to find the happy medium of abstracting away a lot of the lower level Lightning logic and just making it a bit more accessible for developers so they don't have to kind of climb that steep learning curve.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely understood about half of what you just said there. But that's why these two are on stage as well. I mean, I think that part of that, I mean, obviously there's the coding level of the Bitcoin ecosystem and those unfortunate people like myself who just really struggle with coding and really struggle with the techie side. But then we're also really keen to use these solutions, really keen to sort of propagate these solutions. How to sort of bridge that gap between the fact that there is incredibly high level sophisticated tech going on, and then the users that just want to use it and want to take advantage of those solutions and want to, for example, live on a Bitcoin standard and want to be able to send payments around the world, want to be able to stream sats to their podcasts and live in a sort of Lightning-enabled world. How do you bridge that gap? What do you think, Hannah?
With Lightning application developers. I think we're really getting to the point talking about like what's the state of the network, when it was just like this weird hobbyist thing to do. And then I think in 2021, like it really became like really solidly usable. And then now we're at the point where like we're really maturing to like this professional thing that you can actually like really, if you're running a business and the things, doesn't work 10% of the time, like that's a big problem. And we're really at the point where we're really seeing a lot of applications, a very robust network, that it's really like professional grade stuff that you can use. And so I think we get this, this winds up being used by lots of people and being the back end of all kinds of different things when we have, developers that go out and build these really awesome applications. And we're really starting to see that now. And I think, there's having really good, usable, reliable tech and good resources and good community is how you get those developers in to build awesome things that everyone's going to go use.
Awesome.
And just UX as well. Just want to show like the Bitcoin design community. I don't know how many people are aware of that, but like we have a community of designers who are focused on the non-custodial sovereign experience for users as well. And they're kind of like congregating in small groups on small initiatives. So like developers and designers are working on what the Bolt 12 experience will look like for the end user, or what a unified QR code experience looks like, where the user doesn't really have to know the difference between Bitcoin and Lightning. So I think design and that community has a big role to play in what the end user experience is like as well. Yeah, no, +1 for that. I think that a lot of Bitcoin UX as a whole could be improved, and within the Lightning Network specifically, it could definitely, do with some changes, right? Alex, with regards to Bolt 12, when's it coming, and what does that mean for the ability to build Lightning apps?
Well, I don't know, like there's no timeline for community like driven things, right? Mm-hmm. So different people are going to discuss different things and have their own takes on it. I think there's also different...
Rough date this year?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
There's also like different components to think about.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of different things that have even been removed, and maybe more things will be added. I think there's like different aspects to improve upon on Lightning payments. So one aspect that we could improve upon is the scalability of the network. Mm-hmm. So like one thing we do right now is we advertise our nodes generally to everybody in the network. So every person is advertising their node and all their channels to everybody else on the network.
What does that mean, advertise a node?
So, like when you are using regular on-chain Bitcoin, when you send a transaction, you broadcast this transaction to everybody. You say, hey, I'm sending this transaction out. And then everybody receives that and they synchronize it, either via the mempool or via, eventually via blocks. So that's kind of like why we created the Lightning Network, is we said that that's not a scalable model. Like the more people who join, let's say we have 1 billion people. So, okay, now 1 billion people are going to send the transaction, and then 1 billion people are all going to have to sync this and verify it and add it to their blockchain. That's not a scalable solution. Yeah. So the idea is, what if we really only have the parties to the transaction involved, or a minimal set of parties, like just the hops in between involved? That's a much more scalable solution. That's kind of like the core design concept of the Lightning Network. Mm-hmm. And we kind of took a shortcut, I think, with the design of the Lightning Network in terms of how nodes are advertised, because it has a similar model in terms of like, I'm going to advertise my node out there to everybody and on all my channels. And it even has like a heartbeat protocol. So I'm actually going to not just advertise it once, I'm going to continually advertise it. And same thing for channels. And also every time I change my fees, I'm going to change them up and down, I'm going to advertise. So it creates a lot of traffic on the network. And relating it back to like new features that we're going to add, one thing that could be interesting is like instead of everybody advertising, in the beginning of the Lightning Network, the way that it was planned to in the future scale this is to say, I'm only going to advertise if I'm a solid routing node. And at the final hops of the route, I'm going to define how to reach me from a well-known routing node. Right. And that way, we won't have to have everybody announce themselves. We won't have to have all the channels announce themselves. We just have to have well-known landmarks kind of thing. So like if I'm in a big city and I want to know how to get to you, I can kind of point out, hey, I'm next to this really tall building. You can take a look at that building, and I'm just a few streets away. So I don't have to tell you about the entire city, and I don't have to expect that you're going to keep that in sync, which is difficult for mobile nodes. Like the more billions of people who are going to be adding this, you can't really expect to keep everybody's address synced constantly, and all of those fee changes and all of those node details constantly in sync with the mobile devices. Wow. So that's something that I think will probably be, we'll probably start on that pretty soon with the, that's a feature that I'm most excited about. But it also, the thing about LND is that, so we have a community of spec implementers, that's a decentralized community, but also LND, the people who contribute to LND are decentralized. They're people from different companies, and that's also why it's hard to make timelines, because these are people, it's not like a top-down kind of, you get your marching orders about here's what feature to implement. It's more like we're working with other people on different companies on a common goal, and we're going to try to merge these changes in, but we don't know exactly, will somebody have time? Is this their priority in this time period? And that's something I think is like a strength of LND, is we're trying to build more developers from more different companies or independent contributors and get them to build these features in, rather than just saying like, we're Lightning Labs, we own this project, and no outside contributions allowed. We run how it works.
Awesome. No, it's super encouraging the way in which that plays out. And I mean, I couldn't help but thinking when you're mentioning that, if we're going to scale the Bitcoin base chain to billions of people or billions of JPEGs, then we're going to,
Well, it's also a lot more privacy preserving to achieve scalability in a way where you're not advertising everything. Because when everybody's advertising their node and all their channels, they're kind of giving a lot of information away about where I am and what are my coins. So, and that's also the benefit of the Lightning Network, is as we achieve scalability, we're removing a lot of data that used to be broadcast to everybody, like an individual transaction, and we're narrowing it to achieve scale, but it's also incentive compatible, and it achieves privacy in a way that's sustainable and scalable to the world.
Yeah, no, it's really, really exciting, really encouraging. But to that point about the scalability, over the past few weeks, I'm sure a lot of people in the room are aware that the Bitcoin base chain fees have been rocketing. At some point they were $40, $50, and a lot of people that proponents of minting ordinals and doing wacky stuff on the base chain would say that this has caused this influx of activity and development in the Lightning Network, which is what the Lightning Network's for. It's a layer 2. Bitcoin was always going to scale in layers. Do you guys agree with that? Have you guys noticed this uptick in activity or in even liquidity coming into the Lightning Network?
I think it's hard to ignore the chain fee increases, and it's caused a lot of problems that are easy to ignore when the chain fees are low. So, that's one strength of LND, is that we've been deploying it for 4 years in production. Huge nodes run it, small nodes run it. So there's, so much feedback, and but something that we don't get is what happens if this weird scenario, chain fees are super high happens, and then once that does happen, it reveals all sorts of new problems that we didn't really think about, or stuff we did think about, but we kind of said, oh, well, that's not super high priority now because chain fees aren't like that, and are they going to just jump from 0 to 200 in a day? But so I think that the problem though is Lightning doesn't just scale transactions on Bitcoin generically. It doesn't scale transaction data generically. If you want to have and so, we release the Taproot Assets protocol version 0.2, and it's trying to scale some of these type of uses in terms of non-Bitcoin assets, but the scalability is using the Lightning Network ability to scale changes in balances between people. That's easier to scale. if you have to scale kind of like individual like item ownership, and then kind of offload that to a network of other people to say, okay, maintain this registry of item ownership to me, that's not very scalable. So I think we're focusing on like the parts of it that can be scalable, and the other parts I think require more development, but it's not something that we're necessarily focused on. So maybe somebody else could come up with ideas for it.
Oh, okay. I hope everyone's listening. Hannah, you were nodding your head there when I was commenting on the influx and activity.
Alex gave a much more in-depth answer than I had. My answer was just like, yes, definitely I've gotten an increase in queries about the Lightning Network. And, so I think you see a lot of businesses, builders that were kind of flirting with Lightning, like, I don't know, maybe, and then the past couple weeks, they're like, yep, it's time.
Yeah, definitely.
That's wonderful though, right?
Yeah.
A lot of like also companies that, were kind of delaying things. Fees, you might see, oh, I'm paying, $5 in fees, but to them, they're sending thousands of transactions, these companies. And so it's like, okay, now it costs us $100,000 a year to go on chain. Maybe we should hire somebody to implement Lightning Network.
I mean, Binance and Coinbase are supposedly taking note of this increasing cost, right?
Yeah,
So,
and I think that's real. That's a real effect.
awesome, yeah. Also nodding your head, Connor.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, I mean, there's still quite a lot of challenges with regards to like security, privacy, and Lightning only scales, I guess, an order of magnitude above what we have on chain. But I think it's still many of the challenges that we have, the solutions are being actively worked on, and it is kind of like a multi-year kind of process. And hopefully within the next kind of 3 to 5 year time frame, we have experiences that are kind of on par with the current payment system. And if people pollute in the chain with JPEGs, it's going to be the accelerator, then so be it.
Yeah.
But yeah, people are ready and willing to build on Lightning, so that's just remains encouraging.
Yeah, no, for sure. Are we coining a new phrase there? JPEG pollution.
I don't want to start any wars.
Yeah, sorry, no, I'm just joking around. Okay, we're coming up to the last couple of minutes here. I'd love it if you could share with the audience like a couple of takeaways of how they can get involved building on Lightning apps. Ways in which they can better interact with the Lightning Network. As we've established, not everyone is Lightning native or Lightning first. And I mean, anecdotally, when I've paid a lot of sort of Bitcoin OGs or people that have been in Bitcoin for a long time, most of them will give me an address beginning with BC1 XYZ rather than a Lightning address or a Lightning invoice for like amounts of like $20, $30, that sort of thing. And I'm like, why are they not using Lightning? So I think that, yeah, the recent fee spike has caused some people to, awaken to the fact that there is this Lightning thing. But what would you sort of share with the audience as a takeaway? How can they go home at the end of this weekend and start tinkering with the Lightning Network? What sort of takeaways would you give them?
Yeah, I'd say, there's been amazing momentum lately, right? And just to watch this network build and build to the point where like I have no chance of keeping up with everything that's happening in Lightning, despite trying constantly. So there's amazing momentum. It is an amazing time to get involved with Lightning and to build things. And we work really hard at trying to assist people to do that, right? So we try to make a very, reliable, very usable software, and then we have amazing documentation and Slack channels and all of that. And I think it's really a great community. So if you're thinking about, tinkering with this stuff or building something, I think the timing is so good, right? Just dive in, and there's so many options, and reach out and talk to us, and I'll be hanging around if you've got questions, and yeah. Go for it. Timing's good. And check out Hannah's or Lightning Labs YouTube channel, because I personally found that very useful in preparation for this panel today. So I'm sure you will too, Alex. Yeah, I think Lightning is kind of like still something that is underappreciated, and even just from a perspective of having fun, I think Lightning is great because it gives you a lot of instant thrills to make money or even spend money and something happens instantly. It's not like you have to wait 10 minutes, and that carries through to the developer experience. Making sure that your chain fee is high enough, and then waiting 10 minutes or 20 minutes for
for, it could be even an hour for your transaction to confirm. That's not the most pleasant development experience in terms of testing. So I think if you're starting to see on your phone oh, I earned some sats, that's a great experience, and that's something that you can drive yourself. There's nobody stopping you, and nobody can shut you down. So it's kind of like a fun and rewarding experience just to build these apps and try to offer value to people that they'll reward you for.
Absolutely. Yeah, definite shout out to the fact that once you start interacting with Lightning more, and you get those random pings to your phone, like if you're on Nostr or any of these protocols that allow you to receive sats from someone sends you 69 sats, it does make me smile. And that's Connor. We've got 5 seconds. But,
check out the Lightning Development Kit, lightningdevkit.org. Read the case studies. We just released a new case studies page. You can see the diversity of project that's using LDK. Check out the roadmap as well. There's a long list of new functionality that is being built throughout this year as well. And if you're interested in contributing to LDK, it's a free open source project as well, free for anyone to use and contribute to. So yeah, come and join us on Discord and GitHub and hang out with us there.
Join us. Lightning is fun. Fantastic. This has been the Building Lightning Apps panel today with Hannah Rosenberg, Connor Okus, and Alex Bosworth. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a lovely day.
Thank you, man.
My God, packed room. How many here are on Nostr? Let's raise hands. Look at this. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. So this is Nostr conference, not Bitcoin conference, it seems. Yeah. Well, we have amazing panel here. So I'm just gonna welcome and announce my fellow panelists. Pablo, come first. Let's go, man. Applause for Pablo. Then Vlad, come on, man. LNBITS, let's go. And our amazing Nostr star, let's go, Will. JB. My God. 4 of us on the stage here to talk about Nostr. Pablo, you can start. Introduce yourself.
All right.
For the audience that doesn't know what you work on, but it seems we have a lot of Nostrians here.
Yeah, I'm Pablo. Pablo F7Z. I started working on Nostr a while ago, I don't know, the end of last year, and been building a bunch of different things to explore what Nostr is. So I built SupLife, Anna Nostr, NostriChat, Nostri.com, forgetting a bunch of them. Purple Pages, I don't know, a bunch of different things. I'm super, super excited about Nostr, so much that I decided to start working full-time on Nostr without really knowing what that actually means. But I just could not help myself. My curiosities on what Nostr allows is way, way too deep, so I'm just following that.
And I'm so glad for that, because me and Randy use your tools every day to see who is zapping more.
That's perfect.
But we will get to that. Vlad.
Hi, my name is Vlad. I'm a software developer. I work for LNBITS. I'm a contributor there. And we build some Nostr-related tools on top of LNBITS. Right, so we have a Nostr relay. We have a Nostr signing device for which you can use to sign your messages before you send them. We're working on Nostr Market, which is a decentralized market, and also some other work that is still in progress. Right, so for those who do not know, LNBITS is it's an open source tool, an account system that you can connect to your Lightning node, and you have accounts, so you can have it for your family, your neighborhood, your business, your coffee shop, whatever, right? And then on top of LNBITS, you can install different extensions depending on your needs. Right, so some of these extensions are Nostr-based extensions.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about Nostr is you have a lot of companies building now Nostr tools, adding it to their portfolio. But Will, you're not hedging. It's 100% Nostr, right?
Absolutely. Hi, I'm Will. I made an iOS client, the first mobile client called Damus. It's not Damus, it's Damus. Very common misconception.
Okay. You heard it from the man now. Now we know.
Yeah, so yeah, and once we made a mobile client, it turns out people like to use social media on their mobile phones, so that's when it started to take off a little bit. So now, yeah, so it's cool to see it get to this point.
Yeah, I mean, let's start from there then. You have saw such a amazing meteoric rise over past few years. What do you think is behind that? Like, why people are like so even like inspired by Nostr, and whenever you release like a new version of, it's like, oh, it's celebration, new celebrate, people are reinvigorated, excited. Like, why do you think, like, what's behind this meteoric rise? Like, what's the secret behind that success of Nostr?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of attempts at decentralized social media. There was Mastodon, so there was some excitement around that. But again and again, people just found that these solutions weren't really solving the problem. Like on Mastodon, you saw there was still just as much censorship. So I just think people are just like, they almost gave up that there was even possible that we can build a decentralized social media that works. And then when Nostr came along, like, hey, it actually works. It's very simple, and we have Bitcoin in it, which is awesome. So I feel like all these things started to come together just once people started to see it working, and especially once the UX started getting better on the mobile clients, people were like, wait, this could actually work. And I think we're starting to see it slowly. People are starting to realize that. So.
Yeah. Vlad?
Well, I'm not sure yet that it's a meteoric rise or that it's a big success, right? So we have to find ways to measure that. Because in a decentralized architecture, you don't really have control, and you don't know who is doing what. So you don't know if are these real users, are these bots, right? So one good way is to see, for example, from the App Store, how many downloads Damos has. So that's very useful.
It's, yeah, 250,000 is about what it's at right now.
That's nice. Right. Yeah, but other than that, I think before we're saying like, yeah, it's good or it's not working or something, we have to say like, how can we measure this and be sure, and we continue doing it. So yeah, that's my take.
What are you thinking? Like, what are the good ways to measure Nostr success, like now and in times to come?
Yeah, I mean it's mostly based on reputation and knowing. Knowing that the users are real, that's the first thing. So for example, my Nostr, let's say, circle is just Bitcoiners, right? So that's one other thing. I don't really know people that are not Bitcoiners and are using Nostr. So it's like a subset of the Bitcoin users for Nostr. I don't have an answer exactly at this moment how we can be sure of.
Yeah. What do you think, Pablo?
Well, I think by definition, we can't really have hard numbers on what's the actual user base. So it's a lot by feel. It's a little bit relative and subjective. But there are some things we can do to try to assess what's going on. So first, we wouldn't have spam if there wasn't some success, right? Like no one's spamming just, like this other network that has 2 users. And the other thing is that I also had the feeling that it was just Bitcoiners. So I started unfollowing everyone and just replacing my contact list with someone that is not a Bitcoiner, but that I know is on Nostr. So I did that with, I did it first with Ravel. So I was just following whoever he was following for a couple of days. And then I did that with photographers. And there is non-Bitcoin conversations going on. It's just that most of the Nostr developers are Bitcoiners, so we tend to have the same kind of echo chambers. But I think the growth is there. There is a lot of work to do, but we're doing that work. So I'm very, very, very hopeful that the growth is there, and the building blocks are so strong that we just need to keep cranking.
I think one really interesting objective measure of the success of the network is I like to see like basically zaps per second, what's happening at any given day. Because I realize like if a lot of people are using the network and a lot of people are zapping, that's like, because I mean, it's harder to fake zaps, like actual Lightning payments. So that's one way I've been looking at like the health, like how much zaps per day are going through the network. So measuring the economic health of the network as a whole might be an interesting indicator.
Yeah, when I wrote Sublife, the speed of the feed absolutely surprised me. Like I was not expecting that feed to move that fast.
What do we have? Like, what's the number of total Bitcoin zapped over the network? I think it's like
I
think it's up to 7 to 10.
Haven't computed that in like I don't know. I think I computed that within 3 months back in March. I think it was. but yeah, I haven't looked at the number again.
Yeah, like one thing I can see on my node, because I have my node hooked up to my LN address, is like, every month for the past like 2 or 3 years, because I've been running a node since 2018, and like usually I get like 1 or 2 payments a month, but like ever since I put my Lightning address in my Nostr profile, I'm up to like 3,000 to 4,000 like zaps received, like Lightning payments received on my node, which is like, that is substantial. That is like, a lot of people might be skeptical of Nostr, like, oh, why are we distracting? Like, we should be talking about Bitcoin, not Nostr. But I really see Nostr as like the purple pill is like, it makes the orange pill go down easier in some sense, right? And it's bringing, it's exposing people to Bitcoin who might not necessarily care about Bitcoin. And I think right now as a community, we're kind of insular, and we kind of talk to the same people all the time. We go to the same conferences. But Nostr is an opportunity to bring new people into this space and just like, sneak in a little bit of orange pill and they don't even realize it, so.
Yeah. I mean, speaking about other people on Nostr, what I was surprised is if you just look through other hashtags that are available, like there is photography Nostr, for example. So maybe it's just discoverability problem, but that's one of the problems that I perceive on Nostr. Another one is, Will, be honest, when me and Kali did those zaps back and forth, like fake.
Zap washing, we call it.
Yeah, zap washing. Like that's another problem because you can easily like fake those counters. But what are the problems that you're most excited about solving on Nostr, like Pablo?
To me, what I'm focusing my time on the most is on these non-social media use cases, because I think selling on social media is really hard because you need the network effects, right? If your friends are not on social media, you're just not going to use that social media. So it's kind of hard. So, and what I want to show is how good Nostr is for the non-social media use cases. And that's why I started building tools like Highlighter that go after a completely different set of users that are just going to discover that their Notion-like application or their Readwise-like application also have a social graph that transcends that use case. And it's a compounding benefit for the user. So that's why I'm focusing my time, because I think that's the path that is going to have the most significant impact on the user count that we have.
And you brought up Highlighter. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so Highlighter, I started working on that immediately after reading a piece that Gigi wrote called Purple Text, Orange Highlights. And the idea is that you can create a Nostr event which represents a highlight. And a highlight is something that you deem worthy. And like you're reading a book, you're reading a Medium article, you're reading a Kind One, whatever it might be, and you see something that strikes you that is important and you want to keep. So I wrote the Highlighter as a way to be able to select some text and create a Nostr event. And what's really cool, because a lot of times we say, well, we're going to build it on Nostr. What does that mean, right? Well, it means that it's going to have all the benefits of being in Nostr, which are, it's not just the censorship resistance, which is amazing, but most people could not care less about that. But it's the interoperability across any kind of use case. So you can have a highlight, and then someone can see what you highlighted, and then a discussion can ensue from that highlight. Whereas in Readwise, which is an application that does something similar with Kindle, whatever you highlight, you might put a comment, but because you don't have your social graph there, that comment doesn't create a discussion, which to me is the most interesting aspect. If a friend of yours gives you a book that they've read, and oh, this book is amazing, and you notice that the book is highlighted and it has notes on the margins. I mean, that note on the margin, that's absolute gold. That's where you're going to read first. Imagine if on that book you can have a discussion with your friend and with your other friends around that note on the margins. So these kind of use cases to me is absolutely amazing.
And this is why this is pretty much my favorite thing about Nostr that not many people are exploring right now. And this is what Pablo's doing, is exploring these interesting use cases of other non-social media use cases. So for instance, like the highlighter example, when you can make a clip, like we were saying, of things online. Now this is data that's getting generated by his application. And now Damus, as a social media client, can actually show these highlights in the timeline. or maybe there's some new use case that someone comes along that's like, sharing their music, or, and this other micro app takes off, and I can start using the data from that app, and so, and then I'm also empowering that micro app with the social graph from Damus. So you're creating these like insane network effects at a protocol level that is, I think it's going to start to steamroll. And so when people like say like, oh, well, Nostr's like this small social media thing, it's like, actually, no, it's like, it's much bigger, and it's growing, and it's like the network effects are gonna be kind of crazy in the future, I think.
Yeah, the way I see it is that the network effects of the social media use case, they compound with the social effects of the highlighting use case, which compound with the network effects of the music client applications, which compound, and it's network effects times network effects of every single use case of anything you can do on the internet.
And we have Lightning hooked into everything. So it's like, so now it's like, so now everyone using those, making a highlight, you can like zap a highlight. Like, that's a great, like, thanks for sharing that. Now you can send them like 50 cents. And now so now like Lightning is gonna be put in front of everyone with all these new applications. So it's exciting, I think.
Yeah, I also like, this is one of the big points of Nostr, that it's not just the social media protocol, and it didn't start like this. So it started to be, the plan was to have a decentralized market, which is censorship resistant, right? So from a technical perspective, if you look at Nostr, it's basically the publish subscribe design pattern with 3 cryptographic functions on top of it: hash, sign, and encrypt, right? So this is what you have at its core. And yeah, the rest is just business logic that should and does develop on the client side. So it's not on the relay, it's not on the server. So you don't depend so much on relays updating or understanding something. And yeah, this design pattern is very powerful. So you, from let's say from the first public internet applications like forums, right? So it's you go and you publish to a topic, and other people subscribe, and you get notifications, right? And yeah. Internet of Things stuff. Like it's like your devices can publish information, and your mobile app just subscribes and see everything that happens.
Yeah, because for those that don't know, the way this originally started is, Fiat Jeff was looking into decentralized markets, then talking with Ben Ark, and it really protocol started from there. And it's all about the format of event. Like everything in Nostr is a JSON. So from there, Vlad, as you say, there are some cryptography, but not much. Getting back to where we started, like what are problems that you are excited about solving on Nostr? Because I know you're working a lot of having your data locally,
right,
having it signed. So
right, so this was one of the promises of Nostr, right? So you have relays, but if let's say those relays are stopped, even all of them, you can spin up your relay and take your data and just have all your history and reputation there. But currently, most of the people they don't just care about their data. They use it. They use their public key or their private key as a username and password, and they leave everything on the relays. Right. So one of the things that we have done is a Nostr signing device, which is a very cheap hardware device. I have one here, so it's this big, and it costs like $10, depends where you buy it. And now there is even one which is cooler. It's like a stick, right? So basically, you don't have to put your private key in the browser anymore. You put it on this device, on the signing device. You plug it into the USB, and there is a Chrome extension, and basically the device is going to sign all this data for you. And in the future release, we're going to have these signed events also stored on an SD card. Right? So basically, everything that you publish, like whatever event you're going to create, is going to be on an SD card. So even if all the relays go down, you can spin up your own, and you have the data there. So you have lost nothing.
That's really exciting, having all your data, because again, all you need is to save a bunch of JSONs.
Yeah, and text is not so big, right? So text is really cheap to save.
Yeah, well, excited to see that. Well, problems, zap washing, and all of that. What's the
honestly
problem?
the biggest problem that I see from our users is like they join the app and then they just see one person, which is usually just me, just like because I like post way too much. Because I make them follow me because it's as a joke. It's like MySpace Tom. Like, so they're like, who's this like random like laser-eyed person in my feed? So I think we need ways to like show other people like what a feed actually looks like. And we actually have a perfect tool for this, and this is supported in almost every client, which is just you can actually log into anyone as their pub key and see what they see in their feed. Like, it's a really cool feature to kind of break your bubble. So maybe this could just be an easier thing. I know you had a thing where you could replace your entire contact list with someone else's contact list, which is kind of cool, temporarily. So maybe that's just an easier thing. Maybe I had this idea in Damus where you can click a profile, and then you just become that person in the app while you're using it. And then the people you follow in their perspective also adds it to your previous contact list. So it might be a cool way to like jump into someone's world, follow the people you find interesting, jump out of the world, then jump. So I don't know, there's cool things like that we can do to improve discoverability. Like we're trying to avoid algorithms because, I mean, some people are trying to avoid algorithms. With Damus, we haven't really tackled it because it's just like we like that chronological timeline. But obviously some people like the TikTok experience where they're just swiping and they don't have to follow people or think. So we need to find maybe there's a balance in between that we can have like your customizable algorithms, like where you can choose what you want to see, and maybe there's a marketplace for algorithms that you can explore. So there's a lot of those like algorithm ideas I'm really interested in exploring just to help the discoverability aspect.
Yeah, and really for me as a longtime developer, what's so exciting to see in Nostr is this almost all of you here, like you're using Nostr as your playground, and then Will, I mean, I need to hear more about Dave. Will there be Dave 2, Dave 3? Can you explain to the audience what Dave is for those that don't know?
Yeah, Dave was just kind of like it wasn't actually originally called Dave, it was just called like GPT-3, but I renamed him to Dave because I realized people like to, anthropomorphize our AI mass overlords. So, so yeah, I made this bot, this OpenAI bot on Nostr called Dave, and all it does is you can mention him, and then he'll like see the thread that it's in, and it'll compile all the usernames from the thread and everything that they're saying, and it'll send that entire thread to OpenAI server, and it knows what's happening in the network. So anytime you like mention him in a thread, he can like understand the conversation, he can respond with useful. So it's basically putting ChatGPT into Nostr, and just seeing it interact, and it actually feels like it's a person on the network that you're interacting with, because sometimes he can be a little stuffy, but I tried to like change his prompt so that he'd be like funnier and less like boring and like, but so yeah, it's kind of cool that you can kind of inject these non-human entities in the network. But again, that's going back to the concern is like you don't really know if you're talking to a bot or a real person. And that's something that you have to deal with on a decentralized network. So.
But what I've actually saw is that people do like talking to bots. I mean, what did we have Jack Dorsey talking with Dave for like whole day?
It's like the whole day, like Jack's just talking to my bot. I'm like, okay, Jack.
Yeah, and then we had Mike Brock debating Dave on,
He's doing like philosophical debates against like this AI bot, and it's like, okay, and other people are jumping in the debate. It's like, what is happening? It's just so ridiculous. It's like, but this is the things you do. It's like, since no one controls, like no one's gonna boot that bot off the network. They can't, right? It might be annoying to a lot of people, but it's, you don't have to follow it, right? And you can mute it, so.
Yeah. But Pablo, is that the same way you come up with your tools, man? Like, how did Zap Live start? It's just you want something and...
Zap Live was super funny. So I saw the NIM57, and I wanted to see like the zaps, and I noticed that no one had built it, and I said, okay, I guess I'll check it tomorrow. And then after 2 days of checking, it's like, I can't believe that this is not ready yet. So I put my daughter to sleep, and I started working on it, and then I published it by the time I was going to bed. And the next day I wake up, and there's like well, not a million, but a lot of people using it. And I was like, okay, this is like super weird. It's a toy that it's barely functional.
Yeah, you might have seen it. It was on the screen in the where you can see all the zaps happening on the network, which is kind of cool. So. There's an awesome example of a micro app where it's pulling data, which is zaps, which is just some spec that I threw together because I wanted to put Lightning payments into Nostr and have them shown in clients. And so he was able to take the zap data from my spec, build a web UI that shows all the zaps streaming it on the network. Obviously, probably not the best privacy. For privacy, people are sending, well, you can send anonymous zaps and private zaps, but it's just cool that you can actually see the activity and stuff.
And it's amazing because a lot of people still don't know to this day that the Lightning Network is functional, it's there, and you show them that, and it's like, wait, I thought that Bitcoin was slow and very expensive, and why are these people sending these very small transactions? And it's very shocking, 2023, and still a lot of people don't know that this is happening already.
Very early on the network, like we had a bunch of like people join, just like random people, not necessarily Bitcoiners. Like a lot of like .eth people were joining the network. They're like, this Lightning stuff is really good. Like, what the heck? I've never heard of this. It's like yeah. Like they're just like they're in their own bubble. Like these like Ethereum people, they don't realize that Lightning actually works. So
where's the Lightning token?
Yeah, they're like, what? Yeah, I get that asked a lot. Like, where's the Damas token? I'm like, it's Bitcoin. Bitcoin's the Damas token. Yeah.
Well, a lot to unpack there, but Vlad, I also want to get your input on how do you come up with ideas on Nostr tools?
Ben told me what to do.
Okay,
build this.
It worked for Fiat Jeff, so yeah. But Pablo, besides Zap, Live, and then Highlighter, what's your other like favorite tool that you coded? And can you also talk more about like just how easy it is to build on top of it? It's even frustrating to the point that you have like all these nips now starting. But tell me about tool and then easiness of building on Nostr.
Yeah, I think that's what struck me as the most impressive thing about Nostr is just how super easy. Within 10 minutes of reading a spec, you can write something, and it works. So since 2021, I was playing with slash tags on hypercores, which is a different protocol. It tries to achieve something similar in a completely different way. And I was, back in 2021, the end of 2021, I started trying to build like a Twitter client or Twitter-like experience using slash tags, and I wanted to kill myself. It was so hard. And when something doesn't work, it's really hard to debug. And I was still able to build some stuff, like my website was running off of hypercores and stuff like that. But then when I tried and wrote my first very simple script using Nostr, it was literally 10 minutes. And then what was the aha moment is when I changed something on this application or this script that I wrote in 10 minutes, and it was updating Damos because of just WebSockets. You get you get the problem of synchronization, like inter-process communication. It's solved for free because of how the protocol works, and the fact that by default you get a really hard computing problem solved for you. That to me was absolutely impressive. It blew my mind. And that's what I started working on NDK because I started thinking, which is sort of like a library for developers to be able to write clients. One of the things that I thought is, okay, it's so easy to write Nostr applications, or what I call naive clients for Nostr, that a lot of people are going to end up developing clients for Nostr. So I think it's important to solve the hard problems for them so that they can just focus on their application and they don't have to concern themselves with gossip protocol, relay synchronization, and like all these things that are caching, or these things that are a little bit harder to solve. But yeah, the ease, I think it's just an incredible selling point for developers.
Yeah. What do you think, Will, about easiness to develop? And what do you think about all the nips that we now have all open?
Yeah, I mean, this is what initially attracted me to the protocol is when Fiat Jeff, he just put up this markdown document with a big description. It was like you could understand the spec in a single markdown document, and that's so rare in protocol at the moment. If you look at the email protocol or literally any other internet protocol, it's just like, here's your novel that you have to read today. So the fact that you could just digest it in one sitting and just build it in a client, I built Damas at the first iteration on a weekend, I think. And I'm like, and I've never even built an iOS app before that, and I was just like, the fact that I could do it, I was like, that gave me enough confidence. Like, wow, this could be it. So yeah, so I agree. That's the best part of it, I think.
Vlad?
What was the question? So
the question is easiness of building on top of the Nostr, and then any comments on NIPS that we have.
Yeah.
I forgot that.
Yeah.
Right, so on NIPS.
By the way, NIPS are Nostr improvement proposals.
Yeah.
Possibilities.
Not just into weird.
Yeah.
What are they? How would you?
Oh yeah, so they're actually called Nostr implementation possibilities. I think there's it's people anyway. But there's this misconception that since there's hundreds of NIPs that it just seems like a complicated protocol. But there's actually only one required NIP, and that's NIP 01. Everything else is optional. And most of the stuff is actually again, truly optional. Like there's some stuff that you might need, like the contact list, but there's actually some, like a lot of applications might not even need your contact list. So NIP with 0.1 just defines the structure of the messages, which are just like messages have contents, they have a signature, they have like a pub key, some tags, which has some metadata in there, and a created date. Like that's all there is. It's just a JSON, you send it over a website.
I don't really agree that they're optional. For example, if you take the event deletion NIP, right? If a relay doesn't implement that, then
sorry, which one?
Event deletion NIP now.
That's not optional. That's completely optional.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If a relay doesn't implement that, then your feed might look really strange because you see all kind of old messages.
Well, I mean, Damus doesn't even. I mean, I don't know. Like, a lot of relays wouldn't want it. Like, you could write a relay that doesn't implement that NIP, and that's completely fine.
Yeah, but.
Because deletion is like, that's already the controversial topic on Nostr, which is like, should you be able to delete data you send on the internet to multiple places? Because this idea of deleting something is actually just, it really should be called a request deletion, because you're not actually, you can't force those relays to delete something if you ask them to, right?
It's a lie. So I think it's important to understand that it's a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and let's say, for me, many of the NIPs are not really, not NIPs, they are more like standards. For example, in the Nostr market, you just have to like reserve your kind. So you have 30,018 for a product, 30,017 for a stall. But the relay is ignorant of this, right? So the ignorant just has to implement replaceable events, parameterized replaceable events, and it's going to support markets and all other kind of application, right? So there is a NIP there, NIP 15, but that it's more like a NIP standard, and people who try to understand Nostr shouldn't really bother with that and go and read it.
Yeah, if you're writing a relay, you definitely have to know more NIPs, because there's a lot more stuff. Like there's command results, which the NIP that I introduced, which allows you to get like an OK response if that it actually was saved to the database. That's kind of important for a lot of applications. So yeah, so if you're writing a relay, you have to know a little bit more NIPs. But if you're writing a client, it really depends on what type of part of the network you're building for. So.
Yeah. As for developers here on stage, we touched on a lot of technical topics, but let's also talk to non-developers in a sense. Like, why would anyone now that has a Twitter account, why should they open a Nostr account?
I mean, I just see like Nostr as like a place where you can plant your free speech flag and just have a dedicated. You'd have a dedicated relay if you wanted to, or just it's a way of escaping big tech's control and you're not being like, I find there's so much like manipulation in terms of the algorithms and the things you're fed from these companies. So just having like no algorithm is already pretty nice, and the fact that it's on an open protocol that you can build on top of. So like, okay, maybe you don't care about any of that stuff. Maybe you care about money. Maybe you like making money. Nostr is a good place where you can just post, send stuff, create content, and receive sats in real time. I've heard like someone say, oh, well, Twitter has that tip button on their profile, but it's like, so did Damus for the longest time. I actually had it in the same spot that Twitter did, and like no one ever zapped. The minute I put the zap button on a post, like the like button, all of a sudden like, boom. So until Twitter puts like that button on the post, like people don't realize small design things like that are very important, and just having that zap button replace, be next to the like button, or eventually replace the like button it's just a really cool feature. So.
And I think we're underestimating like how powerful Twitter is and all the social media stuff, right? So like now in Turkey they censor the opposition, right? So this is a big deal. Like they can choose a president, they can choose a senator or whatever they need, so they can control the political system. Yeah, and that's why like Nostr can be a really big deal, right? So you're fighting with the state and the oligarchs and all the rich people. And it couldn't be like one company that does this. Even if we believe Elon Musk that he's honest and tries to change it, he'll not be able to do it. It's just one man against the system. It has to be decentralized.
So it's basically open a Nostr account to support rules, not rulers. Like that's how I understand it.
Right.
But, yeah.
Yeah, because people they say like, oh well, we have Elon now. Elon cares about free speech and everything's gonna be fine. Like, but he just appointed a new CEO, and like who knows if she has the same values that he does, and what if he doesn't have time to watch what's going on over Twitter? It's just going to go back to what happened before. So you have to make it impossible to do censorship. It's impossible for the state to intervene and take down things like in the case of Turkey. So Nostr is the only solution I see that makes like rules not rulers. That's what it should be.
Amen. So Pablo, why should people open Nostr account other than using your amazing tools?
Oh, there is no other reason. No, so I think most people, like I said before, most people don't care about censorship resistance. They don't care about these things. They know what's going on at Facebook. They don't care. Their user base keeps on growing of boomers. If you don't find a compelling reason to use Nostr right now, it's OK, don't use it. But the reasons to use Nostr are just going to keep on growing and growing and growing. This ecosystem is going to get exponentially better with every single application that is created, with every single use case that we support. It's a little bit like what the competition between Lightning Network and MasterCard or Visa. They are absolutely enormous, and they do a transaction volume that is, Lightning Network is nothing in comparison. But Lightning Network gets exponentially better with every single player, right? That's what Jack Mallers is always talking about. Every single player that comes in benefits the others, whereas MasterCard, they need to keep improving and working to increase their own system, but they don't benefit with what's happening on Visa or American Express or these other ones. This is the exact same thing. You don't find a compelling reason, you don't want to leave Twitter, you like it, you want to use Twitch or whatever it is, just stay there. But there will be so many reasons to join. And all it takes is one reason to join, one use case that you think it's better than what you're currently using. Once you're there, you have a pub key, you have depending on the application that you're using, you'll have a social graph, and you'll start seeing that the value that you get from Nostr starts exponentially increasing as you transition to other use cases.
Open networks win, right? That's what it is.
Yeah, and most likely people will not say, I'm using Nostr. They're going to say, I'm using Damus, I'm using this application. Just like now, they're not saying we're using HTTP. Right? They're just using Google and Twitter.
Yeah, it's a big one. And when I talk with people why they should open an Nostr account, it is that open networks win. And the sooner you start building that reputation, interacting with network, the easier it is because you're getting in early. And for a lot of people, though, there was always a question of sustainability. And this is where I want to touch a little bit on that, because sustainability is either like nonprofit efforts and then for-profit companies. And I see big news on Nostr in both categories. So for those that don't know, we recently had a big donation by Jack Dorsey through OpenSats. $10 million, of which 5 will go to Nostr development. So can I get a round of applause for that? Thank you, Jack, for that. And when you saw that, Pablo, what was it like, okay, now this will be sustainable for years to come? What were the first thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely huge, and it certainly helps a lot. I know it's been the talk, because I've been having those conversations. It's been the talk of the town with Nostr developers. How are we going to keep on doing this? And I think at these such early stages where the network is so small that absolutely no one can make a living on Nostr, no one, it's very important to have these funds as a way to bootstrap that survivability of the network. So yeah, I think it's absolutely essential to have something like this, because I was working at Swan Bitcoin until like last month, and I was living like this double life of having a full-time job and then having a full-time job of working on Nostr things on my spare time, and it's not sustainable, right? So yeah, giving the opportunity to other developers to have these, okay, I have the next year covered. I can focus on this client, on this real implementation, whatever it may be. Like, I know Kamari was really eager to be able to focus on real implementation, and you have a daytime job, you have a family, you can't just YOLO. Having these funds it's very, very important.
Yeah, and Kamari, for the context, Kamari maintains one of the most popular relay implementations. Vlad, sustainability of Nostr development.
Well, yeah, at the end, somebody has to make money to keep going, right? So my hope is that on the server side, on the relay side, it's going to get more stable, and it's not going to require so much developer work over time. So all the focus will be on the edges. people are going to build application, and that's better because they'll spend their own money to build it because they think they can make a profit somehow. Maybe, I mean, some people will just build applications and to insert ads in them or whatever, but and yeah, they might be discarded. And yeah, some people might just run relays, really big relays, and just want to be the #1 relay. I mean, this is also like an attack vector. If we get the Google relay, or a big relay where you find everyone, and it works all the time, it's efficient, all that, and for convenience, people will just say, oh, I'm just going to connect to this big relay, and I get everything that I want. And then, just like we have now with email, right? So it's, because also SMTP is a protocol, but there are a few email big guys that control everything. People will prefer convenience over knowing what actually happens. So yeah, that's also a way to make money, but also a risk. Because like for Google, people at the beginning when they started, oh, you're going to make money just by putting a small ad there on the search bar, but it turns out it's a big deal, right? So we'll see. I mean, it should be at the end a free market solution that will emerge.
Because I know you will have a lot of, you even like explore this monetization, because not only is Bitcoin token of your app, but it's token of Nostr. You know?
No, I really think that going back to sustainability, what we're talking about, is like Zaps and Lightning and just scale is the thing that's going to make Nostr sustainable. And I've been thinking about this a lot in terms of like how is Damus going to make money? How are the relays going to make money? So I think the key is, we need to get people to like be zapping more. And so I have this new feature in Damus where in the test flight right now, where we call it one-tap zaps. So you use this technology called Nostr Wallet Connect. So you can connect to any wallet backend, CLN, LND, LB, and it basically allows Damus to programmatically pay Lightning invoices. So that's going to allow us to do very efficient client-side splits. Mm-hmm. So imagine every time someone wants to like zap anyone else on the network, they can then send a percentage of that zap, or on top of that zap, a percentage to all the people they want to support. So right now in Damus, you can support Damus by sliding a little slider when you attach a wallet, and then every time you zap someone, it also sends some to me. And so it's not right now like it's nice. It's not enough for me to for this to be sustainable, even just for Damus. But that made me realize, that's aligning my incentives to encourage or to build features that's going to make people want to zap more and to build the economic health of the network. So now I'm thinking about like, wow, maybe I should be building marketplaces into Damus. Maybe I should make it easier to buy and sell stuff, and then and then if there's a voluntary fee that I collect off of those transactions, that would make me sustainable. It also make relays sustainable if they configure the relays or they configure their zaps to go to the relays as well. So I think that's the key. I think Lightning is the key. We just need to build out and keep scaling up and just make it easier to support those entities. So.
Yeah, well, I think we're doing a pretty good job so far, because look, the Bitcoin conference having a Nostr session, but for those that are looking for more Nostr sessions, we were in Costa Rica. We will be in Tokyo and Hong Kong, November 1st and 3rd. All of you will be there, right?
Yep.
There we go. So thanks to the Bitcoin conference for adding this session, but for all of you here in the audience, I'm going to tweet out the link, as well as our fellow panelists, to nostr.world, where you can register for Nostrasia conference. Thanks again to Jack for picking up tab. All you need to do is, tickets are free. You just need to pay for travel and lodging. And on that note, I
would like to add something. I have some giveaways of these Nostr signing devices. So I'll be outside in minutes.
Yes, because after this session, please join us in front for drinks and talking about Nostr. And can we get the last round of applause for our panelists?
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? So, first of all, I have questions for you. Who of you guys has ever heard of LNBITS? Can you raise your hand? Okay, a couple people. Who of you have heard of LNVPN? Okay. It's a little bit less people. And who of you have heard of Ordiment? I think no one. Okay, some people. Okay, cool. I want to talk about these 3 topics today. I call them something like layer 2.5 because yeah, they are all building on the Lightning Network, on the Lightning protocol. And I think it's very important to focus on apps we can build on Lightning because like the internet, it's not like that the protocol is the thing that is successful. It's always the apps and the applications that we build on top of this protocol. So like the TCP/IP protocol, the internet protocol, I mean, it's great. But really successful is this protocol only because we build stuff on top of this protocol like Facebook or Amazon or all the other stuff we know. So who am I? I'm Lightrider 5. I'm the 5th iteration of the Lightrider robots. I'm passionate about building on top of Lightning. I'm especially focusing on building apps, trying to build some use cases for Lightning, trying to onboard new users. I'm active in the Lightning ecosystem since 5 years. I'm also a node operator. And of course, you can check out all my work on GitHub because I'm open sourcing everything. And my main focus is to make the Lightning network more usable and also to build apps because, as you may know, we had Pollo Feed. I think it was 4 years ago. It was a website where you could feed some chickens in Mexico. You scan the QR code, you pay the Lightning invoice, and then the chickens in Mexico got fed. I mean, this was a perfect MVP. It was a perfect proof of concept, but it's not something that the Lightning network makes successful. We need more things that people really use. And so I'm focused on that, and I'm also working for Bitrefill and Fulmo. Yeah, today we will talk about LNBITS. Many of you heard of it already. We will also talk about LNVPN, which is, in my opinion, a perfect use case for the Lightning network. And we will also take a quick look into Ordiment. It's just an MVP. It's a few weeks old. And LNVPN and also Ordiment is built on top of LNBITS. They use LNBITS in their backend. They use LNBITS for channel management, for liquidity management, and also to generate invoices and get notified when an invoice was paid. And we will also talk shortly about the advantages of building an app on the Lightning Network and also building maybe a business on top of the Lightning Network. So as I said, LNBITS, that's the first topic. It's an extendable wallet accounting system for Lightning. I personally see it as the WordPress for Lightning. So who's familiar here with WordPress? I mean, it's an extremely successful building toolkit to build websites. I think about 80% of all websites, there was a time when 80% of all websites have been built with WordPress. And I think that LNBITS is something comparable to WordPress, but when it comes to the Lightning Network. And to be honest, there is nothing you cannot do with LNBITS when you want to do something with the Lightning Network. For example, I use it for these applications, but I also use it in everyday use as my mobile phone wallet. You just open on your phone the browser, and then you go to your LNBITS wallet, and then you can pay and receive payments. And you don't have to do all this hustle like download an app and have to deal with all the app store policies. So that's very convenient. And of course, it's free and open source. And you can host it on your own. You can host it on your own server. But you can also go to, for example, legends.lnbits.com and use the hosted service of it. So I would also always recommend to host it on your own. But if you don't have the technical skills to do that, it's completely fine when you use the hosted service. So don't put your life savings into this because, of course, it's custodial. But I think it's a good way to play around and see all the functionality you have with LNBITS and all the systems behind it. So as you see, LNBITS is in between the apps you want to build and the funding source. So the funding source, it can be your own node. It can be your DIY node like Raspberry Blitz or Umbrel or MyNode, but you can also use Lightning Tipbot, for example. LNTXbot, unfortunately, not anymore because it's gone. But you can also connect your LNBITS to C Lightning and also LND. And on the other side, you have a wallet accounting system you can easily access through a website. And you have also a REST API, so you can connect your LNBITS instance to all kind of websites. So LNBITS is not only software, it's also some hardware. You have, for example, the Lightning point of sale device. It's a device where you can receive offline payments, Lightning payments. This can be good, for example, if you're in developed countries which have not a very good internet connection. But for example, it was also funny in Germany. We did a workshop with these tools for a bank. And this workshop was hosted in a university. And when it comes to mobile internet and Wi-Fi, Germany is also a developing country. You can't believe it, but it is. And the university was not able to give us Wi-Fi. So some workshops had to struggle. There were also some node workshops. They had to really struggle, but not the Lightning point of sale workshop because it absolutely needs no internet. Then you have also the Nostr signing device. I think they were also already talking about this device here on stage. And you have also the bolt cards, the LNBITS bolt cards, which are very similar to the bolt cards, I think, by CoinCorner. And if you want to buy them, you can buy in the Fulmo or LNBITS shop. So when you use LNBITS as a hosted service, you just go to legends.lnbits.com, and then you create a new wallet. You just type in the name of your wallet, and then you have a new Lightning wallet within 10 seconds. It's also interesting, for example, if you are a Lightning expert and you have a local community, then you can host, for example, LNBITS for the others, and they can use your LNBITS. So you provide a Lightning node, and then you install LNBITS, and then you give your friends or your community members, you give them the LNBITS URL, and then they can create a wallet on your server, so on your Lightning node and on your server. So you do all the channel management, all the liquidity management for them, and they just can use it. And also as an incentive to do that for other people, you can go to the LNBITS. There's an admin panel also, and there you can charge them, for example, a fee of, 0.1%. And so whenever one of your community members is making a payment, you get a small amount of that. So you have an extremely successful plugin system in the backend. You can choose among 37 plugins you can install. For example, you have the TPOS plugin. It's a point of sale plugin. For example, we in Berlin, we use this plugin for our local meetup. We have this installed in a bar. They have just a tablet there, and they use it to receive Lightning payments. The staff there, the bartenders, they are absolute no-coiners. They know nothing about Lightning or also about Bitcoin, but they just use it, and it works extremely well. So it's a very easy to use setup. Then you have also extensions like the Bolts extension and also like Dizzy.io. This is very interesting because you can swap your funds from Lightning to on-chain. So for example, if you are a bar owner, for example, then you can make automatic swaps from Lightning to on-chain. For example, you say, okay, if I have more than 5 million Satoshis on my LNBITS, I want to do an automatic swap to my on-chain address. So to put my funds into cold storage, you can just use these extensions, and then they are automatically swapped when a certain amount is reached. It has also a cashew extension. So if you're into eCash and you want to spin up your own mint, I would suggest LNBITS is at the moment the easiest way to do that. I think there are already about 200 or 300 eCash mints running on LNBITS. So if you don't want to wait until Fedimint is done, you can already experiment with eCash if you do it via LNBITS. Then some more extensions. You can install a paywall, for example, for your website. You have also the Blescomart, for example, which is a Lightning ATM. You just insert coins or bills, and then you get a QR code on the display of the ATM, and then you can receive the funds via a mobile phone wallet. And so, yeah, a lot of extensions. And so this is LNBITS, how it works. So by the way, I'm not very good at graphic design, so I'm sorry for the colors and everything. So you have a funding source, and then you plug it to LNBITS, and then you have an extremely powerful tool. As I said, for me, it's like WordPress, but only for Lightning. So you have wallets and plugins. You can connect it to every website. And you also have a accounting system and user management where you can give certain users certain rights. And so, yeah, for me, it's like WordPress. So when I saw LNBITS the first time, I mean, I saw it already before 2021, but in the Lightning Hack Day in Istanbul 2 years ago, I realized for the first time, okay, with LNBITS, so I'm a web developer and I want to integrate Lightning into my website, but I don't want to do all this hustle, you know? I don't want to do liquidity management and opening and closing channels and fetch the invoices and look if the invoice was paid and so. But at the Lightning Hack Day, I saw for the first time that LNBITS has a backend API, so I don't have to care about all this stuff as a web developer. I just can use LNBITS in the backend, and I can just focus on my main business. I can just focus on other services, and I don't have to take care of the Lightning stuff. And when I saw that the first time, I played around. I built some tools like, for example, a tweet bot. It was extremely simple. You type in a tweet, then you pay with Lightning, and then the tweet was broadcasted to Twitter. Of course, this lasted only 3 or 4 days because many people were abusing it and were posting stuff on Twitter you should not post on Twitter. But yeah, we have now Nostr for that. And then there was the Oslo Freedom Forum, and Alex Gladstein, maybe you are familiar with him, he came to us and said, okay, it would be cool if we have some VPN service, which is also payable via Lightning, because at the moment there was no VPN service you could pay with Lightning. I think you can also use Mullvad, for example. It's a very famous VPN service, but the problem is you pay not directly to them via Lightning, you pay via proxy, so you pay someone else. This person is buying a Mullvad subscription, and then you get the keys from this person. So there was no VPN which natively accepts Lightning. And so we decided to build LNVPN. I will show you later what it is exactly. And also, we took part at the Bold Fun Hackathon. Here, a short shout out to the people who are organizing this hackathon. They are really doing a great job. And we also extended LNVPN so that you can also have disposable phone numbers and an endpoint, an VPN endpoint in Africa. And very luckily, we made the second prize in this hackathon. So it's a privacy-focused VPN provider. It just focuses on the VPN, so you don't have to do all this hustle like creating a subscription or so. The keys for the VPN tunnel are only generated on the client side, so the private and public key of the VPN never touches our backend. It accepts only Lightning. It is very flexible, so you don't have to make a monthly subscription or even more, or a year subscription. You can also use it just for 1 hour, so it's a pay-as-you-go model. It provides also SMS verification service. So for example, you are in the US or wherever, and you want to spin up a new Telegram account, and you don't want to give them your real phone number. You just go to the service, then you pay a Lightning invoice. I think it's $80, and then you get a phone number which is valid for 20 minutes, and on this phone number you receive a verification code, and then you can forward this verification code to Telegram, and you're all good. And so it has no KYC, it has of course no credit cards, no PayPal, no email, no bullshit. I mean, it makes absolutely no sense to use such services via credit card or via KYC or via PayPal, because then the use case of this is completely gone. So how does it work? It's a very simple surface. You just select the country you want to have the endpoint in, for example, US or Kenya, the one in Africa, or Iceland, or you're free to choose whatever you like. And then you also select the duration, like 1 hour, 1 day, a week, up to 3 months, so 1 quarter. And this is also a little bit of a technical explanation. So the user exchanges the key. They are generated in the browser only in the front end. And the front end is forwarding this key to one of the endpoints. We have servers in each of these countries where we have the WireGuard API running. And so the tunnel is directly established between the user and one of these endpoints. And the LNVPN backend is only there to manage the Lightning payments. So the key is always only in the front end. It touches never the backend. And of course, here we have LNBITS in the backend as an accounting system. So as I said, you go to the surface, you select the country, you select your duration, and then you go to the Lightning payment. As always, you get an invoice. You can open the invoice in your preferred wallet or copy it or however you like it. And then when the payment is successful, you get a configuration file for your WireGuard. So we use the WireGuard protocol. Maybe you are familiar with it. It's a very fast VPN protocol. We use that one. So you get some configs. These configs are within this QR code. So for example, if you want to have a VPN connection on your iPhone or on your Android phone, you just scan this QR code, and then you have a VPN tunnel. So you are able to establish a VPN tunnel within about 30 seconds, I would say. And you can also download the file to your computer and import it into the WireGuard app, or you can also send it to yourself via email. But then, of course, you have to enter an email address, but we don't save this email anywhere. So it's a perfect use case because, yeah, as I said, it's very straightforward. Within 30 seconds, you get your VPN tunnel. Then, as I said, we have also phone numbers. It's a cooperation with SMS for Sets. Maybe you have heard of them. They are in the backend providing us with telephone numbers. It's a disposal SMS verification service payable only with Lightning. And the cool thing is, I don't know if you heard of HODL invoices, but they are some kind of escrow. So the customer get only charged if he receives, or if they receive successfully the verification code. So only then the invoice is settled. And I can highly recommend every one of you who is doing something with Lightning or providing some services for Lightning, I would always recommend you to use this kind of HODL invoices, because then you get rid of a lot of customer service issues, because whenever something goes wrong, the customer is not charged. Yeah? So you get rid of hundreds of customer requests like, hey, I've paid, I don't receive my code or so. So if you make it clear on your website, hey, you get only charged if you 100% received your verification code, then this is really convenient, and you spare a lot of time when it comes to customer service. So again, it's like it's very straightforward, perfect use case. You choose the country where the phone number should be. You choose the service you want to use. So we make sure that the same phone number is not used twice for the same service, because then, of course, the service would realize, hey, this phone number was already used for Uber, for example. So we make sure that we don't have any phone number collisions. Then again, you get a Lightning invoice, you pay the Lightning invoice, and then you get here your phone number, and you copy-paste the phone number to, for example, in this case, it was Uber. You copy-paste it to Uber, and then Uber is sending a verification code to the phone number you provided, and then you see here the verification code, and then you forward this to Uber again. So why is Lightning here a perfect match? Because Lightning is perfect when it comes to privacy for the payer. It's a bit different when you receive payments, because then sometimes you have to reveal the identity of your own node. But with LM Proxy, we have also workarounds for that. You don't need an email address. You also don't need credit cards or PayPal. Of course, no KYC. I mean, it's horrible to use a VPN service with KYC. You have also no subscription. So for example, if you are a dissident in some country and you just want to upload some sensitive documents or so, it's perfectly fine if you use it only for 1 hour. And it's also very cheap. So we charge only $3 per month or 10 cents per hour. So now it gets controversial. Who of you have heard of ordinals? Who of you hate ordinals? Okay. Yeah, I don't hate them, and it's also not that I would say I would love them, but they are there, and so we have to deal with them. And so I was seeing a lot on the Discord servers where people dealt with ordinals. They were all asking the same questions. Hey, how can I spin up my own node? What's the difference between Bitcoin D and Bitcoin Core? And there were a lot of questions, and I was thinking, okay, here's maybe another use case for Lightning. Let's just make a simple service. You upload a picture, text file, or domain, or whatever, and then you choose a wallet, choose a fee, and then you pay with Lightning, and then the file or whatever is inscribed to the blockchain. It supports also BRC20 tokens, but to be honest, I don't believe that this will last long because they are extremely inefficient. And I'm pretty sure they will be gone in a few weeks. But again, for me, it was just another perfect use case for Lightning. And I saw a lot of new people coming into the Bitcoin ecosystem, especially from other chains. And I was like, okay, I want to welcome these people, and I want to welcome them to the Lightning Network, and so I want to provide a tool for them so that they can use it. And it was really interesting also to step a little bit out of the bubble because, we are in such a bubble in our Lightning ecosystem, in our Bitcoin ecosystem, but when these new people came in, they had a lot of questions I would have never thought about that this is possible. For example, when someone had a problem and was writing to us, hey, I have a problem with my inscription, what happened to the invoice or so, and then I was always replying like, hey, just send us an invoice and we will refund you. And then I always got the question, what is an invoice? For us, it's so natural to talk about invoices when it comes to Lightning, but these people, they come from other chains, they come from other projects, they had no idea what a Lightning invoice is, for example. And so it also provides a wallet. You can link, you can link your Albi, for example, your Albi browser extension. You can link it to the website, and then you can receive your ordinals via your Nostr public key. And if you want to send an ordinal, the transaction is signed via your Albi, via your Nostr private key, which is stored in the Albi browser extension. Because with Albi you can also access Nostr, as you know, and we use this public and this private key from Nostr to store ordinals on it. You can also connect your ledger, and you can also use our own wallets. And how does it work? So it's very simple. The user has a document, and he pays with Lightning, and then the document is forwarded to us, and we forward the document to the Ord wallet. The Ord wallet is in the backend. It's the wallet which can inscribe stuff to the Bitcoin blockchain. So the Ord wallet is inscribing it to the blockchain. And here is, again, LNBITS, our big helper, because without LNBITS, we would not know how to do this. Because we, of course, receive funds via Lightning, but the Ord wallet, of course, is only working with on-chain funds. So we are a heavy user of Dizzy.io or the Bolts extensions, and because with this, we can always swap Lightning payments to on-chain. And so what's also very interesting, and which is also a very good use case now, and we are already implementing this in kind of a trustless marketplace, are PSPTs. I don't know who of you have heard of PSPTs or know what PSPTs are. I mean, they are around since a while, but now they become really sexy. If you want to look into that deeper, I can recommend you the Explain Bitcoin podcast. They have a perfect episode about it. So it's very simple. You have every Bitcoin transaction has input and has outputs. And now, for example, I want to sell an ordinal, or it's not only for JPEGs, so you have to imagine it's also for videos, for audio files, it's for PDF, signed PDF documents. For example, I want to sell this and want to receive Bitcoin. So I sign a transaction, I sign only this part of the transaction where I give the Bitcoin to someone else and receive a certain amount of Bitcoin. And then I broadcast this transaction, which is partially signed, to my website, for example. And then as a buyer, I see this offer. I see, okay, here's someone who wants to sell a file for that amount of Bitcoin. And I say, okay, the price is what I want to pay for. And then the buyer sells the other part which is, for example, the input here, the BTC, the Bitcoin the buyer has to pay, and also maybe the platform fee. And then, so we can see it here again, the seller is signing this part of the transaction, which gives the document to someone else and the Bitcoin to himself. And then when the buyer comes, he's signing the rest of it. So there's zero trust between those two parties. Then they broadcast this now completely signed transaction to the blockchain, to the Bitcoin blockchain, and then the transaction gets mined, and then the seller receives some Bitcoin and the buyer receives his document. And the last 2 days I was also talking to some Ethereum developers. They came to the PlebFi hackathon and they were like, okay, we have left Bitcoin in 2014 or 2015, but now they're coming back because they say that this is the most purest form of a smart contract, and it's so simple so that here nothing goes wrong, and it's not like in Ethereum where you have to write dozen lines of code in Solidity and where you can mess it up very easily. This is just the purest form of a smart contract, and I think we are only scratching on the surface of what we can do with this. So, to sum it up, what is my takeaways from building this kind of things? The good thing is with Lightning and Bitcoin, you know you can focus on your business activity from day number one. You don't have to do all this registration stuff and all the KYC stuff. You know, you need a PayPal account, you need a Stripe account to accept payments. You can start on your core business from the first day. You can test from the first day. Is there a demand for your product or is there no demand? Because normally it's the other way around. You have to do all this KYC drama, and you spend a lot of time and money on that. And after that, you can start your business, and then you can find out if there are really users or not. And it's also that the UX, I know sometimes it's maybe not the best because when someone is not familiar with Lightning, but on the other side, Lightning is just perfect. As I showed you with LNVPN, it's just a perfect use case. You come to a website, you want just to buy something. You don't want to insert your email, your phone number, your name and everything, and also your credit card details. You just want to buy something. That's it. So these are my main takeaways. And I can only encourage everyone to start building something like this. Search for a developer, search for a designer who can help you. We need way more of apps on the Lightning Network, yeah, so that people are encouraged to use the Lightning Network. Because when there are no apps and when there are no use cases, we don't need this protocol. So I can really encourage you, start building, help the builders. We need every single developer in the space, so be welcoming, be inclusive to them, whatever they want to build, even if it's something controversial with ordinals. I can tell you I have never seen so many people coming into the Bitcoin space like I have seen the last 2 or 3 months. It's completely overwhelming, and also many developers from other chains are coming back right now, so I really want to encourage you to have maybe a look into it and maybe encourage people doing this. So with that said, thank you very much.
Hey everybody, I'm Whitney Webb. I'm an investigative journalist. Thanks. Cool, thanks for that. I'm an investigative journalist. I've been writing professionally since 2016. I'm the founder of and contributing editor to unlimitedhangout.com. Today, I'm going to be speaking about the imminent effort to not just criminalize Bitcoin and financial privacy, but how that effort directly coincides with efforts to undermine free speech and the right to privacy in general. While many of these efforts are taking place at the international level, they intimately involve powerful American federal agencies, American commercial banks, and the Federal Reserve. Late last month, a bipartisan group of U.S. senators introduced the Financial Technology Protection Act, which would, quote, create a working group tasked with studying how terrorists or other criminals might use cryptocurrencies and other financial technologies and create proposals for Congress and regulatory agencies aimed at countering these uses, end quote. This working group would be composed of representatives of the U.S. Treasury Department, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, or FinCEN, the IRS, the Office of Foreign Asset Control, the FBI, the Drug Enforcement Agency, the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, the Department of State, and the CIA. Bitcoiners should pay close attention to these developments, as the DOJ in particular has attempted to paint Bitcoin as the payment of choice for well-known terror groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda, signaling that this working group proposed by this bill will likely seek to specifically target Bitcoin. Adding to this concern is the fact that a slew of recent mainstream media reports, which cite Treasury and FinCEN officials, DOJ officials, and CIA analysts, have claimed that, quote, terrorists are turning to Bitcoin and they're learning fast. That Bitcoin is the, quote, new frontier in terror financing. And that, quote, Bitcoin is helping terrorists secretly fund their deadly attacks. Even the prominent military think tank RAND Corporation has argued that Bitcoin and the dark web are the newest terrorist threat. Many of these entities, particularly the US Department of Justice, are also currently helping draft the UN's new cybercrime treaty, showing that there is currently a very global effort to stomp out cybercrime and alleged funding sources for cybercriminals. However, much like the words terror and terrorist after 9/11, the terms cybercrime and cybercriminals are often very vaguely defined by these same authorities. Perhaps unsurprisingly, many of the groups looking to allegedly combat cybercrime in the US and beyond, including the Department of Justice and the FBI, are part of an international public-private partnership housed within the World Economic Forum that is seeking to define these terms in unsettling ways. Not only that, but this group and its partner organizations are also seeking policy objectives that, if widely implemented, would treat anonymous cryptocurrency transactions, and specifically Bitcoin transactions involving mixers and related privacy tools, as criminal. They also, without evidence, assert that there is a direct link between an increase in the value of cryptocurrencies, specifically Bitcoin, and an increase in cybercriminal activity. This public-private partnership, the WEF Partnership Against Cybercrime, or WEFPAC, is run by a former intelligence agent named Tal Goldstein, whose military intelligence career, was marked by his efforts to have intelligence agencies essentially fuse with private technology companies in his native Israel. Today, WEFPAC's members not only include the FBI, the Department of Justice, the US Secret Service, and intelligence agencies of Israel and Britain, they also include massive too-big-to-fail banks like Bank of America and Santander, as well as massive tech companies like Amazon and Microsoft. PayPal is also there, so is the nonprofit that manages the SWIFT payment system. In recent reports, WEFPAC has alleged that there is a connection between the use of cryptocurrencies as well as privacy-enhancing tools such as mixers and the incidence of cybercrime. They argue that, quote, cybercriminals abuse encryption, cryptocurrencies, anonymity services, and other technologies, but failed to note that their use is hardly exclusive to criminals. Though they refrain from naming any currency specifically, the WEF has stated elsewhere on its website that, quote, governments don't like the fact that Bitcoin users are anonymous, and they have concerns over its use for criminal activity and money laundering, adding that their worries aren't unfounded. It's important to point out that WEFPAC doesn't see cybercriminals just as those who may engage in hacks or financially motivated acts like ransomware attacks. To WEFPAC, cybercriminals also include those who use technologies to uphold terrorism and spread disinformation to destabilize governments and democracies. From that, it seems that WEFPAC's inclusion of disinformation as a type of cybercrime betrays an intention to develop policies that, under the guise of combating cybercrime, will instead promote increased online censorship, particularly of independent media. In discussing solutions, WEFPAC calls for the global targeting of infrastructures and assets deemed to facilitate cybercrime, including those which enable cybercriminal revenue streams, which, as we will see shortly, refers to infrastructure that allows for more private cryptocurrency transactions and enables, quote, the promotion of illegal sites and the hosting of criminal content. In another section, the group discusses seizing the websites of cybercriminals as an attractive possibility. Given that WEFPAC and its members, like the FBI, view disinformation as a form of cybercrime, this could potentially see independent media websites and the infrastructure that allows them to operate and finance their work, like video sharing and payment platforms that do not censor, emerge as targets. Earlier this month, the FBI, in coordination with the National Police of Ukraine, did just this, seizing 9 crypto exchanges, the majority of which had Bitcoin or BTC in the domain name. Their crime? Offering, quote, anonymous cryptocurrency exchange services to website visitors. WEFPAC further argues that, quote, in order to reduce the global impact of cybercrime and to systematically restrain cybercriminals, cybercrime must be confronted at its source by raising the cost of conducting cybercrimes, cutting the activity's profitability, and deterring criminals by increasing the direct risk they face. It then argues, unsurprisingly, that because the cybercrime threat is global in scope, its solution must also be a globally coordinated effort. They say that the main way to achieve this involves, quote, harnessing the private sector to work side by side with law enforcement officials. Shockingly, WEFPAC calls for this cooperation to take place even if it is not, quote, always aligned with existing legislative and operational frameworks. In other words, they are saying this cooperation should be allowed to take place even if it is illegal. So how exactly do the members of WEFPAC plan on confronting cybercrime at its source? While they are tight-lipped on exact measures, another group they work closely with and that has considerable overlap with WEFPAC has some ideas. The Financial Services Information Sharing and Analysis Center, or FSISAC, officially exists to, quote, help ensure the resilience and continuity of the global financial services infrastructure and individual firms against acts that could significantly impact the sector's ability to provide services critical to the orderly function of the global economy. In other words, FSISAC allows the private financial services industry to decide on and coordinate sector-wide responses regarding how financial services are provided during and after a given crisis, including a cyber attack or sector-wide concern over cybercrime. FSISAC was tellingly created in 1999, the same year that Glass-Steagall was repealed. FSISAC, their members include the biggest firms on Wall Street. Citigroup, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and Morgan Stanley are among its members, and much of their leadership contributes to, works for, or chairs committees and initiatives of the World Economic Forum, including those focused on cybercrime and ransomware. In 2021, FSISAC's Global Intelligence Office released several predictions for 2021 and beyond. Most of these predictions express concern about a coming cyber calamity, though one prediction in particular stands out, that, quote, economic drivers towards cybercrime will increase. FSISAC claims that the current economic situation created in the wake of COVID-related lockdowns will, quote, make cybercrime an ever more attractive alternative, stating immediately afterwards that, quote, dramatic increases in cryptocurrency valuation will drive threat actors to conduct campaigns capitalizing on this market, including extortion campaigns against financial institutions and their customers. In other words, FSISAC views the increase in the value of cryptocurrency as a direct driver of cybercrime, particularly for ransomware incidents, implying that the value of cryptocurrency must be dealt with if there is to be a reduction in cybercrime, and if cybercrime is to be truly confronted at its source by attacking its profitability, as WEFPAC suggests. However, the data does not fit these assertions, as the use of cryptocurrency by cybercriminals is low and is getting lower. For instance, one recent study, ironically produced by WEFPAC member Chainalysis, found that only 0.34% of cryptocurrency transactions in 2020 were tied to criminal activity, down from 2% the year prior. Though the decrease may be due to a jump in cryptocurrency adoption, the overall percentage of crime-linked cryptocurrency transactions is incredibly low, a fact obviously known to FS-ISAC and its members. But what's disturbing here is that mainstream media has widely circulated the claim that Bitcoin specifically is, to quote Forbes, driving the 1.4 billion ransomware industry. Or to quote NPR, Bitcoin has fueled ransomware attacks. Or to quote an executive at WEFPAC member Chainalysis, Bitcoin is the favorite by far for ransomware attackers. I could give infinite examples, as there is truly an abundance of reports just like these that blame a jump in well-publicized cybercrime events, specifically ransomware attacks, on Bitcoin's increasing popularity and its intrinsic value. Yet here, if the banks, intelligence agencies, and tech companies that partnered with these initiatives see not just financial privacy, but the value of Bitcoin itself as a threat, it goes without saying that their efforts to stop cybercrime at its source would not just involve eradicating financial privacy when it comes to crypto, but also working to devalue crypto. With such groups openly discussing working outside of legal frameworks to accomplish their goals, Bitcoiners must start paying closer attention to these shadowy groups. There is no proof that cryptocurrency, or more specifically Bitcoin, is the key driver of cybercrime, as cybercrime significantly predates the existence of both. However, cryptocurrency does present a threat to the plans of FS-ISAC members and their partners to begin producing digital currencies controlled either by approved commercial banks or central banks themselves, digital currencies that are designed to be easily surveilled. Central bank digital currencies in particular are being designed and implemented to erode financial privacy and autonomy. The success of CBDCs and related projects depends on neutering the competition, which is likely why FS-ISAC has called for the economic drivers of cybercrime to be combated by a global financial cyber utility, which is, of course, the very same globalist entity that WEFPAC seeks to create. Not long before FS-ISAC and WEFPAC made all of these claims, many members of both groups participated in a 2020 initiative hosted by the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, itself a member of WEFPAC. The president of the endowment at the time was William Burns, who subsequently became Joe Biden's pick for CIA director less than a year later. The Carnegie Endowment's initiative brought together many members of WEFPAC and FS-ISAC with an important addition: representatives of central banks, namely the US Federal Reserve and the European Central Bank. Also notably present in this initiative was the US's Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, or the FDIC. The report developed by these parties is astounding, as it states that the main cause of global financial instability is not irresponsible central bank policies or commercial banks engaging in criminal behavior, but instead, quote, the current fragmentation among stakeholders and initiatives. They argue that the main solution needed to stabilize the global financial system lies in reducing that fragmentation. The only way to accomplish that, they say, requires the massive reorganization of all stakeholders via increased global coordination. They specifically note that the, quote, disconnect between the finance, the national security, and the diplomatic communities is particularly pronounced and calls for much closer interaction between all three. It goes on to state the following, quote, this requires countries not only to better organize themselves domestically, but also to strengthen international cooperation to defend against, investigate, prosecute, and ideally prevent future attacks. This implies that the financial sector and financial authorities must regularly interact with law enforcement and other national security agencies in unprecedented ways, both domestically and internationally, end quote. Essentially, this initiative has called to begin fusing commercial banks and financial authorities, like regulators, with national security and law enforcement agencies. This policy could not be more insane or dystopian. Making things even worse is the fact that WEFPAC, of which the Carnegie Endowment and many of the other organizations behind this policy are members, not only call for this fusion to take place, they call to do so in ways, again, that may be illegal. A merging of commercial banks, their regulators, and the intelligence agencies is a complete nightmare scenario, but this is exactly what the World Economic Forum has come to promote as a model public-private partnership. But perhaps more critically for American citizens, this is a policy developed with the direct participation of the US Federal Reserve, the FDIC, the US Secret Service, the FBI, the Department of Justice, and the country's most systemically important commercial banks. The establishment in this country supports these policies, and from what I can see, they have every intention of trying to make them a reality. These American federal agencies, institutions, and commercial banks are playing a major role in developing regulations that will inevitably target Bitcoin. They have made it very clear in media reports, press releases, and policy documents that they see financial privacy, the popularity of Bitcoin, and the value of Bitcoin as direct threats responsible for what they define as cybercrime. Yet time and again, the American people have been fleeced and looted by many of these same agencies and many of these same commercial and central banks. The big banks like HSBC can launder millions of dollars for drug cartels. Nothing happens to them. No one goes to jail. The CIA has laundered untold millions through criminal banks like BCCI, a bank which ran its own sex trafficking operation involving prepubescent kids. And again, nothing was done. No one went to jail. FTX can launder aid money supposedly destined for Ukraine, funnel it back as campaign contributions to the same political party, developing crypto regulations while painting Bitcoin as a national security threat. Sam Bankman-Fried was the only person arrested, and right now he's not in prison. He's in a multi-million-dollar mansion in California, about to get 10 of the 13 federal charges against him dismissed. The current president's son can launder as much money as he wants after leaving the evidence on a laptop he abandoned, and the intelligence community comes to his defense, falsely claiming that the data on his laptop, now admitted to be his, was a Russian hoax. These guys are the real criminals, and if you think they care about stopping money laundering or cybercrime in any meaningful way, you have been had. But soon, if nothing is done to stop these policies that are being drafted behind closed doors, use a Bitcoin mixer and take steps to keep your Bitcoin transactions anonymous or more private, you'll be accused of suspiciously acting like a cyber criminal. Complain about the obvious double standard, you'll be accused of spreading disinformation and become a cyber criminal yourself. What should particularly concern us now is how these agencies, entities, and public-private partnerships plan to manufacture consent for their policies. As things stand right now, a lot of the policies dreamt up by these groups that I've just described, I would hope, would be rejected by the vast majority of Americans. That is, of course, unless the right crisis were to come along and suddenly make most Americans extremely concerned and fearful of cybercrime. While warnings of a so-called cyber pandemic floated around in 2021 as a series of high-profile and highly publicized ransomware attacks took place, we haven't heard as much since. But now, with the last global crisis, COVID-19, officially over, according to the US government and the World Health Organization, some are raising the alarm that a new global crisis is soon to make a dramatic appearance. Given what I've been saying, let's check in with the World Economic Forum and see what they think the next global crisis will be. Well, in January of this year, Jeremy Jurgens, number 2 at the WEF after Klaus Schwab, asserted that a, quote, catastrophic mutating event will strike the world in 2 years. What a confident prediction. So what is this catastrophic mutating event that will strike the world before 2025? If you guessed a, quote, global catastrophic cyber event, you win. At a presentation at this year's Davos, Jurgens claimed that 93% of cyber leaders and 86% of cyber business leaders believe that the geopolitical instability makes a catastrophic cyber event inevitable before 2025. Joining Jurgens in fear-mongering over a cyber doomsday was Jürgen Stock, the head of Interpol, one of the most influential members of WEFPAC. I should also add that the United Nations, which as I mentioned earlier, is currently making its new cybercrime treaty, has named Interpol as uniquely positioned to be the implementing partner of a number of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, specifically when it comes to disrupting financial streams of terrorists, securing cyberspace, and curbing illicit markets. Jurgens and Stock's comments about a catastrophic cyber attack before 2025 spawned hysterical mainstream media headlines warning of cyber apocalypse 2023. That same month, Newsweek's print edition featured an ominous hacker on the cover with the words, "Hack attack, how cyber criminals outwit all efforts to stop them." Many of the experts quoted in the Hack Attack article work for companies that are WEFPAC members. In recent years, there has been much talk about a doomsday cyber attack, and now it seems top people at the WEF and WEFPAC feel confident enough to put a relatively short timeline on it. How bad will this attack be if and when it materializes? Considering that the current head of the Department of Homeland Security has claimed that the next cyber attack will kill many people, it seems that a cyber 9/11 could be waiting in the wings, which of course would be followed shortly thereafter by a Cyber Patriot Act, or something very similar. If Bitcoin is blamed for motivating or funding the cyber criminals deemed responsible for such a catastrophe, what will happen to public opinion, and what type of legislation might we see rammed through Congress? Given what I've described today, the WEF and its allies, including several US government agencies, need a couple of things to come to the forefront of the public mind before they can offer their dystopian solutions that they already have on the books. In order to fuse banks, regulators, and the national security state to end fragmentation in the global financial system, global financial instability must first become a major global concern. With everything that has been taking place since the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, it seems we may not be too far away from global financial instability becoming a top concern for the average person. The other thing they need to happen is for the average person to become incredibly fearful of financial privacy and online privacy to the point that they will willingly trade their privacy for greater security, or rather, what will be sold as greater security. Bitcoin, privacy-minded crypto, and privacy-preserving technologies like encryption must become public enemy number one in order for the offered solution, a completely surveilled internet and completely surveilled financial system, to be accepted by the masses. Ultimately, what I'm trying to convey with this information is that the fight over the control of the cryptocurrency space is part of the larger war being fought over the future of our society, our country, and the world. Will we sleepwalk into a world of CBDCs where intelligence agencies, central banks, and commercial banks have fused into the same Orwellian entity, where holding terror-linked Bitcoin or using encryption or mixers makes you a cyber criminal? Or will we fight the groups and institutions that have looted American wealth for well over a century and demand a return to the Constitution and the right to privacy, not just financially, but in all senses? Those that wish to force us into the former scenario clearly and unequivocally see Bitcoin as well as privacy-enhancing technology as a direct threat to their power and their plans, and there has never been a more important time to choose a side. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. How's everybody doing today? I'm so happy to be here at the open source stage with all my friends and family. and the best Bitcoiners. This is the best part of the Bitcoin conference, and I'm just honored to be on the stage. Where's the thing? Oh, yes. Today I'm going to talk to you about, this is kind of a clickbaity title, Layer 2 Mempools, I called it. What the hell is a Layer 2 mempool? I don't know, I just made that up. Let me start with a really quick introduction. My name is Wiz. I grew up working in data centers as a network engineer, and I ran a bunch of networks, and nowadays I mostly just run things like, well, I'm honored to be one of the 9 Bitcoin DNS seed operators in the world. So when you start a new Bitcoin node, you get a list of peers from my server, and I run a bunch of other sites like Bitcoin TV, Bitcoin Only, Bisqueaky, things like this, and do a number of other community projects like publishing books in Japan and running meetups. It's great to be a full-time Bitcoiner, and I love it. But my main project and full-time job is working on the Mempool open source project and running the memepool.space instance for the community. It's such an honor and responsibility that we take very seriously doing this project. It started, this is a quick review, it started in 2018. The mempool got full in 2018. This is a tweet from Pierre Rochard's account. This is probably the first screenshot of mempool space on the internet that I could find. And this is cool because the mempool was full, and it's very rare to see this screenshot. Sof Simon, my co-founder on the project, actually launched it a little bit later, maybe a month or two later after that initial screenshot. He got the 3D blocks going here. But the interesting thing about this screenshot compared to the last one is that the mempool had cleared out by then, and everyone kind of forgot about the mempool when mempool space was officially launched. And so that was around the time when I realized, I saw this website, and I realized the genius that went into this invention of visualizing the mempool as projected blocks, because up until this point, everyone had just focused on the blockchain. Nobody had visualized the mempool like this before. And it was such a genius invention that you could do real-time transaction tracking in the mempool. What's going on? So I immediately reached out to Sof Simon. I said, let's collaborate on this. Let's make an open source project together. And so we did. We created the GitHub account and the Twitter account and moved it to my servers. And we started to think, what do we really want to build here? What is the main problems that we want to solve? What are we doing? Everyone knows our friend Catan, 1 sat per vbyte maximalist. He's going to die on this hill. Rip. And I love the guy. It was common knowledge at the time that you could always do 1 sat per vbyte, just wait, and it would get confirmed, usually in the next block even, because the mempool was just empty all the time. And so one of the main things that we're trying to solve is educating the entire Bitcoin community that this is not true. You cannot always do 1 sat per vbyte. Eventually, there will be a market for space in Bitcoin's blockchain, and this fee market, space market, it's coming, and it's coming soon. When? We don't know. But eventually, maybe it takes 5 years, maybe it takes 10 years, we knew it was going to happen, and so we started working on this project to solve the issue of what we called Bitcoin's migration to a multi-layer ecosystem. And it was just simply because in the entire Bitcoin history, there was only maybe 3 or 4 times. This is only really the 4th time, the past few weeks here at the end of the chart, where the mempool became relevant. And the earliest Bitcoin community members, this is such a great quote from Hal Finney, Bitcoin itself cannot scale to have every transaction in the blockchain. There needs to be a secondary level of payment. And so we know that Bitcoin is migrating to a multi-layer ecosystem, and we want to help the community do this. And so how are we going to do that? Well, we make a mempool explorer with the projected blocks, and this allows you to do very accurate fee estimation, very accurate real-time transaction tracking. But more importantly, we're kind of reinventing the concept of what is a Bitcoin explorer. We have basically visualizing the mempool as layer 0. When your transaction gets confirmed into the blockchain, you're now in the base layer, layer 1. And if you open the Lightning channel with that transaction, you want to be able to see what channel got opened. And so we started developing Bitcoin's first multi-layer explorer. And more importantly, we wanted to serve this to the community on our own infrastructure without using any trusted third parties. And we've done that. In the past maybe 2-3 years now, we've leased space in many data centers around the world. And we've built our own ISP, built our own network, built our own switches and server infrastructure, and we're entirely self-hosting mempool space for the community. And this is a lot of hard work went into this, and so it's great to see it pay off. But secondly, we're also going to publish the open source software out there for everyone to easily self-host on their own Raspberry Pi app stores. It's so nice to just use Umbro, thank you, Raspberry Pi Blitz, whatever you're using, just one click, install, and you've got your own mempool instance on all the major Raspberry Pi distributions. So that's one of the things that we're really proud of is all the open source integrations with the community over the past 5 years. Every wallet, every exchange, every mining pool is integrating with the project in some way, shape, or form, and it's a huge responsibility. We recently rolled out the mining dashboard and also a Lightning dashboard, so now we've kind of accomplished the initial goals of creating this multi-layer ecosystem. And more recently, we had our shadowy supercoder Mononaut implement this really cool block visualization for us, which we later expanded into a block audit feature. And this allows us to essentially audit what mining pools are putting into their blocks and further monitor the fee network, the fee market that's developing in Bitcoin. We can know exactly what's added or what's missing, or if there's censorship, what's going on. And this has been a very valuable tool to a lot of miners recently. And it's all kind of building on top of each other to further the project, further the community. It's like we're gaining more and more momentum. I think up until a few weeks ago, we had around 1 million or 1.5 million users on the site every month, and we were very, very happy. And tons of new contributors on GitHub and everything. But the past few weeks, the site has just exploded with, I don't know what's going on, ordinals, BRC20 token, whatever, shitcoins, but they're pumping the fee market so hard that now we have several million users on the website every month, and all the investment that we made in this infrastructure and servers and everything is really starting to pay off because we're able to meet that demand. And even when other projects, very well funded companies like Blockstream, we see blockstream.info or blockchain.com, they're having trouble keep the site on. We're really proud of not having any downtime yet. And it's gone great so far. But now, this kind of represents a major milestone in the project where we're finally ready to take it to the next level. Because everyone always asks, okay, cool project, but how are you going to make money? How are you going to monetize this project? Are you just going to put ads on there? Are you going to sell gift cards? Like, what is the business model of mempool space? And we actually announced this years ago on podcasts. We did press releases with different people years ago. But nobody really paid attention or cared because the mempool was empty and it wasn't time, it wasn't ripe of a market to launch our business model. But now, I'm very happy to announce Mempool Space is launching Bitcoin's first transaction acceleration marketplace. And there have been transaction accelerators before operated by a few mining pools here and there. But what we're launching is an entirely new concept where, I mean, to put it very simply, if you ever had your transaction stuck in the mempool, don't you wish you could just call the CEO of Bitcoin and have him confirm it in the next block? Well, now you can. And the way we implement this is that you're tracking your transaction on our website, and you've paid too small of a fee, or maybe you did use a very well-funded fee, but for whatever reason, your transaction gets buried before it gets confirmed, and you can't do RBF or you can't do CPFB. There's a number of reasons why people mess up their wallets, or maybe you want to remove some uncertainty from your business model. There's a lot of reasons. Essentially, whenever the mempool gets full, Simon and I get 9,000 DMs saying, hey, can you please confirm my transaction? I've been waiting 20 minutes, and they're very angry at us. Like, you should see the emails we get. And so this is another project we worked very hard on over the past couple of years. We're calling it Mempool Accelerator. And I think the best way to show this product, show this service to you guys, is to just give the world's first demo. This is something we just got working very recently, just a couple days ago. And so we called our good friend in Australia, he's we needed a low fee transaction to test this product, so we called up Catan at midnight. Said, hey, Catan.
Thanks for joining us all the way from Australia. I know it's late there, but we really appreciate you sending us this one set. I'm going to put it into the broadcast box here. And bam, look at that, 1 sat per vbyte. When is that projected to confirm? Never. It's so, oh, I see, because you got like a dust limit thing. So yeah, ETA is very, very not anytime soon. So let's go to our secret development server and look up that transaction. So on our development server here, we have this cool accelerate button, and it takes you to the mempool accelerator. So if you're logged in and you have sats in your account, you can see the next block fee is currently 88 sats per vbyte, but you only paid 1. Because you only paid 1. And it's going to cost you a little bit to accelerate it. So let's go ahead and accelerate it. Wow, your transaction is being accelerated. So now let's go back to the real-time tracking here. So the real-time tracking doesn't have the cool arrow effect yet, but as soon as we get a block from one of our mining pool partners, it should be confirmed. So this is the boring part because it might take hours. But yeah, I guess we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for the
So
but it could be any minute, right?
A few minutes later.
3 minutes later.
Wow.
There you go. One confirmation.
Bro.
Seriously? So that is on the mempool?
I mean, verified on your own node, don't trust me.
Yeah,
Catan didn't believe us. He thought we had made a fake website or something just to troll him.
Yeah, I think, Catan, we're really honored to have your transaction as the first transaction accelerated on the mempool accelerator. Thank you very much for helping us with this.
No worries. Thank you.
All right, good night, bro.
Good night, man.
So that's it. Bitcoin's first transaction acceleration marketplace, verified by Catan. Doesn't matter what fee you use, even a zero fee transaction, you send your transaction to memepool.space and it gets stuck. We're going to be able to accelerate it no problem for a very reasonable fee, value for value. We're not going to ruin the project by adding any advertisements or selling your data to some chain surveillance companies. We're going to keep the project pure and monetize it in an ethical way so we can continue to fund the development. And we're going to be launching this sometime later this year. Right now, this is just a proof of concept demo with our mining pool partners. We'll probably do another talk in a few weeks at the next conference, going into more technical details of how it works. This is just kind of the announcement of our new business model. But we're very excited and very honored to be able to announce it here in Miami for you guys. So stay tuned for more. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. How are you guys feeling tonight? Not a lot of wizard hats in the audience. I'm kind of disappointed. I thought there'd be more of you guys. Anyway, so we're going to talk about ZK rollups on Bitcoin. And I want to rewind a little bit. The idea of ZK rollups on Bitcoin is not necessarily a new idea. If you go back to old Reddit posts on the Bitcoin subreddit, even people like Gregory Maxwell has been talking about that the ideal version to run some type of trustless sidechain would be to use zero knowledge proofs to verify that the computation that happens inside a sidechain cannot be tampered with, that is trustless. It would be sort of the ultimate form of how you would build a trustless sidechain. So this is not a brand new idea, and Bitcoin has sort of been forgotten. I think that quite recently there's been a sort of new emerging interest in this technology, and I think perhaps one of the strongest reasons for why it's coming up back again is because we recently had a pretty big fee spike in Bitcoin. I don't know if you guys recognize that. We went up for like 1 Satoshi per virtual byte up to 600 for a couple of days. And so the fees went up from basically $0 up to $25 to make a regular transaction, and even more if you wanted to open a Lightning channel or close a Lightning channel. So I was getting inbound messages from Lightning wallet developers that said that Lightning doesn't function in a high-fee environment because the people who aren't on Lightning, for them to set up Lightning channels, that's expensive. And for the people that are in Lightning channels, when the fees to settle a Lightning channel to the mainnet are higher than the amount of value that you're transferring around in your chain, in your channel, when those fees are higher, then you don't have any economic incentive to actually settle the channel, which means that you're basically transferring around credit in that system at that point. And we can also see, so this is one of the things about Lightning that so we have in the Ethereum world, we actually thought about using scaling Ethereum using state channels. And this exact problem, that when the fees are volatile on the mainnet, was one of the reasons that the Ethereum ecosystem moved away from state channels as not a great solution in this situation. And you also have other complications with Lightning, like you have to run an always online node in order to receive a payment. It's difficult to have a static address to receive a payment to. That's why 95% or 90% of all Nostr users use a custodial wallet so that they can have a static LNURL payment code or a Lightning address so that they can receive payments to. So we're seeing a lot of, and some people are saying no, I'm just using custodial wallets, Lightning wallets on Nostr because it's small payments. But if you had a decentralized non-custodial wallet, wouldn't you just also use that? Are you changing to the more custodial one just when you're using? I don't think that. It's because there are user experience challenges with the Lightning protocol and security, like the fee. When the fees get high, your payments become less secure. So I think that people are. I'm not saying this applies to everyone. There's a lot of Bitcoiners that still believe that Lightning is the one best possible solution, and I think that. What I do think that we should probably entertain the idea that we need to explore multiple paths of different layer 2 solutions, and we can have them compete with each other on the open market, see which ones work the best, and then let the market decide. So there is now an increased interest in building ZK rollup technology on top of Bitcoin, even though that this has been a controversial idea in Bitcoin for a long time. So we are going to talk about how one would go about to build a ZK rollup on Bitcoin today. Like what are some of the challenges? What are some of the advantages? What are sort of the scalability bottleneck? And how is the user experience in that system different? So I have with me here Preston Evans, who's the CTO of a company called Sovereign Labs. Preston Evans is one of gigabrains in the sort of ZK rollup space. So I would perhaps just pass over the word to you, Preston. Could you, I'm assuming that a lot of people know who I am, but you're sort of new on these stages here, so it would be super helpful if you just gave a little background to who you are and sort of what you're working on at Sovereign Labs and how it fits into this ZK rollup on Bitcoin topic.
Perfect, yeah. So thanks for that intro, Eric. It's great to be here, everybody. Thanks for all turning out for this. Like Eric said, this is really an exciting time to be in the ZK space and the Bitcoin space because for the first time, two things are happening. So number one is that Bitcoiners are starting to realize that there is a need for new solutions in addition to Lightning, right? It took us 5 years to build out Lightning, and now Lightning is finally starting to get mature, and it's starting to become obvious that maybe this isn't the be-all and end-all of payments. But beyond that, there's been just a fantastic amount of innovation in the space of zero-knowledge cryptography. And that's mostly been catalyzed by the Zcash protocol and the adoption of ZK proofs on top of Ethereum and other blockchains. So now we have very rapidly advancing and relatively mature cryptography that we can use and apply to Bitcoin to make things that were just never possible before. So I've been in sort of the Bitcoin world for quite a long time. I think I found out about Bitcoin maybe back in 2013 or 2014, which was I was in maybe 8th grade or so. So I've been following Bitcoin for a long time, been very interested, studied computer science at university, and then went and worked at Amazon and was on their blockchain team. But really what I always wanted to do was scale these protocols. And so what I've been obsessed with for years and years is how do we actually do this in a way that is consistent with the values that I grew up with, right? Bitcoin had very, very strong core values of decentralization, of trust minimization. And over the years, I've sort of seen those values starting to slip away because everybody tells you, oh, you don't need sidechains. You can just use, or you don't need altcoins. You can just use Liquid. Liquid is run by a federation. Or, oh, you don't need, some other chain. You can just use Lightning. But like Eric said, something like 90% of Lightning payments happen through custodial wallets. And so I love innovation on Bitcoin. I have nothing against Liquid. I have nothing against Lightning for sure. And there's wonderful people doing decentralized work in that space as well. But it's not enough, right? We need more. So how can we bring more? And the answer is, let's look at all of these other programming environments that people have spent years building up. Let's look at Ethereum. Let's look at Solana. And let's see, what are they doing well? What are they doing badly, right? So many of them have very obviously compromised on decentralization. But some of them have come up with really good ideas that we can take and we can apply to Bitcoin. And one of those ideas is ZK rollups. So maybe it's helpful to just really quickly give an overview of what a ZK rollup is and how it works.
Yeah, and just in general, do you feel like, we've been working on scaling Bitcoin for a number of years, but in parallel, sort of outside of that, there's been this massive explosion of advancements in zero-knowledge cryptography, different ZK circuits with different advantages. We sort of have a lay of the land now. We know what works. We know what's scalable. There are actually systems that are working in production-grade environments that do provide high scalability advantages so that it's not like this. Like when Greg Maxwell in 2014, 2015 was talking about this could be a potential interesting research experiment to use zero-knowledge proofs to verify sidechain. That technology, am I fair in saying that technology does exist right now? It's out there working on other chains. The time has sort of come for the mothership to collect back its offspring and learn from their ideas. So we are in that moment of time where we can actually, we've gotten there. And you can say what you want about the shitcoin industry, but they raised a lot of money and they got a lot of engineers to work on these difficult problems. And fuck the venture capitalists. Let's take their learnings and let's put it into Bitcoin. Right? This is the time to do that. So I wanted to learn. I mean, one thing. So what has been happening on the sort of ZK rollup narrative domain is that the Human Rights Foundation. I was helping the Human Rights Foundation sort of create a research initiative and elect a person to do a study on how much can a ZK rollup actually scale Bitcoin? Like what are the throughputs advantages that we're actually looking on? So we had John Light that I think some people in the audience are familiar with. He did that. It was a 6-month program where he looked into what the advantages of ZK rollups were and what the scalability advantages really were. And I think that the number, like a ballpark number that he came up with was that we were looking around like 30x or 50x throughput increase for transferring Bitcoin value if we had that type of to actually build a ZK rollup in Bitcoin, though, it requires a consensus change. We're going to talk about something that's slightly different, that there is actually a way to build a ZK rollup on top of Bitcoin that doesn't require any consensus changes at all, something that you can use right now. But that 30x, 50x throughput number still applies to this context also. So be helpful. So Sovereign Labs, to my understanding, this kind of rollup that doesn't require any consensus changes is sort of what you guys are specialized in.
Exactly.
So could you perhaps talk a little, like, what is a sovereign rollup?
Yeah, exactly. So maybe it's helpful to just very briefly give a rundown on what is a rollup or what is a ZK rollup in general, and then we'll talk specifically about what makes sovereign rollups different. So broadly speaking, the idea of a ZK rollup is that you're going to take an existing blockchain, like Bitcoin, and you're going to post data to that blockchain that's not a standard Bitcoin transaction. So think ordinals here, right? Ordinals is posting data onto Bitcoin, but it's not sending money back and forth. It's doing something different. We use that exact same trick, and it's compatible with pretty much any blockchain in existence. So what you do is you post data that is transactions for some sidechain. And what that gives you is the security of the Bitcoin network behind this sidechain. So with lots of other protocols, you have this difficulty where you have some consensus set, some group of people who's responsible for securing the sidechain, and that group is distinct from the Bitcoin miners. And so it's not clear what guarantees you're getting about what's happening to my money on this sidechain. With a rollup, you don't have that problem at all. The transactions live on Bitcoin. And all you do is you run a full node of some other blockchain protocol, which knows how to interpret that data off of the Bitcoin blockchain and build up an account balance from that. So maybe I'll put a transaction on chain that says send 5 Bitcoin to Eric Wall. And then every full node that's following this protocol will see that, and it's immutably recorded in the Bitcoin ledger. So nobody can tamper with the history of, did I send that money or did I not? So then this is a great idea, right? It's like Mastercoin. It's a 2014 idea. Okay, so the problem with this idea is that everybody in the world has to run a full node of this other sort of unrelated protocol, right? And that's just not scalable. So can we do better? And the answer is yes, but you need moon math. You need crazy cryptography to do it. So this is where the ZK in a ZK rollup comes in. What we do is, in addition to building this extra protocol on Bitcoin where we post the data, we build a zero-knowledge proving engine which can take that data and can make a cryptographic proof that says, I have processed this data correctly. And if you've processed the data correctly, here's the account balance that you should get. So now, instead of having to get somebody to spin up their own full node of this totally unrelated protocol, you can just say, hey, here are the rules of the protocol. Here's a proof that I've been following them, and my account balance is $5. And these proofs are completely unforgeable. They're just as secure as the digital signatures that exist on Bitcoin today. And they're purely mathematical. You're not trusting some entity. There's no trust involved. All you're doing is checking this proof.
Well, you're trusting the moon magic ZK math. So,
yes, you are trusting the math. But you can check the math.
Can you talk about some of the cryptographic primitives that we're talking, like how more advanced or how more nascent are these cryptographic primitives that we're working on here? Like, so in Bitcoin, we're using this very battle-tested, robust elliptic curve signatures. We're using hash algorithms that are battle-tested. If we wanted to do something with a ZK rollup, does it mean that we're introducing something that is very nascent and very new, or are we using some primitives that actually come from a school of cryptography that are very well understood?
Yeah, that's a really, really good question. And the answer is, as always, a bit nuanced. But in terms of pure cryptographic primitives, we're talking very, very simple things. So to build a simple ZK rollup, all you really need is a collision-resistant hash function and then a polynomial. And polynomials are not even cryptographic objects. They're just like high school algebra.
They're not actually new cryptographic primitives. They are pretty well understood. Some of them are even older than some of the ones that we use in Bitcoin.
Exactly.
But the field itself is perhaps a little bit less understood.
That's right.
That's where the risk is?
That's right, yes. So the primitives we use are simple, but constructing correct protocols out of those primitives is a bit complex, and that's where most of the risk comes in.
Okay. So before we get into the differences between ZK rollups and sovereign ZK rollups, sovereign ZK rollups are the ones that we can actually build today. ZK rollups are sort of the end goal. But before we get into that, I think that we talked about ZK rollups, but can we talk more about how does the user experience of transacting within a ZK rollup compare to transacting inside of Lightning? Because we're saying now a ZK rollup can give you 30 or 50x scalability advantage, throughput advantage, but Lightning has way, way more. So there must be something else about this ZK rollup technology that makes it interesting in the first place. So let me ask you. So if I want to send you a payment in a ZK rollup, do you need to be running an always on? Like, is it an interactive transaction? Do you need to be online, or can I just send it to a static address that you have sent me, and is it safe? Like, is there any communication between us, or an online node, or a watchtower that has to be involved, or what's sort of the?
Yeah, it's a great question, and the answer is no. It's exactly like sending money on the base layer. There's no interactivity assumption. There's no liveness assumption.
And what about inbound liquidity? So
no need for inbound liquidity.
No inbound liquidity either?
Nothing. You're getting exactly the same experience you'd get on the base layer, but on a much more scalable and potentially more programmable environment.
Okay, so it sounds like it's a relatively scalable protocol, but and here's another thing though. So what happens if the fees get very high on the mainnet? How would that impact a rollup? Like, do you still have to open a channel, or is what really happens when the fees on the mainnet go up? How is this ZK rollup going to survive? If Lightning has troubles, how would it sort of impact a ZK rollup in that situation?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So let's talk very briefly about why it's important to have low fees for Lightning, and then explain how ZK rollups are different. So for Lightning, you have to have low fees on the base chain, because if somebody tries to defraud you, so remember, your payment data in Lightning lives off-chain. So if I've got a channel with Eric, between the two of us, know what the state is. Maybe we know that Eric owns 100 Bitcoin and I own 5 Bitcoin out of this channel. But there's nothing that stops me from broadcasting an old state of the channel on-chain, except for the fact that Eric might catch me and then broadcast a newer transaction saying, hey, Preston just lied about what the balances were. Well, if Eric can't broadcast that transaction, then the channel will close and I can run off with his money. So that means that you need fees to be low all of the time, because you always need Eric to be able to catch me if I try to defraud him. That's fundamentally because Lightning data lives off-chain. If your data lived on-chain, then you wouldn't have to worry about any of that. So ZK rollups have completely on-chain data, which means that there is no security assumption involving liveness or being online. That means that Eric can walk away from his computer, he can move to Zimbabwe, he can turn off his internet, and nothing bad can happen to his funds. So that means if there is a spike in the fees on the base layer, the ZK rollup will pay more fees. So if you have money on the base layer and you want to send it to somebody else, maybe if you want to be included in the next block, you have to pay at a 30th or a 50th of what you would have paid on the base layer. But you still have to pay the high fees. But if you're willing to wait, you can safely wait. There is no security risk involved. And that's completely different from existing protocols like Lightning.
Okay, so there's in drive chains, for the people who know what that is, when the mainnet fees get very high, the drive chains aren't really affected by that much, because there's not a lot of footprint on the mainnet that needs to happen. In a ZK rollup, they are still at the behest of sort of the fees, but since you still have, since your transactions are like an order of magnitude smaller in a ZK rollup, then the cost is still going to be lower, even if that cost then gets impacted on what the mainnet fees are. So it sounds to me like a ZK rollup gives you sort of a very similar or almost like an identical user experience that the mainnet has. But what about, for example, what about if I think that one of the great things about Lightning is that a transaction is fast? So are all transactions going to be, do I have to wait 20 minutes for a Bitcoin block to get my transaction approved by ZK rollup?
That's a great question. And this one, again, is a bit nuanced, because there's a huge design space for how you make your ZK rollups work. So one way to make a ZK rollup work is that the data goes onto Bitcoin first and is processed after the fact. So if I want to send $5 to Eric, I put a transaction on chain saying send $5 to Eric. And then once it lands in a Bitcoin block, everybody in the world sees it, and we can all agree that that money was sent. OK, there is another way to run a rollup. Instead of putting the data directly on chain, you can go through some intermediary. So maybe we designate Eric as the intermediary, and everybody in the world sends their transactions to him. OK, so for 10 minutes or 20 minutes until the next Bitcoin block lands, we basically have IOUs. So I'll tell Eric, like, hey, I wanted to send $5. And he'll say, OK, sure, I've sent it. And until he puts the data in the Bitcoin block, I'm just trusting Eric. But because he's running this sort of off-chain service, he can give me an instant confirmation, which is as good as my trust in Eric, right? So Eric has to lie to me, and I can maybe prove to people that he lied. We can use cryptography to make it so that I can prove to people if he did lie to me.
So I can say, if I'm running the CK rollup sort of sequencer, so we call it that.
Yes, exactly.
If I'm running the CK rollup sequencer, my job is to put the ZK rollup data into the Bitcoin base layer. I can only do it when the blocks come in, but I can sort of give an assurance that, I'm going to include your transaction. I'm really going to include your transaction. And then you can get a soft confirmation
exactly.
that isn't cryptographically or cryptoeconomically secure. Or can we can there perhaps be a way that we can, like I can put up some money at stake that gets slashed if I don't include the transactions that I said that I was going to do? So
yes, you
it's
could
still
do
not
that.
perfect security, but it's like some softer guarantee. Is that possible?
Exactly. It's a softer guarantee. And then the other thing you can do if you're willing to take on this centralized sequencer is that you can have them net out balances. So maybe I sent Eric $5, and then he sent me $5 back, and then I sent it back to him, all within the space of a single Bitcoin block. He can net that out so that only the final balance appears on chain, just like you can with Lightning.
And could I also, instead of me being the sequencer, could I be perhaps a threshold signature of 50 different big organizations?
Exactly. You could run a threshold signature. You could even run a separate, like a sidechain, whose only job is to give these pre-confirmations.
And this gets even more interesting. But so the soft confirmation of the 50 or multi-sig, can we steal any funds?
You can't steal any funds. All you can do is censor transactions. And for a properly designed rollup, we can make it so that you can't even censor.
So we can't like run away with all the value in the. But if they trust our soft confirmation and then we include other transactions, then what happens is that the transactions that they thought got confirmed then got unconfirmed, and maybe a payment, maybe a point of sale system gave away like a Beats by Dre or something, and then that confirmation was no longer valid. So there is some risk accepting those.
Completely, there is some risk here.
But they're not like in Liquid, for example. In Liquid, the multisig, they can take all the value, all the balances of the entire sidechain and run away with it if they wanted to. And that's not something that can happen here. They can only sort of unconfirm those fast confirmations.
Exactly.
And there can be money that they get slashed off if they try to. They try to do that. So it's up to you if you want to accept these soft confirmations.
Exactly.
It's sort of a risk. Maybe there can be even insurance that you can have in place. Like if I get rugged by the soft confirm, there can be another entity that sort of insures that.
Right. And we really encourage people to just build rollups that don't use a centralized sequencer at all. Just put the data directly on Bitcoin and run with it.
Oh, so you mean there is a way to run a ZK rollup even without sequences so like a based rollup is sort of the term, right?
Exactly. So the idea there is instead of you going to Eric and saying like, hey, Eric, I want to send $5, and he tells you, okay, I promise I'll put that on chain in 5 minutes. The idea is like, no, I'll just wait until the next Bitcoin block is, and I'll send my data directly to a miner, and they'll include it for me. That's it, super simple. There are some trade-offs, of course, because now there's nobody to net out the balances, so maybe I'll pay a little bit more fee. But the upside is that I get the full security of Bitcoin right away with no centralized entity.
All right, so we obviously know, like let's get to the sort of important part of the conversation here. We obviously know that there's great potential in ZK rollup technology. That's a very interesting alternative to Lightning and an alternative to sidechains. My opinion is might be the best alternative of them all. Other people have other opinions. But the matter of the fact, though, is that we can't get this ZK rollup that we're talking about, we can't trustlessly bridge in Bitcoin into that environment and bridge them out until we get a consensus upgrade in Bitcoin. That we will basically need an opcode that allows you to verify a zero-knowledge proof so that you can see that what happened in the sidechain was valid, so you're allowed to withdraw those particular Bitcoins back to the mainnet and so on and so forth. So what's this? So I think that we are sort of in the process of building consensus for eventually getting a opcode that verifies Stark proofs into Bitcoin. I've heard that even Adam Back is sort of optimistic to this idea that this is something that realistically we can get into Bitcoin. But as anything in Bitcoin, it's going to take like at least 3 years to be realistic. So what is something that we can do in the meantime, in between? Like, is there a version of a rollup that we can use that has some of the properties of Bitcoin? It doesn't have this trustless bridge between Bitcoin. What would sort of be the purpose of that kind of system? And how would you go about building it?
Yeah, another great question. So the problem that Eric is pointing out here is that if you remember, we're running this sort of sidechain where the data lives on Bitcoin. But to find out what people's account balances are on this sidechain, you have to check a zero-knowledge proof.
right? So somebody's going to give you a proof and say, hey, my balance is $5, and here's a proof that that's correct. Well, the trouble is that the Bitcoin network itself doesn't understand those proofs. And so you can't say, like, hey, I sent Eric $5 on the sidechain, so now give me $5 of Bitcoin on the main chain, because Bitcoin doesn't know anything about those proofs. So if you want to be able to do what's called bridging, so basically making your Bitcoin act like it's on this second layer, you need Bitcoin to add an opcode to check those proofs. But even without that, these protocols are very powerful. So I'm sure people in this room have probably heard of like ordinals and BRC20 tokens. Those show that there's a lot of demand in Bitcoin for more than just money. Money is fantastic, but people want more than that. Well, with a ZK rollup, you can add any arbitrary programming environment that you want on top of Bitcoin. So you could replicate the Ethereum virtual machine. You could replicate Solana if you wanted to, which means that you can do all of the DeFi things that people go to these other chains to do, but with the security of Bitcoin.
So, so you can't, in a sovereign ZK rollup that we're going to have to use for a while before we can get the real ZK rollup, something that we could do is that you could have something like a BRC20 token on Bitcoin. If we expand the BRC20 standard, we could bridge in trustlessly into the sovereign rollup and bridge out trustlessly out of the sovereign rollup because the BRC20 standard is like it's malleable. You don't have to change the consensus rule of Bitcoin to sort of change that one.
That's right, that's right.
So we could have tokens inside of Bitcoin that are created on the base layer. They can go up into a ZK rollup. They can go down. They could be created natively inside the sovereign ZK rollup themselves. You could have NFTs and smart contracts running there that are, so you can't get the trustless Bitcoin in there until we do a consensus chain in Bitcoin, but you can create the entirety of DeFi and tokens and all that kind of stuff completely trustlessly, basically, and in a sovereign ZK rollup today.
Exactly. Yep. So the full gamut of DeFi that you know and love, you can run on top of Bitcoin.
So what's the purpose of Ethereum then?
Yeah, it's a great question. I love Ethereum as a testing ground for Bitcoin, and then it's got very different design goals, right? So it has much faster block times. They are a little bit more aggressive about consensus changes. They are adding support for sort of bigger blocks that support more data. So I don't think this is an Ethereum killer, but it's a great feature for Bitcoin.
And I know, and I practically also agree with a lot of people that had said, Ethereum, they're doing some stuff, like maybe it's good for them, but do we really want to bring all that stuff into Bitcoin, which is this hard money that shouldn't have all these other systems running inside of it? But is there some other benefit to having a system like this running inside of Bitcoin? Like I'm assuming that this would increase block space demand, which would give greater security to the Bitcoin system. So a lot of people are probably aware, like there are people like Peter Todd, who usually speaks at this conference, one of the old-time Bitcoin engineers and researchers. They're talking about that the security budget of Bitcoin is, if we keep halvening the block rewards over time, we may even have to entertain completely insane ideas like actually touching the 21 million cap in Bitcoin in order to get security sustainable for the long term. But with something like this, with an actual buyer, a purchaser of the block space that can be used for something like DeFi, there's more demand for that block space. We've already seen it now, like in the last couple of weeks, that people were paying $25 per transaction. Mm-hmm. So this is something like this could actually help with. It could strengthen the security budget of Bitcoin and make sure that we don't need to entertain those silly ideas of increasing the 21 million limit. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, I think we're pretty much out of time. That was it pretty much. Not sure if we have time for questions. I'm actually going to be running to the great ordinals debate on the main stage if you guys want to catch that there. Thank you so much, Preston.
Thank you, Eric.
And thank you all.
Cool. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the Miniscript panel. My name is Rob Hamilton, co-founder and CEO of AnchorWatch, and we have with me today Antoine Ponsave from the co-founder and CTO of Wizard Sardine, who make Liana Wallet, and we have Andrew Polstra, the creator of Miniscript and the director of Blockstream Research. Okay. Miniscript. So looking through my notes, the blog post formally announcing it was in September 2019. The initial code was pushed in 2018, that summer. I guess before we go into any details, what is Miniscript?
Sure. So Miniscript is a way of encoding Bitcoin scripts, or a way of decoding Bitcoin scripts, if you'd like, where the high-level policy, what you're actually trying to accomplish with this script, you checking signatures, whatever, is visible in a way that you can reason about, basically. So the problem that we had was Bitcoin script is a very low level. It's like a kind of an assembler language. It's based off of a language called Forth. The computational model of Bitcoin script is really not, it doesn't map to human level concepts at all, right? You don't think like I'm checking a signature kind of thing, right? You think like I'm pushing a series of bytes and then I'm pushing another series of bytes and then I have like an opcode that interprets them in a certain way and I can rearrange them and like edit these bytes and so on. But what you're thinking of as a person is I have a number of keys, I want these keys I want signatures associated with these keys. Failing that, maybe there's a time lock, and then I have other keys, kind of thing. So we would kind of, it's been a fun game for us for the last many years to make fun of Ethereum for having this like Turing-complete language that's impossible to reason about and stuff. But like the sad secret was that Bitcoin script was not Turing-complete, and also you can't reason about it. So like it's not so great. So the idea behind Miniscript is that we wanted to be able to reason about scripts. We didn't want to fork, we didn't want to change it, invent a whole new script model. Like that would be a project that would be still continuing for decades to come. But we wanted to be able to reason about it. And we found this nice subset of Bitcoin script that it turned out you could kind of lift into this tree-like structure where you can just see the individual parts of your spending policy. So that's what Miniscript is.
Yeah, basically it's a framework that gives you a safe way of using more general Bitcoin scripts. It gives you assurance about what your Bitcoin script semantics actually are. Because you could come up with a Bitcoin script that you think does what you think it does, but it does not actually do it. So it gives you assurance about what it does and that it does not do what you don't want it to do. It's soundness and completeness.
Yeah. And my elevator pitch is always saying, Miniscript makes Bitcoin programmable money in a very accessible way. It's a very powerful tool to start involving more advanced security schemes for how you're securing your Bitcoin. And I actually left off the rest of that progress roadmap. Antoine, you did a lot of work that got merged into Bitcoin Core in February. So version 25 coming out next will have full output descriptor and signing support for Miniscript. Right?
Yeah, for SegWit v0, you see, starting with Bitcoin Core 24.0, we already had watch-only support, so you could import Miniscripts in the Bitcoin Core wallet, but you could not sign for it. You could not spend the coins sent to this wallet, but starting with 25, you'll be able to spend these coins, but it's only within the WSH descriptor for now.
That's right, which is a perfect segue for talking about actually what would it take. Taproot changed many things and actually how Bitcoin script would be executed, and it impacts Miniscript, right? So offhand, you have the opcheck sigad instead of opcheck multisig, and you have the minimal if rule. There's a couple arrangement things. What does that look like for enabling Taproot full functionality for Miniscript as like next steps?
Yep. So while Miniscript, a lot of the implementations are very new, the original idea for Miniscript actually predates Taproot by a little bit. So when we were, we being several different people, were trying to figure out the rules for TapScript, what should the scripting language look like in Taproot, we were able to use some of the problem we had with Miniscript to inform that. So one that Rob hinted at is this thing called the minimal if rule. So like the Bitcoin scripting language is really like a low-level thing. We have this an if opcode, where if something is true, then you do something, you check some keys or whatever, otherwise you do something else. And the way this opcode works is that you feed it an arbitrary pile of bytes, and if these bytes are truthy, in a sense that would take me a long time to describe, then you do the first thing, and if they're falsy, which also takes a long time to describe, then you do the other thing. And this is actually a source of malleability, because these notions of truthy and falsy, you can have truthy values and falsy values that are all arbitrary length. So naively, if you were to just try to use an if opcode and say, well, the user provides a true or false, and then they provide the appropriate signatures, then somebody could take their true value, which is maybe just like the single byte 1, and add a whole bunch of zeros in front of it, an arbitrary number, and now they've made the transaction 10 times bigger, and now they've ruined the fee rate, and this this is very bad. So the Bitcoin network has what's called a policy rule where nodes won't forward transactions that have these kind of malformed truthy values. But because it's only a policy rule, you can't, transactions could get into blocks. Like a miner could malleate this, or some malicious person collaborating with a miner could, still undermine your fee rate in these ways. So Taproot made this a consensus rule. So one thing we realized very early on with Miniscript is that basically we have to accept policy rules, right? As much as we'd really rather depend on consensus, but it turns out if you don't accept the policy rules, like minimal if is hopeless. You can't even branch, right? You can't do anything with Bitcoin script. So Taproot did strengthen minimal if. I think there were a couple other small things like that where we kind of tightened up the rules in consensus to say, like, this extra flexibility just basically lets you wreck transactions and it doesn't provide any extra functionality. We also changed the way that we do multi-signatures. We have a new opcode called checksigAdd, and I'm not going to describe these all in too much detail. But we added a few extra opcodes, and so we had to tweak Miniscript a little bit to use those new opcodes. But these are actually, technically speaking, fairly minor things to change. The more interesting thing is that we changed the way that denial of service limits in script are computed. So prior to Taproot, the rules for what kind of scripts are valid, there are like 10 different limits that you need to care about. So there's a 201 opcode limit, where opcodes don't include certain opcodes that just push data, but 201 there. There's a 20 sig op limit, where this is a different set of opcodes that are limited by 20. There's a maximum script size you can have, and there's actually scripts appear in multiple parts of the transaction. They all have different limits. There's a maximum number of stack elements you can have. There's like all these different limits. And with Miniscript, because we are all of a sudden able to produce general purpose programs that can do arbitrary things and maybe of arbitrary length, we found that when we were trying to write code for compilers that would take a policy and produce an optimal Miniscript, we couldn't. We had like every direction. We had a multi-dimensional optimization problem. We had all these different limits that we had to manage. And this is suddenly very hard, right? Ideally, we just have one limit, right? Basically, for every additional byte that you use, you have to pay a certain bit extra. And that's something that it's very easy to optimize one value, right? You try to make it small. If you have multiple dimensions, like if I ask you, like, what's the smallest point in this room? There's not an answer, right? So with TapScript, we eliminated a whole pile of limits. And in particular, we said there's no more opcode limit. Okay, so opcode limit didn't really make sense given that you already have to pay for every opcode. And for SIGOPs, we said, well, SIGOPs are pretty expensive, so we'll just make them cost 50 bytes. And for a user, this actually doesn't really affect you because you already have a SIGOP involves a public key and a signature, and that's already more than 50 bytes. So you're already spending more than 50 bytes kind of thing. And so that was the biggest, I guess, pro Miniscript change that we made, was to greatly simplify these limits so that we could produce optimal scripts. And this is, I guess, an example of the kind of thing that until we had Miniscript, we couldn't even think about trying to optimize these things because script was such a mess.
Yeah, nothing to add,
well said.
basically.
Yeah. We have a very short panel, so a lot of things are being condensed. If you are interested in learning more, I would personally suggest Andrew did a really great BitDevs in London in 2020. You can look that up on YouTube. It's my go-to reference for getting more into the details and all of these landmines that happen with Bitcoin script if you're operating without Miniscript. You were on Stefan Livera as well, right?
Yeah, I've been on Stepan Rivera, and there's been a couple of Bitcoin pull request review collabs that were organized, and the Miniscript integration into Bitcoin Core with some questions and a summary about the whole questions that were posted during the meeting, so it could be a good resource.
That's perfect, yeah, and I did a Citadel dispatch earlier this year as well, so depending on how deep you want to go, there's plenty of extra content. But moving on to the next thing, it was yourself, Sanka, and Peter, right, that put this all together, and it sounds like Sanka really charged this up to really add a lot more efficiency in extending the use of Miniscript, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It was kind of a funny history. It's quite surprising and flattering for me that we're talking about Miniscript at this thing here, because the history was basically that in 2018 or so, I was working on the Rust Bitcoin project, which is just like Bitcoin utilities for in the Rust programming language, and some people wanted to add the ability to do more interesting things in script. And there were a few standard templates people were using, right? There's a single public key, there's a multi-sig, there's maybe a multi-sig with a time lock was kind of a half standard thing that a lot of people were doing. And people wanted to add support for these things to Rust Bitcoin. And I said, well, no, I don't want all these templates here. I don't want to script is a general purpose thing. Let's add general purpose scripting support. And Peter was kind of thinking about the same kind of things in Bitcoin Core, right? We just had kind of an ideological distaste for having templates when we have a general script system, right? And we realized that we could just take a bunch of script fragments and then build a sub-language out of these fragments in certain ways. And then we got into this real kind of architecture astronaut kind of thing. We're oh, we can add a type system and we can make them fit together and stuff like this. But ultimately, it was just a way for us to make our own software look prettier to our own eyes kind of thing. And we were kind of can we do, what are people using Bitcoin script for? And well, the majority is simple wallets and Lightning, basically. And Lightning is probably at the time, the only complicated use of script. And we couldn't beat the efficiency of Lightning, but ours was prettier and more analyzable. So we were okay, that's a win, right? And then at Blockstream, we hired an intern, Sankit Kandlekar. And in the space of 3 months, he ramped up on Rust and on Bitcoin and on Miniscript, and the Miniscript compiler, which is actually a whole project in itself. And he found some more fragments that were smaller than ours that would allow us to do smaller public key encoding. At least in the case that the public key isn't used. And that's very common. You just have public keys that are there just in case, and then they don't get used. And doing that, all of a sudden, Miniscript was able to produce HTLC-like functionality. It was actually smaller than the ones that are used by the Lightning Network, and by a pretty large margin. And so all of a sudden, Miniscript was something, it wasn't just a pretty thing, right? We could all of a sudden do a lot of stuff, and we were able to beat the efficiency of Lightning. We were able to beat the efficiency of Liquid. So Liquid is a side chain where you move coins into custody of a federation and back. And we had an emergency script there that we spent quite a bit of time hand optimizing, and then Sankit beat it. And it was cool. And then also, before, it was Peter writing the stuff in C++ and me writing the stuff in Rust. And we were both just individually playing with it. And all of a sudden, having Sankit driving the compiler forward and stuff, we had some energy behind the project from a developer point of view. And that's when it started to be a thing with a name and stuff like that.
Yeah. Talking about all this low-level protocol and deep in the details, co-founded Liana, how do you guys leverage Miniscript to kind of bring it out to the larger audience, and what does this actually bring functionality to an everyday user in this room?
Yeah, that's a good question, because Miniscript is now trending. So it's now hype to discuss Miniscript, and I feel like sometimes it's been pushed Miniscript for the sake of Miniscript. What we're trying to do with Liana is to have more, take the full advantage of the possibilities of Bitcoin scripts for recovery purposes, so for inheritance or for different trade-offs between different backups. And we are using Miniscript as a tool for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's also partially what we're using Miniscript for as well, an idea of a key hierarchy. So you can have a 2 of 3 multisig, but maybe you want to have one particular key must sign, right? And the inevitable question is, well, what happens if that person disappears who's required to sign? And Miniscript, the accessibility of Miniscript and being able to empower time locks in a very accessible way allows us to say, after a certain amount of time, if a key disappears, you can change that, right? So that's, with Liana, you can set up your systems in such a way where you have a 3 of 5 that becomes a 2 of 5, right? Or you can, and these are just very quick examples, but it's really opening up the design space for what it is to do Bitcoin security in general. And now we've been seeing an uptick in hardware wallet support, which was, I think, Andrew, when I first reached out to you, that was the biggest question, was hardware wallet support. And Ledger added it at the end of last year, and it sounds like a lot more are coming now. Yeah.
We've been harassing them for 3 years now. Ledger responded thanks to Salvatore Ingala, who led this project.
Absolutely, I know. Salvatore Ingala championed it within Ledger and added this functionality in an incredible way to allow this accessibility. And it's very exciting. We talked to everyone on stage who are building wallets, and now very soon this is going to be adding more and more support, which just adds to the distribution and accessibility for developers to use it and for users to actually be able to appreciate and leverage it in their own security. I guess for other questions, you wanted to have a conversation too about covenants for if we're to continue changing Miniscript. So we've kind of gone over what is Miniscript, the history of getting it up to this point, how we're maybe using it. for the future state, one, taproot integration, which as Andrew said is relatively straightforward. What does it mean for any sort of covenant, whether that's an opvault or opctv or some other construction of a covenant? How does that change the design and orientation around Miniscript in general?
Well, for upvault, it's maybe different, but then Andrew can speak about the elements integration. But for upvault, basically, you might want to be sending your, when you trigger withdrawal, you might want to be sending it to an arbitrary script, and you might want it to be a Miniscript descriptor. It does not need to change Miniscript per se. But if you want to integrate some covenant primitives, such as the opcodes that were enabled with the taproot subcode in elements, or such as CTV, for instance, this kind of things, that becomes different, and probably Andrew can speak about it.
Yeah, right, exactly. If you're doing something just like a vault and you just want to add a vault, like a closed vault functionality, then you can certainly do that, right? And you'd be, in some sense, outside of Miniscript. And we could add this as sort of like an alternate fragment that was a complete program to Miniscript or something like that. But you're a little bit back into the, having a set of templates model. So if we wanted to integrate covenants in a general way with Miniscript, so you can imagine Miniscript where you can not only add arbitrary like time locks and signature checks and things like this, but you can also add covenant kind of restrictions and then build complicated things, then the Miniscript model actually becomes kind of conceptually quite difficult to extend. And to illustrate this, the way that Miniscript works, so the key word behind Miniscript is composability. And what that means is that if you have some sort of Miniscript program, you can fit that into a larger program and recursively build kind of a larger thing. So if you want to have, some sort of, well, imagine you're like a cosigner. Maybe you're running like a BitGo-like company or whatever, where you're willing to sign off on somebody else's arbitrary script. And the one rule that you care about as a cosigner is that the scripts that you're signing for, they shouldn't be spendable without your signature, right? Because otherwise you're not actually providing any value, and your name might well be attached to something that you actually have no control over. But ideally, you would allow the counterparty to do whatever they want, right? You're just adding a signature to some arbitrary kind of thing. And with Miniscript, everything composes. So you can actually take whatever they're doing and your signature and use an AND combinator, right? This has to be true and that has to be true. And the cool thing is that this AND combinator doesn't actually care what you're putting into it, right? It will work. You kind of have a logical AND. You also have logical ORs and you have thresholds, right? 2 of these 3 things have to be true kind of thing, and you can nest them arbitrarily. With covenants, you no longer have this kind of compatibility. So you might have a covenant, like a vault, that's restricting your coins to only going to a certain address after a certain amount of time. You might have 2 of those. You have a covenant, a vault that does that, and a vault that goes to a different destination. Now if you do an AND of those 2 vaults, you actually have an unspendable program, right? Because these are incompatible requirements, and the scripting engine is requiring both of them to be true at the same time. So immediately you lose this composability. And what's frustrating is that it doesn't matter what specific covenant construction you're using. It doesn't matter what script opcodes you're using. Like this really is like these 2 things are conceptually incompatible with each other.
Like with time locks.
Yeah, okay, so technically we had something quite similar that was actually a technical accident related to time locks. Do you want to describe that real quick?
Yeah, well, yeah. So basically, with time locks, it's very similar to a covenant. Just with a covenant, you're going to restrict the output of the transaction, but with a time lock, you're going to restrict some field in the transaction, but there is only one field, and the time lock can be of 2 types, 2 different types, either a timestamp or in number of blocks. And so you could have this AND combinator that Andrew was talking about between a timestamp and a block, and it just cannot be expressed in the 2 at the same time, so the script becomes unspendable.
Yeah, so we discovered that actually kind of a little bit late in the game. And it's probably good that there were a few years before wallet developers started using this. And then in the end, we basically had to patch Miniscript to say you're only allowed to use one kind of time lock, because if you use both, then things might be incompatible. So with covenants, this just inherently, it's not a consequence of Bitcoin using time locks in kind of a weird way where it turns out that there's 2 incompatible implementations. It's just conceptually, if you're requiring your coins to do X and you're requiring your coins to do Y, and those are not the same thing, then it doesn't matter what your implementation is, you've got a problem, basically. So the Miniscript composability model kind of breaks down. And so we get kind of a weaker form of composability. In a technical sense, you're able to build these scripts, and you're able to see, oh, this script is an and of this thing and that thing. And that's pretty useful if you're a wallet author and you're a developer and so on, that you're not dealing with a script like opcode model where you're shifting things on the stack and you don't know that you can have like spooky action at a distance where one set of opcodes is like wrecking the input for another set of opcodes and so on. That's useful. But you no longer get the kind of nice assurance where as a countersigner, I just say, put my signature and whatever, and I don't even care what the whatever is. That's no longer true with covenants. And so that makes a lot of the kind of analysis that Miniscript enables all of a sudden much harder or potentially impossible to do. You can't just take a Miniscript and say, well, what is the minimum number of keys needed to sign this? Or what's the maximum number of keys? What's the maximum witness size? How many fees is this going to cost? At time 0, what does this script change if I just cancel out all the time locks? These kind of questions are very useful questions to answer, and often they have like user meaningful interpretations that you'd like to expose this to a user. And now you can't do that because certain kinds of Miniscript constructions might just be incompatible with asking these kind of questions. And you're back, not quite to the pre-Miniscript, like you've got this stack machine and trying to reason about days, but you're kind of back into the doing ad hoc analysis of individual scripts, which is a bit of a frustrating thing.
And this analysis might be crucial if you're, for instance, if you're using a pre-signed transaction protocol, you definitely want to know the size of the pending transaction in advance to prepare for fees for your fee bumping strategy, for instance. So, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. As we're kind of wrapping down to the end here, just at a high level, if the open source stage, people here that are writing code and playing with this, how would you suggest kind of the ways to start actually using this in general? It's like an approachability, if you want to start messing around with some Miniscript powered output descriptors and you want to start using the policies, like what would be your action on where to look? Well,
I would shield my wallet, but so if you want to, as a user, if you want to try a Miniscript using project, you can try Liana. As a developer, I would go toward BDK. As a BDK project, it's really making it easy for developers to use this more advanced scripts, and they've got bindings in different languages as well. So.
We use BDK at AnchorWatch, and it's been massively powerful in allowing us to have this accessibility because it's built on top of Rust Bitcoin and Rust Miniscript, which is like libraries that Andrew, you maintain. So it's been really powerful to actually bring this to the people and make them have better programmable money.
Yep.
Yeah. Please, yeah.
I'll add a third category. So yeah, if you're a user or a developer, I think that's a great answer. You're also welcome to contribute to Rust Miniscript. If you're a mathematician, there's also a lot of stuff that can be done in the Miniscript world. So a lot of the analysis that I've been hinting at, there are actually interesting open problems there that we're not quite sure how to solve. So one is if you have two Miniscripts and you know you can satisfy one of them, can you automatically satisfy the other? And this is something important, like in Liquid we have, when we change our federation set, we want to make sure that the new federation is able to sign for the old federation's coins, so that during the transition time, you don't have this hard cutoff where maybe nobody for a block or two can sign things. This is called entailment in general. Does one policy imply the other? That's called entailment. Right now, the only way we know how to do this in general is an exponential time algorithm, which quickly becomes extremely slow if you don't use some special ad hoc analysis for your particular problem. Another fun set of questions which relate to wallet design and protocol design are if you are trying to estimate the size of a Miniscript witness, your fee count, and you know that you have certain keys available, this might be cheaper than if you don't know if those keys are available, right? You always have to figure out the worst case. So if you know a key is available, then your worst case is better than if you didn't know it was available. And maybe you know that some keys are not available. And maybe you know that some keys might be or might not be. It turns out if you have any two of those categories, it's a very efficient algorithm for deciding the worst case. But all three, it becomes exponential time again. And this doesn't feel necessary. So if you're doing a master's degree or something and you want to explore these open problems, please show up on Rust Miniscript and ask about it.
So we're over time, but maybe I should add, we couldn't go into much of the nitty-gritty details of the implementation of actual Miniscript, but there is plenty of stuff that could be fun as a developer if you're interested. Feel free to bug me. I'll be at the LNS stands just on the way.
Absolutely, yeah. And if you go to miniscript.com, it actually redirects to Peter's original website with kind of all of these fragments and kind of an introductory level of what this problem is and what it's trying to solve. And if you're a user and you want to play around, check out Liana Wallet. Trident Wallet is also available as well for testing. And also, if you're a mathematician, get deep in the weeds and help us kind of bring us to the next level of optimizing. Excellent. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yep, thanks.
Miniscript, am I right? That stuff's awesome. The work they're doing, hell yeah. Cool, so we're here to talk about splicing. Splicing is a project I've been working on for a little while now. I'm Dusty Damon. Me with shorter hair. So just a little history. I've been working on splicing for a long while now. I started back in like 2011, or 2011, excuse me. I got the first splice on chain like March of last year. It might have been here, I don't remember exactly. But obviously that was like, the first version that could actually go on chain. It wasn't finished yet. And then I finished my splicing invitation around October. There's still lots to be done. And I'm funded by awesome grantees and donations, so super appreciative for those. Okay, so what is splicing? On the surface, the first thing that it is the ability to resize Lightning channels. And this is sort of an old idea, but first off, what is a Lightning channel? So if we go into this demonstration here, this is my artistic interpretation of what a Lightning channel is. And most channels, they start out as little baby channels. They have a balance, all going one way. So in this example, I've made a channel to this node 7.3e, and it's got 1 million sats in it, right? And over time, what happens is I make payments to that channel, the balance starts to drain. So as you're making payments, all the funds that you spend end up on the other guy's side of the channel. So you can kind of see it demonstrated here. And you can reach a point where as you spend more and more sats through this channel, you reach a point where you start getting really low in your balance. There's not a lot there. So splicing is a way for us to, instead of rebalancing this channel, we can just add more funds in. So boom. So here's an example of a splice channel, same channel. The channel stayed up, it never went down, but now it has an extra 1 million sats in it. So we can keep using that same channel. So at its core, Lightning is the ability, or splicing is the ability to move more sats into a channel, resizing channels. Now, what's become more apparent over time is that splicing enables a lot more than just changing the size of your channel. What it's essentially doing is it's making fungibility from your Bitcoin on Lightning funds and your Bitcoin on-chain funds. And that fungibility is what I want to talk about today, because this enables some crazy things that weren't obvious at first. So there's 3 main areas that I want to go into here. These are the things that are advanced by the fungibility that splicing brings to Lightning. These are wallet software gets improvements. There's a whole new category of privacy stuff I want to go into. And then the general routing industry benefits a lot from this too. Okay, so wallet software. You probably, I'm betting most people here have a Bitcoin wallet on their phone somewhere. And typically people will have one on-chain wallet and then another one that's a Lightning wallet, and they kind of have to use both of them, right? And this has sort of been a point of contention and issue that lots of people have, where it's like, why are these things separate? Why can't they just be one thing? And turns out the reason is because of a bunch of like technical problems that is literally something that splicing's fungibility solves. So one of the things you can do is with splicing, splicing allows you to make channels bigger, but you can also make them smaller. And why would you want to make your channel smaller? It's to do an on-chain payment. So if you wanted to say, pay to a Bitcoin address from your Lightning balance, you can actually do, I'm going to have a little animation here, see if it works. There we go. You can make your channel size smaller and move your Bitcoin onto an on-chain payment, all without ever having to leave Lightning. So this is a pretty big deal, because it allows these things that I'm calling unified wallets. So this is the idea where you have an app that is a Lightning wallet, but it can pay to anywhere. It can pay on-chain, it can pay to Lightning. And I do think going forward, this is going to be the future of like all consumer-grade user wallets are going to be done this way. But a key step before that's possible is finishing splicing. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about privacy. And I know this can get a little technical, but this is kind of a technical audience, right? So prepare yourself. It'll get less technical later if you're not technical. Don't worry. Splicing uses this thing called collaborative transactions. These are a thing actually invented by Lisa over here. And this is a way of doing something kind of like a coin join, but with your Lightning peers. So collaborative transactions, they have a little animation here. So you actually have two Lightning nodes that both want to do something, right? Maybe one of them wants to do a splice, and another one wants to do something else on Lightning. Could be a splice. This guy wants to open a channel. The collaborative transactions allow them to do it together. So they can both have their own separate actions, combine them together, and do a single Bitcoin transaction. So this is going to have a lot of implications for privacy. To demonstrate a little more about this, there we go. There's my fancy graphic, the confirm splice transaction. But it's not just two. It could be three. It could be three people come together and join their separate activity into this one thing. And if you do something like this with the coin join solution, which you could in theory do, you'd have to have a coordinator that manages that. And often it's expensive. There's a lot of other trade-offs. We already have the Lightning Network, and it can handle all this stuff. So point is, so here's an example of three got that. You could also have a bunch more. Again, this example I'm going to go through pretty quickly here. There's, what is that, seven different nodes trying to do a splice together, and they can all do it. And an important note is that when you're coordinating this, you're coordinating it with your Lightning peers, and they're coordinating with their Lightning peers. But you only hear about the ones from your nearby neighbors. So this does two things. One is you don't know if your peer adds some stuff to your coin join-like thing. You don't know if it's coming from somewhere down the path. And you don't know if it's not either. So you get plausible deniability with all that. So this is, I think, a pretty big improvement for privacy stuff. I think it's not like it's going to replace coin joins, but it's more like it's going to work with them. And it's sort of changing the game for what coin joins are going to look like in the future. And here's a word we're all going to have to learn how to pronounce in the coming years. I'm still working on it. He's got it. Steganographic transactions. I got it. OK, sweet. So this is the concept of hiding in plain sight. So it's like if you wanted to do something complicated but look like a normal other transaction, that's how you can get another level of privacy. So one of the trade-offs with coin joins today is that everyone can see on-chain that you just did a coin join. If you did a coin join with a technique using a steganographic transaction technique, it would look like any other payment. And one of the challenges with trying to do this kind of thing is you end up with this thing called toxic change. And balancing change with coin joins is a whole problem. But with splicing, you can just move those change funds into a Lightning channel as part of your coin join. And I think this is a totally new area of research. Adam Gibson's the guy who's leading this up. But I think looking forward in the coming years, we're going to see splicing be very involved in the future of privacy stuff. All right, so the third thing that I want to talk about, which is kind of maybe the biggest deal, but the least maybe relatable to the average person who's not one of these guys. But if you're one of the part of the Lightning routing industry, if you're one of the major hubs, these guys are making money now. This is actually a viable business. There's multiple businesses doing this kind of thing. But they're constantly having to manage their liquidity. So they'll be moving funds in. One just kind of simplified example is let's say you are processing payments to El Salvador through remittances. All of those payments are going to be kind of one way. Let's say they're coming from America down to the US, down into El Salvador. Their channel balances are constantly moving in one direction, like we saw in our first graphic there. So this is a problem they're constantly dealing with. And they're having to do, I think it's the kind of problem where a lot of these companies are growing quickly. They just need to solve it somehow. So they end up just paying a lot of money to solve it, essentially, using some services that do it for them, but at great cost. All right, another thing to think about here is what's called dead liquidity. So if you're one of these major routing companies, you have to be able to open new channels at a moment's notice. So these guys have they're sitting there trying to enjoy their weekend. Suddenly a whole bunch of remittances come through. Their channels get unbalanced. They need to open new channels right away. They have to have a pile of Bitcoin laying around that they can then open up into new channels and bring new liquidity where they need it to make up for missing liquidity. So this ends up being dead liquidity. These guys have to have to have it sitting there not doing anything. And with splicing, this problem kind of goes away. No more dead liquidity. Here's how. This concept of channel cross-sizing. So this is the idea of instead of taking on-chain funds and moving them into a Lightning channel as needed, you could pull it from another Lightning channel that's less important to you and then bring it to a new one that is important to you. So what this means is instead of having to say, what % of my funds am I going to store on-chain waiting to be used, and what % am I going to say have in a Lightning channel, now you don't have that problem anymore. Now you have all of your funds in Lightning channels, and maybe some of them aren't the best channel, but there's no reason to get rid of it now because you can keep it in a moment's notice. You can move the funds out of that channel into another one. And I think this concept is going to be really, really important to these guys. An important note with this is there's no channel downtime. So you can move these funds over without ever having to take off the channel and put it down. Okay, so the other big, so I kind of touched this before, but a lot of these companies, what they're doing is they're using these expensive paid services to get this kind of thing done. So if you want to say, if you have a bunch of funds in your Lightning channel that you want to move onto on-chain, often people will use these sort of loop constructs where they get somebody else to do it and they pay them in a marketplace, right? With splicing, they can just make that payment directly. Self-sovereign with themselves, they don't have to rely on any external parties, anything like that. And you can do the same thing with splicing out and in, the other way around, yes. Point is, you can do both, right? And this enables sort of both more of a self-sovereignty with these companies. I know we often talk about self-sovereignty with individuals, but it's also important for these big companies for a couple of reasons. Obviously, there's privacy benefits, but they have a business, they need to have a reliable source of this stuff. They want to be able to do it on a moment's notice without waiting for anything. And also not have, if they're relying on another company, that company goes away, that's a problem too. And it's just cheaper. At the end of the day, cheaper is good. And I think that one of the ways this affects the rest of us is that the cheaper the Lightning routing nodes can get, the more efficiently they can manage both their capital and do things more cheaply. That spells cheaper benefits for all of us. And so that's going to translate to a Lightning network where fees get even cheaper, if you can imagine that. Instead of paying a penny per transaction, maybe it's like half a penny. But also in the future, when on-chain payments get higher, Lightning will probably not be a penny transaction. It might be a little more. And so if we're saying it's 10 cents a transaction versus 5, suddenly those savings start to matter quite a lot. So major operational cost savings there. So how else can they use splicing? If you are a major routing node, you often have a lot of different things you want to do with all your channels. So just to kind of paint a picture, these guys will have a bunch of channels to other people in Lightning all the time, and they're trying to keep the funds in the right spot. So here's a simplified way of thinking about it. If, let's say, a major routing node has a connection to Sally's Sandwiches, and what they're trying to do is they have that connection there and also a bunch of other places. They're trying to guess where we're going to spend our funds next and keep their funds in that spot. So they're playing this guessing game, trying to be available for us. So their goal is to have the money in the right accounts. And the difficulty with moving between accounts is makes that way harder for them. So splicing enables them to move funds between accounts more easily, but also they can do it in a single transaction. So earlier we were talking about the privacy benefits of how multiple different people can combine different goals into one Bitcoin transaction. One company can also do it internally. So in this example, we have somebody doing 3 cross-channel splices at the same time in a single Bitcoin transaction. So even inside of one company, you're getting those kinds of benefits. So they could also take funds from one Lightning channel and move it into 3 other channels. The point is there's a lot of things they can do that all can be merged together. There's sort of endless possibilities. And every company is going to have their own needs. But the larger point is that they can do it all very efficiently. So anyway, this is like a speedy run through. I hope I haven't lost anybody by going through it all so quickly. But there's a new site I have up, lightningsplice.com, that goes into more detail about these things. So if you want to like read more about them, if you have an individual question about some part of that, you can also come find me and talk about it. I think that's pretty much it, unless there's any questions or anything. Thank you. I think we're not set up for questions. Are we set up for questions? I don't know. I mean, we've got a couple minutes. Let me see if I will. Okay. Are there any questions from the audience? Have I scared you all? Yes. When mainnet. Okay, so March of last year, I did the first splice mainnet. Oh, right. The question was as a kind of funny question. When are we getting splicing on mainnet? And then I was giving a sarcastic answer saying I did that in March of last year. But notably, that was just one, right? It's kind of like, it was me planting the flag. And like, I'm going to be the first person to do a splice, even though it's not fully ready. But right now, the splicing code is in review over at Core Lightning. We also have a Claire that's going to add splicing very soon, too. So, like, you know, definitely this year, probably much sooner than later, we're going to see splicing be out there in the wild, and I'm excited for that.
So I heard you mention that you can use splicing to refill a Lightning channel with another Lightning channel. Isn't that the same thing as just sending Lightning funds from one channel to another? Like, what's the difference? Because don't you have to do all the routing?
Right. So the question is, what's the difference between splicing funds into a channel versus like just getting some rebalancing going? The main thing is there's a total channel size. So if we go like way back, let's go way back. There's a total channel size. The original channel thing we had here was 1 million sats. And if you look at the end of it, there was actually 2 million total sats. So there's this concept of how many sats are in the channel. So at this point, it's 1 million sats, and we can move that balance back and forth. But splicing allows us to increase the total, this is a great question, the total capacity of the Lightning channel. And that's the fundamental difference of it. Yes, yes.
Can you talk a bit about how the channel is usable while the splicing is happening, like confirming?
Yes, I love that question. So he's asking, he wants me to talk about how the channel is usable while it's splicing. And this is a really important point to emphasize, because other techniques that you might try to do this in a more expensive, slow way, you have to actually close the channel and take it out of operation while you're trying to do these sorts of things. Because of splicing, we're doing it on a live channel as it's being used. The channel can stay alive that entire time. And this, if it weren't for like this detail of splicing, implementing splicing would have been way easier. But it ends up being a fundamental like thing we need for it to work most effectively. So what this means is if you have a channel and you want to change its liquidity, so there's a period of time where this is pending. So we're waiting for the on-chain transaction to confirm. We usually wait 6 confirmations for that. In that time, what ends up happening is we actually split the channel into a duplicate state, and the nodes end up running 2 channels independently that are mirrors of each other. And this technique, while complicated, is what allows us to keep the channels operating both together at the same time. Now, while you're pending, there's a limit that you can't actually spend yet. So that extra million sats, like those aren't going to be spendable during that time. But once it's confirmed, then they become spendable. It's a great question. Any more questions? Yes?
When you said it's almost ready for Core Lightning, is that a separate plugin or is it built into?
Oh, it's in the middle of it. Yeah, no, it would be cool if you could make it as a plugin. But, oh, right. So the question is splicing a plugin in Core Lightning or is it in the core of it? And the thing about splicing is it affects everything else about Lightning channels. So like it has to be integrated very deeply with the Lightning implementation, which is another reason why it's been so challenging. And like on that point, like splicing is an old idea, maybe 5 years, something like that at this point. And part of what's taken so long is that these sorts of details are just complicated to figure out. All right, I think with that, that's my time. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all.
Hi everyone, my name is Robin and I'm going to talk today about the ZeroSync project, which is a proof system for Bitcoin. First of all, it all starts with a big game changer, which is succinct zero-knowledge proofs. And they are a game changer because they allow for groundbreaking compression capabilities that are absolutely groundbreaking in comparison to everything we have seen before. And we are applying those succinct zero-knowledge proofs mostly to a chain state proof, which allows you to run a fully verifying light node, and also to zero-knowledge client-side validation protocols. And there are also many other applications that other people approached us with and that we want to make possible with our chain state proof. And my goal for today is to share with you my excitements for ZKPs. First of all, what are zero-knowledge proofs? Who of you knows what a zero-knowledge proof is? Yeah? And would you say you understand it? Yeah? Okay, very few people understand it. Well, funny thing about zero-knowledge proofs is most zero-knowledge proofs are actually not zero-knowledge proofs, which is kind of funny because they have originally been invented for privacy. For example, for confidential transactions, such that you can prove in zero-knowledge that your transaction doesn't send a negative amount. But later on, they have been rediscovered as a very great tool for compression. And this is the term that many people are using is validity proofs, but most of the industry just calls them ZKPs, even though they are not really zero-knowledge proofs. But they're only using the compression capabilities. Okay, and their fundamental properties is that proving is very expensive. However, verifying such a proof is very, very cheap. And also those proofs are very succinct. They're very small. And this is, of course, great for scalability. And two hot topics that have been around in the altcoin industry is mostly ZK rollups, and also the idea of a constant size blockchain, most notably the MENA protocol. And what does a ZKP actually do? Well, it proves a statement about some data without actually revealing anything about the data except for that statement is true. More formally speaking, you can prove for some function f that you know some input x, such that f evaluates to y without revealing to me what x is. You just reveal y, and we all agree on what f is. And you just say, hey, I know some x that evaluates to y without revealing to me what x is. And this, without revealing to me, is actually also the property that makes zero-knowledge proofs succinct. In the case of chain state proofs, f, that function f, would be all of Bitcoin's consensus rules. So you prove to me that you know some x, which is some blockchain that follows all of Bitcoin's consensus rules and evaluates to y, which is a certain chain state. Chain state is basically the UTXO set, who owns what. Chain state proofs. A chain state proof allows to compress the entire blockchain into a quasi-constant size proof. And the big dream would be that you can run a fully verifying node on your phone, maybe even on your smartwatch if you want so. And the cool thing about it is that it requires absolutely no fork. There is no activation drama required. And in theory, you need only a single prover, and then millions of people can verify that proof, and they can reshare it amongst each other. And even other provers can extend that can extend a state proof with the next block to derive the next chain state proof. Also, it is possible to decentralize proving. We don't want to become like the main source of truth or something that gives out the proof to everybody else. We would provide software that others can run and can use to extend previous chain state proofs with blocks to derive a next chain state proof. One caveat that I have to mention is that the longest chain rule cannot be verified within a chain state proof, because a chain state proof is only ever aware of a single chain at a time. So you would still have to solve that on the node level. So you have to connect your node to some kind of peer-to-peer network. And in that peer-to-peer network, you would ask around, hey, what chain tip do you believe in? And when there are conflicting statements, like two peers believe in different tips, then that proof helps you to instantly verify which of the chains is longer and which of the both chains you should believe in. We are building the chain state proof in 3 steps. The most simple chain state proof is just a headers chain proof, which is very similar to an SPV client, which just proves the headers chain. And an interesting thing here is that we can already augment the chain with a new structure. We can build a Merkle tree over the entire headers chain, which then allows for succinct inclusion proofs of blocks or transactions at the end. And what's interesting here is that we can augment the chain with a new form of commitment without any kind of soft fork, because the proof can prove that this Merkle tree we have built over the headers chain is actually valid. And this form of augmenting the chain with new data structures is a very powerful primitive, I would say. The second stage is, we call it the assume valid proof, because it kind of mimics the assume valid option of Bitcoin Core, which means it verifies all consensus rules except for the signature verification. So it verifies the coin creation, it verifies the emission schedule. Of course, it verifies everything that the headers chain does. It also verifies the transaction inputs and outputs, the fees, and mostly all rules except for the witness validation. And notably here, it already augments the chain with a new structure. It uses U3XO as a UTXO commitment, such that clients can become stateless, or in particular that our proof can become stateless, because you cannot represent the entire UTXO set in a proof. The UTXO set is about 5 gigabytes, and that is just way too much to represent it in a proof. The final stage will be the full chain state proof, which verifies everything the other proofs verify, and it also verifies the signatures. That is, of course, the most complex state proof, and it will take us a while to get there. The most simple use case is just to bootstrap a prune full node. That is very simple. You get the chain proof from somewhere, you verify the chain state proof, then you download the corresponding UTXO set, which is about 5 gigabytes. Then you match that UTXO set against the proof. And then you just copy that UTXO set in your chain state folder, and you're good to go. You can run your node just like you're used to. You can just listen for new blocks as they come in, and you can just run Bitcoin Core as a prune full node, just like as if you had synced the entire chain. And this allows you to skip the entire initial block download. And makes it basically instant to bootstrap a full node. This is an image of the output of such a chain state proof. So you get kind of an idea of what that thing actually does. First of all, in the first line, you can see the program hash. The program hash is the hash of the program that we are actually proving. And we all have to agree what the Bitcoin consensus rules are. And once we agree on that, we hash that program, and then we can actually prove that a particular proof has proven that program and no other program. The proof size is about a few hundred kilobytes. Even for the full chain state proof, it will be less than a megabyte. Even uncompressed, it might be possible to compress it further. And a few important parameters here are, first of all, you get the best block hash, so you can identify which chain tip you are talking about. And also very important is the total chain work, which tells you in which chain there is the most work in case of a conflict. And you can also see here the U3XO roots, which are the UTXO set commitment that has been proven by this chain state proof. Of course, if you want to prove now a particular UTXO, like your coin, you still need an inclusion proof in that U3XO set. But you can be certain that those roots are absolutely correct. We are not just building that chain state proof, we are also building a toolkit, which is kind of a byproduct. And that allows you to build custom proofs over the blockchain data. And you can basically prove any kind of statement over blockchain data structures, or like over data in the blockchain. That is interesting, for example, for light clients. If you, most apps currently, they are trusting some server to provide them with the correct chain data. And here you could just have light clients that verify what servers are telling them about the UTXOs. And another very interesting application is to improve RGB and Taro, like in general client-side validation protocols. The next slide, I will talk more about that. We can also improve the privacy of the Lightning Network because currently in the peer-to-peer gossip protocol, you kind of have to dox yourself and tell everybody about your UTXOs. With zero-knowledge proofs, you could simply prove that you own some channels without revealing which channels you actually own. And you can furthermore augment the chain with additional data structures, as I said before. You can have UTXO set commitments. We are using UTXO, but if you want to use a Merkle-Patricia tree, you can simply build an adapter and transform the UTXO tree into a Merkle-Patricia tree, if that fits your use case better. And yeah, you just prove it, and then it's absolutely trustless. In general, you can compute any kind of index, filter, or any kind of data transform over the blockchain data. And this is very interesting because this way the blockchain becomes like an authenticated data structure that can prove arbitrary statements about the blockchain in a very succinct manner. You could use that, for example, for block filters. Another application to the Lightning Network would be that every 2 weeks you download a proof that proves to you the list of all unilateral channel closes. So you can simply look up if somebody closed your channel, and then you don't have to scan those 2 weeks of chain. You simply scan this list that has been proven by the proof, and this is just as good as if you had scanned the 2 weeks of blocks that you missed. Another interesting application is a decentralized DNS system. Many things about the decentralized DNS system are relatively easy because you can represent you can represent domains as NFTs. But a few things are quite complicated because when you register a domain, you have to prove somehow that nobody else registered it before, because otherwise it's absolutely pointless. So such a chain processing proof could process the chain and look for all inscriptions that create DNS entries and create a list of them, or like create, for example, a Merkle-Patricia tree that is another Merkle-Patricia tree that is unrelated to the UTXO set commitment, just only for the DNS, for the domains. And this is one of the many applications that our toolkit allows. Client-side validation protocols such as Taro and RGB have become more popular recently, and we have looked at their design, and there is a fundamental issue with them because you have to prove to your recipient that the coin's history is valid. And what you do in the original design is that you send them the entire transaction history of a coin. And this transaction history grows quite quickly because it grows quasi-exponentially because every transaction has at least one input, and on average it has more than one input, and that gives you exponential growth of transaction history, which is quite a pain. And that's why we thought, hey, it's a nice idea to just add a validity proof, so you can just compress the entire entire transaction history into a succinct proof. And when I send you a coin, I just send you a proof of validity for that coin. We can modify the original design such that we can process about 100 transactions on Bitcoin, token transactions on Bitcoin. Also, we can add perfect privacy by obfuscating both the transaction values and also the graphs, such that the on-chain data is completely, it's absolutely indistinguishable which commitment matches to which transaction. And so eavesdroppers cannot learn anything from the on-chain data anymore. Also, it doesn't bloat the UTXO set. It has basically its own UTXO set, and it uses inscriptions, just like long lists of transaction data commitments that don't need to be verified on the main layer. Like, you don't need to verify any signatures or anything else. It's just random data from the perspective of the Bitcoin network. And that is quite interesting because we can suddenly process hundreds of transactions with less verification. And another nice thing is that in general, all kinds of tokens have usually the problem that you need the base currency to be able to pay for fees. Like in RGB or so, like if I want to send you Tether, I need some BTC to pay for the Bitcoin fees. In our model, you could pay aggregators who inscribe long lists of transaction commitments into the blockchain. You could pay them in tokens, for example, in Tether, to incentivize them to add your commitment to the chain. And they pay the BTC fees to the miners. So you don't need any BTC to make a token transaction here, which makes those tokens much more flexible. Because if I just send you $5, you can immediately move them without having to buy BTC first. Another nice application of this is that you can have a very efficient atomic swap of coins versus files. Like, for example, you know the hash of some video or so, and now I can sell you that video and prove to you that you will get that video if you give me the coins. And I get only the coins if I actually give you the video. And so we have an atomic swap of coins versus files. That is very interesting for stuff like Nostr relays, but in general, all kinds of decentralized file hosting, decentralized web ideas, they all can profit from this primitive of an atomic swap of coins versus files. Another interesting thing is that we have great interoperability. For example, if we want to have some kind of token from foreign chains, for example, USDC, we could have a perfectly private and maybe even better scalable version just on Bitcoin. We could just pack foreign tokens onto Bitcoin and make them more private and more scalable without introducing more trust. It doesn't require any trusted party. Major limitations are, first of all, the sender has to generate the proof, which might be expensive on a phone. So in the second that I send you the coin, I have to create a proof. There might be ways to optimize that such that it becomes feasible on a phone. But yeah, that is definitely a requirement. And of course, the worst of all, we cannot have BTC on ZK Coins protocol without some kind of soft fork that would allow us to verify the chain proof, the ZK coin proof on the main layer. Which is the next topic. In the long term, it would be really, really awesome to have a ZKP verifier on the main layer. However, that will not happen anytime soon. Though it would be the last soft fork because it enables great scalability and privacy, but also it would enable to basically verify whatever you want on the main chain in a very succinct manner. And it would enable trusted sidechains, trusted cross-chain bridges, and all kinds of awesome stuff that people have been dreaming about for quite a while. Of course, it would also offer perfectly private Bitcoin transactions because you can just pack them to a ZK coin protocol. However, forks are hard, and agreeing on a ZKP verifier is even harder because the design space is huge, and there are plenty of different schemes with different trade-offs, and it would be hard to find consensus on any particular scheme. We think the most realistic approach is to wait for simplicity, and soon there will be a testnet. Blockstream will launch a testnet on Liquid, and I think at BTC Prague they will present that. I have to hurry up a bit. So this one is important. The prover performance is the main bottleneck currently. For a full block, we required in the unoptimized setting about 3.5 hours, and it requires about 100 GB of memory. However, the prover is not optimized yet, and there are a list of optimizations that make it much, much faster. In particular, parallelization will make it much faster, and also that will allow to decentralize the proving. For the initial catch-up, to prove the 800,000 existing blocks, we will need some kind of hardware acceleration with the GPU or FPGA, or ASICs. But yeah, the first computers have been super slow, and the same thing for proving computers, but I'm very much convinced it's just a matter of time until it will become feasible. Unfortunately, I don't have much time to talk about this anymore. The takeaways are validity proofs enable groundbreaking compression. This is really a great primitive that will change the game entirely. Proof systems are likely the future of Bitcoin. I don't claim that we will solve it, but I'm pretty sure that in 10 years from now, a proof system will play a big role in Bitcoin. A chain state proof allows you to sync instantly. No fork is required. There are many other applications, such as Lightning privacy, scalability of assets on Bitcoin, and all the other nice things I've mentioned. The main limitation today is the proof of performance, but we think that is solvable with enough engineering. And ZK CSV offer great scalability and privacy. And the end goal would be a ZKP verifier on the main layer, because that solves many of Bitcoin's problems. Thank you. Unfortunately, I won't have time for questions, but I will be around, and please ask me.
What's up, freaks?
What is up, Miami?
Is this year number 4?
Year number 4. No, there was.
19, 20 got canceled.
Yeah.
21, 22.
2019, I told everyone to buy.
Smash buy.
At 13K. It was the top. And we went down for 2.5 years. So, all you people who think you're unique, making fun of me for 200K by conference day, been there, done that. It's a tradition.
Are we going to ask people to smash buy right now?
We can wait till the end.
Okay.
I mean, before we get started, I hope you all have been enjoying the open source stage. It's been awesome to see just a packed house all day up here. We got our own little conference in a conference.
Is the pirate live stream up still?
The pirate live stream's up, so shout out to the Mempool team for getting our live stream handled with Bitcoin TV. And just a huge shout out to Bitcoin Magazine. It's easy to think all this stuff is simple, but it took a lot of people to get this dedicated space. We got the dedicated workshop tables out there. We got our own bar. We got our own bathroom. You can even smoke cigarettes out on the porch out there. It's like a really great
We all know
setup.
life was better
Took a
before
lot
the
of
smoking
people.
ban, so it's good to see.
There you go.
It's not banned on the open source stage.
So we'll be closing out the open source stage today. This is the last content on the open source stage, and we'll be doing it with all of you. As is tradition, we brought up 2 Ride or Die freaks to join us for our live show. We have Max here from Hodl Hodl. How's it going, Max?
Good, being amazing. Thank you for having me and giving me a stage. So far, so good.
Well, congrats to you on winning the pitch day for Debify.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then we have everyone's favorite Miniscript influencer, founder of AnchorWatch, Rob Hamilton. How's it going, Rob?
Doing great. 2023 is the year of Miniscript. It's happening.
Okay. You think my predictions are bad? Let's see if this is the year of Miniscript.
Well, let's start with it.
Okay.
Part of standing for Miniscript has been standing for Ledger, because they were the first to implement it in the wallet. What are your thoughts on this week?
So, it's unfortunate, right? It's not the way I would ever want to manage private keys. But ultimately, I think, just very directly, a huge shout out to Salvatore Ngala, who is a true workhorse in being able to, thank you, yeah, seriously, he does a lot in actually being able to take the idea of this and implement it, writing low-level C code and taking the initiative. And I think the real silver lining here is it lit a fire under everyone else in this industry to realize that there's a market demand for this. There's people that are wanting to build on top of it, and it's now setting a great race. Talking to a lot of people this week who are now adding it as product roadmaps for their companies and for the actual signing device companies themselves, they all want to integrate this now because they see what the potential it can unlock.
Yeah. So how long do you think it is before Coldcard, Trezor begin?
To my understanding, I think NVK tweeted this out publicly, but he said they just added Taproot. The next major thing they're adding is the Miniscript support, specifically on their Edge firmware. So there's now a dual track for the Coldcard firmware. There's your main vanilla one, and the Edge one for the bleeding edge features, which right now is Taproot, as well as BSMS BIP119 Bitcoin Secure Multisig setup. And then Miniscript is next on that Edge release to kind of delineate between like kind of new bleeding edge features versus this is the,
Like a nightly release.
Exactly, yeah.
Did he make that for you?
I don't think it was specifically for me. I think it's a great model just to be able to have a intermediary stage of playing with new features, right? So you don't have to worry about pushing to your entire user base at once, brand new changes, because there's a lot of user education and enablement that needs to be done to make sure everyone understands how they're using this tech.
Awesome. We kind of jumped into it, but I'm just really curious. Raise your hand if you know what Rabbit Hole Recap is.
Ooh.
Okay, awesome. So we
Thank
don't
you,
have to do that. Rabbit Hole Recap is a podcast Marty and I do every week for 4.5 years. It's been.
And if you've listened to the podcast, you know Matt is a much better shill than I am.
We couldn't have done it without all of you guys, so thank you for listening and supporting us. It
Yeah.
really does mean a lot.
No, it's crazy to think again. 4 years here at the Bitcoin conference. I think 4 or 5 years at BitBlock Boom. It's extremely. It's a special feeling doing this show with all of you in person. Another thing we should mention, we have a few topics in our mind that we're going to talk about, but towards the end, we'll open up the Q&A. Hoping this year we don't get bombarded by Benz protesting the show. So haven't seen anything yet. Let's keep it that way. But transitioning, Max, you won the pitch day for Debify, and I think sitting here right now, a year after everything that happened with BlockFi, Celsius, 3 Arrows, Terra Luna, FTX, the list goes on. Last year when we did the show, none of that had happened yet. It's all happened, and what you're doing at Debify is sort of bringing Bitcoin native properties, particularly around multisig, to reduce some of the risks that led to those cascading bankruptcies and failures of these companies. So how?
Like the original idea is actually to bring non-custodial approach and a proper Bitcoin standard to the banks and institutions. That's the initial idea, because I do think that they need to learn, and I do think that it's up to us to kind of help them to learn that in a proper way. Not being a middleman for the middleman, but actually giving them a glimpse or a taste of what the actual, maybe institutional peer-to-peer means.
Yeah, and why is multisig perfectly suited to reduce the risk that led to the failures?
Well, obviously, because there's no rehypothecation in that model. So we've been doing actually for 2 years with Land at HODL, same approach, and we're now feeling that we have an experience and power to go to catch the institutions, because not only we want to put them on the Bitcoin standard, we also believe that the closest things to the banks is actual lending business, because the banks initially started in Italy, like in a modern form, in 14th, 15th century, because they were lending money to those who were going abroad, buying goods, being back to Italy. And we think that the lending business is something that bankers understand very good. So we want to present to them Bitcoin as a super collateral, because it is super collateral. And the main property that actually attracts lenders is that Bitcoin can be liquidated 24/7. We don't like liquidations. We don't want to liquidate people, but unfortunately shit happens,
And specifically, they're over-collateralized loans. Right?
Yeah, of course. It's a win-win. For a lender, it's a win-win. Always gets the interest payment, or always gets the full coverage of the loan amount. So
it's pretty crazy the disconnect. Well, they really did fix my mic. It's pretty crazy the disconnect between actually people lending on the dollar side of borrowing against your Bitcoin, because in these particular situations, like what you guys do and what Unchained does, where you have the over-collateralized, multi-sig, not rehypothecated collateral, Bitcoin collateral, there's very little risk because like you said, you can liquidate at any time, and even if the price drops, it's over collateralized, so you liquidate it before the price drops below, and you get a very high interest rate. And these fiat maxis love yield, so you would think it'd be very appealing to them. But kind of what happens is like the people who understand that Bitcoin is very strong collateral, I feel like a lot of times just would rather buy Bitcoin. Like I would never lend dollars to one of those loans because I would rather just buy Bitcoin with the dollars, and that's kind of feels like the disconnect right now, right?
Their approach, like most of the banks, they don't want to touch Bitcoin.
Yeah.
But like they're not touching it actually. Even if you have, especially if you have a liquidation agent in place. So liquidation agent, what he does, he usually, if there's liquidation, just hedges the risk and sends the needed amount to the bank, whether it's a fiat, stable coins, whatever they prefer to use, whatever shitcoin they like to use.
Yeah.
Right? They're not touching the Bitcoin. Bitcoin is just underlying asset.
Right.
And that's it.
Yeah, and if you compare it to the instruments they're forced to put their dollars in now, predominantly U.S. Treasuries, it's a much better model for them.
You're also just pulling more dollars into the Bitcoin black hole. Yeah. Like this is the Bitcoin ecosystem being capitalized, and it's exciting. It's progress.
Well, it's funny you said exciting because I actually think it's pretty boring. And I was telling you, I was talking to John Seth earlier. But to make the point here, like there's an order of operations, I believe, to how Bitcoin will succeed, and we need these boring products like over-collateralized lending and insurance products like you're building at Anchorwatch before we can get to the cool, crazy, robust smart contracts that people like to dream about.
Yeah, and just insurance is just a concept of de-risking markets and doing risk transfer, and part of that, and having skin in the game, right? Like if you're issuing insurance policies, that means someone put money up on the other side of that in the event that there's a claim to be paid out, right? And that's a very rigorous process in being able to go through and price that risk, and it's something that just accelerates transactions and adoption because talking to people who want to have more Bitcoin exposure, this is not, probably the typical people who listen to the freaks, listen to RHR, but if they want to get some Bitcoin exposure, they already have to take price volatility. They don't have to worry about key man risk where if, what is it if I lose my key or if something happens, right? And there's solutions out there to be able to make it easier to onboard people, but it's not insurance, right? And then what usually happens is they end up going to a custodian because what they're looking for is a fiduciary firewall to know that if something goes wrong, it's someone else's problem, and I have a firewall between my company executives or my fund managers and the money itself, right? And because it's a bearer asset and you can just kind of walk off with it, you'd be raising red flags if you tried draining a bank account and you'd be able to maybe reverse a wire, but you can't do that in Bitcoin. So being able to wrap it in insurance is a great way to bring more confidence and adoption into it. And I've spoken to many people who actually don't have direct Bitcoin exposure because they can't get insurance on it. And when you get to a certain level of wealth management or fiduciary responsibilities, that's what you're looking for, as someone to manage it properly. And what we're trying to do is push forward the idea of hold keys, not risk, where you're paying an insurance premium. There's a trade-off there, but ultimately leveraging things like Miniscript, we can actually have really interesting arrangements building on top of the premises of multi-sig that allow us to, over time, use time locks and different spending branches and conditions to actually leverage Bitcoin as programmable money in a way that actually brings more institutional capital into the ecosystem.
Awesome. I'd like to change gears a little bit. Can I? Raise your hand if you're here for the mempool announcement with Wiz. Okay, this mempool announcement is a big deal in my opinion.
Want to let the freaks know what it is?
Do you want me to run through it?
What?
You want me to run through it?
I'm exhausted. It's been a long time in the making. It's been a long week, been a long year. This mempool announcement is really important if mempools never clear again. He might be a Miniscript influencer, but I'm kind of becoming a mempool influencer. And it's this basic concept. It's this basic concept that if you pay a transaction fee right now on Bitcoin, on-chain transaction fee, you have to choose what fee you're going to pay to the miners. And when you're in a situation where you're in a sustained high fee market, when there's actually this dynamic free market for scarce block space that's happening to get included into these finite blocks, it's kind of a guessing game. You're picking a fee. A lot of times you'll pick a fee that's way higher than what you necessarily need to pay because you want to make sure it gets confirmed. Sometimes you'll pick it lower. You go to memepool.space and you check. You know, what is the fee to get in 6 hours, and then the shitcoiners like flood it with NFTs, and then next thing you know, like you don't confirm for 2 months, right? And it's really a guessing game. And so the Mempool team made a very user-friendly interface on their website, memepool.space, that allows you to essentially accelerate any transaction. So if you pay, and we were talking about this on RHR, and we were talking about this on Citadel Dispatch in the recent weeks. If you make a transaction, there's native Bitcoin protocol tools that you can use to speed up your transaction, like replace by fee or child pays for parent. But those have their own UX hurdles and different trade-offs that are made, and people say, oh, it's too difficult. There's a lot of friction there, but with this, you can go to mempool.space, you press accelerate, and essentially what it does is you have this concept where the mining pools can opt in and use mempool.space's API to be a part of this program or this service. And once your transaction is confirmed in the next block through a participating mining pool, then you are charged the fee after the fact. So you end up paying the lowest possible fee that you can pay to get into the next confirmed block. And what that does at scale, like I feel like people don't really appreciate how much more efficient that makes the fee market, because you don't end up in a situation where fees are necessarily going completely out of control, right? Like people are, if you want to get confirmed, you can pay the bare minimum. And it's awesome that it's offered as a consumer product, or it's being offered as a consumer product where any person can do it. But where you're going to really see a lot of efficiency gains in the market is going to be where businesses start using it. These large businesses that are sending tons of transactions, now they can keep their fees at the lowest possible amount needed for a confirm without driving the fee market up.
Yeah, and I think the other benefit of this particular product, so these accelerator products have existed via BTC, I believe F2 Pool has one. These are technically out-of-band Bitcoin payments. So via BTC, you can go to their website. If you have a transaction stuck in the mempool, you can pay them via credit card to have them include your transaction in the next block that they mine. And similarly with other pools. And we were talking to Wiz, and he was describing like sometimes, yeah, like another pool would mine the block, but the pool would still take your credit card transaction.
It's very opaque.
Yeah. Very opaque. And what Mempool doing by entering this market as a sort of what's the word I'm looking for?
Matchmaker? Or?
No, they're like an agnostic third party
yeah.
that is forcing the pools to act honestly. And so you have this third party where every pool connects to, instead of going to pools individually where they can screw you. Mempool acts as this sort of arbiter between the transactor and the pool operators to get best pricing and to make sure that they're acting correctly.
Which is really exciting too, because we always joke that the mempool is Wiz's mempool, right? And if he's aggregating and doing the service, you don't have the problems that you have with out-of-band transactions with shadow mempools, right? And if he's kind of providing the facilitation for this, he's able to provide a value to everyone that uses Bitcoin and is checking on the mempool and making sure you don't have different separate shadow markets depending on the pool. So it's just a massive UX win too for the entire ecosystem.
And if you've been paying attention, like the Mempool team has been shipping like the fundamental building blocks to make this a reality. And one of them is that auditor tool where it's the expected block versus the existing block. And that not only allows an individual to verify, what was happening there in terms of transactions that were getting accelerated outside of the Bitcoin network, but also individual miners, right? Like if you're an individual miner and you're part of a mining pool and they're accepting these out-of-bound payments, those individual miners want some guarantees. They want some assurances that they're actually getting paid their fair share, right? Because significant amount of fees, presumably, like if we had a sustained high fee market, there's going to be a lot of transaction fees that go through this mempool service, right? And as a result, those individual miners are going to want their fair share of the pool's cut.
Is it over Lightning? Do you pay over Lightning to?
You can pay Lightning or on chain, and I think in typical Wiz fashion, it's also going to support Liquid. So the dozen of you out there that use Liquid will be able to.
You can pay 1 sat per VByte to boost your transaction.
Well, it's interesting because there's an Uncle Jim model where you can actually accelerate anyone else's transaction. There's no like authentication if it's your transaction or not. So if, you know, if one of your friends is like, Matt, the Bitcoin network doesn't work, like my transaction's not going through, like you can go into your mempool account on memepool.space and you can accelerate it. And there's a key thing to keep in mind here, which is a little bit different than the other transaction accelerators, is that you load it up with funds ahead of time. So you like create your memepool.space account, you load it up with funds ahead of time. And the reason for that is you don't know exactly what fee is required to get it confirmed into the next block until the block actually confirms, right? So you could actually theoretically, if you really do believe mempools will never clear again, and you believe mempool.space will be around for a while, you can load it up with low fee transactions now with the expectation that in the future you're going to need to accelerate.
Yeah.
But Lightning's perfect for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a really important product, and again, I think Mempool is a great company to bring this product forward due to their history of really leaning into open source and being as transparent as possible. I think it's a massive win for individual Bitcoin transactors and then the mining pools as well. Because if you think of it, yeah, like you said, with incumbent accelerators, like they could take the payment and never tell the rest of the pool that they actually took that payment and not disperse the rewards. So this is a good check on that.
It's an auditability layer. It's great.
Yeah. And then I mean, we kind of said it in passing because he's been talking about Ledger a lot because of Miniscript, but we should talk about the Ledger controversy because I've gotten so many messages by people who are freaking out over the last week or so with this new service, Ledger Recover, where they take a Shamir secret shard of your key. They take 3 of them, and then they put them, and it actually overlaps with him well too. They take 3 pieces of your private key. You like press the button on your ledger, so it sends it out to 3 different custodians that hold 1 piece of your key each. They do KYC on you, and then if you lose your ledger, you can do the KYC. You need 2 of those custodians to essentially give you your funds back.
Yeah, let's walk through this. Like, is this just like a PR disaster that just?
Well, it's definitely a PR disaster.
It was a PR disaster. It might be worse than Bud Light. Like, the question that has not been answered to me, like, does the introduction of this product prove that the extraction of the key has been possible via some sort of backdoor in the past?
Yeah, so.
Just very quickly, you can't
go for it.
You can't do you can't do the elliptic curve math within the secure element. There is no secure element that supports that. So you always, to do the elliptic curve multiplication to generate a signature, up to this point, it was always required that you had to leak out private key material.
There's 2 things at play here, right? So like first there's this service, right? And the service obviously has its own trade-offs. You have to do KYC. KYC is the illicit activity, right? It puts you in tons of risk. It doesn't stop criminals. Ledger has a history of having a data leak that leaked a bunch of customer information. Obviously, that can be tied to your funds. That part's not great. And then out of when you give it to these 3 custodians, only 2 of them need to come together to spend your funds and move your funds and seize your funds. So obviously, you have collusion risk there, right? And they say they have them in different jurisdictions. I think one's in the US, one's in the UK, and maybe one's in France. They're a French company. But like those countries comply with each other all the time, so that's obviously a risk. And I think at the end of the day, what's important is that those trade-offs are very clear to users so they can decide if they want to do that or not. I think if you look at it kind of objectively with something like, this is their argument, you compare it to something like Coinbase, where you're doing KYC, but you have a single custodian. This is you're doing KYC, and you have 2 custodians. 2 custodians would have to collude to steal your money. It seems like that would be objectively better. But the real kernel that I think people need to take away from this is something we've talked about on the podcast for years, which is the fact that Ledger is a closed source hardware wallet. The firmware is closed source. You cannot verify what an update is doing to your device when you decide to go and update. And we talk about the fact that updates can be attacks themselves. There's a reason why Bitcoin Core does not have auto updates. That's because an attacker can send a malicious update, and they don't want it to automatically push to the network. There's a reason that Bitcoin Core is open source, so that you can actually verify what the update is doing. Now, most people will not actually verify what's happening in the code, but some people will. And this is also why we say delay your updates on your hardware wallets, particularly on cold storage, because you let the people that are technical go and check it out. And there's another whole aspect of this idea of reproducible builds, right? So not only is the code verifiable, but if someone that you trust, and it's kind of like a web of trust, verifies the code, you can verify that you reproduce the same build that they built. So now Ledger is closed source. And as a result, at the end of the day, you have to trust them when you press that update button. And their users are very ingrained to just press update in Ledger Live whenever they get a new update. There's no way for them to verify it. And if you want to talk about a PR disaster, one of their support people on Twitter, before they deleted the tweet, said, "You've always had to trust Ledger." And I actually don't think that's necessarily a PR disaster. I think I'm glad that they finally, I mean, they shouldn't have deleted it, but I'm glad they finally, that's the truth. That's the trust model. And to me, that is a non-starter, right? Particularly, this stage is filled with people who we might not all agree on
particulars.
Particular software licenses. But I think at the end of the day, being able to actually view the code, not necessarily FOSS, not necessarily something that you can modify and monetize separately, but being able to view the code should be an absolute red line, so you can verify it. And Ledger does not have that. And this was a wake-up call, I think, for a lot of people that was the case. They didn't even realize that was the trust model.
Yeah. So is it like 2 out of 4, basically?
It's 2 out of 3.
It's 2 out of 3.
And then you also have the seed, so you can send it yourself at any time with just the.
So they split your secret in 4 parts,
in
or
3 parts,
in 3
and then they
parts?
send 1 part each to a different custodian.
Yeah, that's with KYC. That's kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it works if you store in a multisig for a short time period, like, for example, BISC or HODL or Pitch. But if you're storing a huge amount of money, which is obviously hardware wallets are for a long-term period, then it's pretty risky.
But you even said something there. You said multisig. There's a reason they didn't use multisig here was because they wanted to support all the shitcoins. So they used Shamirs, which I think is arguably a worse model, a less secure model.
Yeah, but it's still like the mechanics are the same, basically.
Well, no, the major difference is that key material needs to all come together on one device in Shamirs, while in multisig you can sign on multiple different devices, right?
Okay.
So like that one device where it comes together, that's a central point of failure.
But I think that could be a not very pleasant beginning for the rest of the hardware wallets, like a pressure to them, because I think that could be a precedent in terms of if Ledger is adding KYC.
Yeah.
That's a pretty fucked up. That's the main problem, not that they are going to offer you.
There's a lot of problems here, Max.
Yeah, I know that. Trust me, I'm dealing with them for the rest 5 years, but not only here, actually. A lot of people think that the problem's only here, but there's a big world outside of US, and there's a bunch of problems out there. But yeah, KYC on hardware wallets, that's kind of a bad thing, to be honest.
Yeah. Bad week for Ledger, that's for sure. Don't think we can recommend that to anybody right now. And yeah, a lesson in PR. They completely fumbled that ball. But moving on, you want to open up the questions? We have 13 minutes left, or you want to talk RFK? I know you mentioned that before we came on.
I mean, I guess raise your hand if you've seen the RFK announcement or speech or political, I guess speech is what we call it. Did you guys see it or no? Marty, I briefed Marty right before we got on stage.
Yeah.
Today?
Yeah, it was 2 hours ago, I think, on the main stage.
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
But U.S. presidential candidate. I mean, fuck politics, but U.S. presidential candidate, first one to accept Bitcoin. But I think the more interesting thing is he literally. It was just whoever his handler is or whoever is educating him. It was too concise to be a Rabbit Hole Recap listener, so I'm not going to take credit for it. But he just hit all the major points. He was like, hold your own keys, use your own node, We need mining in America, no mining tax. Like mining's not bad. Free Ross.
Free Ross. He said free Ross.
Trucker protest.
And then another thing, a bold thing he said too, is like, let's make it a currency. Let's not even define it as property or commodity. Let's let people use it as a currency.
Yeah.
Pretty massive.
It caught me off guard. I was sitting on the news desk while he was.
Oh, you were listening?
Like I had to comment immediately afterwards. But yeah, shout out to the anonymous freak who's out there, like training him. I guess he wasn't a Bitcoiner 6 months ago. Or
his story is that the Canadian truckers woke him up to it.
Yeah, it's a good story.
It is. This Canadian truckers got me on Tucker, so I owe them something. Let's open up the questions. 11 minutes left.
Yeah, we'll take a couple questions and then we'll do final thoughts.
Yeah. Any questions out there?
Don't be shy.
No question. Oh, back there. They're coming.
She said, Matt, a while ago you said they're coming for Moon Wallet. Well, we should talk about Moon with two U's. Moon Wallet is a wallet we've recommended many times because of its simplicity. It's very easy to use. You're able to pay any Lightning invoice, but all funds at rest stay on chain. And now the major trade-off that they've always made is that it's not a proper Lightning wallet. And as a result, when you make transactions, when you make when you make on-chain transactions too, any transaction you make in Moon involves on-chain transactions and the fees involved in them. They also had so you don't get any kind of cost savings, and when mempools are running hot, you end up paying a lot in fees. You don't get any fee savings, and then on top of that, they had a trust model that put themselves at risk to double spend attacks. They were relying on unconfirmed transactions. And that becomes even more risky during high transaction fee environments where fees are high and it's hard to get transactions confirmed because they sit unconfirmed for a while.
Yeah, and during this last fee spike, we saw the most orphan blocks that we've seen in quite a while, which not good for these zeros.
But anyway, I don't know exactly which comment you're talking about or who they is, but people were attacking Moon for a while, so I might have said something to that effect. And I asked people to give them a break and not attack them, which is not a good, it's not a good threat model. It's just not a good threat model. Like you can't just ask people to stop attacking you. But they were racing. Moon was racing essentially to release their 2.0 product. And needless to say, they didn't really get it out in time. They didn't get it out in time at all. It hasn't been released yet, and they got absolutely wrecked. My understanding is that they just keep getting attacked. But it's important to realize that at rest, your Bitcoin is held as on-chain transactions in self-custody. You have your keys. The way their model works is if they go out of business, you need to use this restore tool where you can sweep. But the point is, they can't rug pull you. So don't necessarily panic if you have funds in Moon. The straightforward answer is, and I think we said this last week and maybe even the week before, because I've been such an outspoken Moon shill, is that you just send a low-fee on-chain transaction, and then hope Marty's right and Mempools clear, and then that'll clear. Otherwise, you have to maybe accelerate your transaction in memepool.space and just get it confirmed to a different wallet to get to just move out of it.
Yeah, it's very interesting because the Moon team were very vocal during the conversation about RBF getting enabled by default into Bitcoin Core because, again, as Matt mentioned, they use this model with zero confs, and RBF being enabled by default would have messed up that model. And
makes it easier to attack them.
And if you go read the mailing list about that subject, they seem to think there was going to be a lot of time at which mempools were going to clear consistently and their product would be viable, but
wasn't the case.
No, was not the case. But they are working on becoming more Lightning native. So.
And if you're looking for an easy-to-use Lightning wallet on mobile without running your own node, I really like Phoenix Wallet. It's very easy to use. You just search Phoenix in the App Store. Do we have another question? In the back, middle.
Thank you. So you say before Shamir is a less secure framework. What do you mean by that?
Wait, what was that?
Say Shamir, secret sharing, as a less secure.
Yeah, I mean, the main trade-off is that with multisig, you're able to sign on different devices. And with Shamir Secret, all that key material needs to be on the same computer at the same time. Whether that's a hardware wallet as a computer or whether that's a MacBook or whatever computer. That's the main trade-off. Like multisig, with multisig you can, for instance, sign a transaction at home, take that signed transaction on a USB drive or a micro SD card, then you can go to your office and then you can take your second signer and then you can sign that transaction and then you can leave your second signer there and then you can go to another location and you can do that and then you can sign again and then you can finally at the end, once you have enough signers that have signed this transaction, you can broadcast it. And as a result, everything that's your private key is never combined on one device that could then be compromised and take all your funds. What's happening is you're just signing this one spending transaction. So you're never putting all of it at risk at the same time, which I think is a pretty big trade-off. And one of the reasons why native Bitcoin multisig is so awesome. And the reason I bring this up is because this idea of using Bitcoin-only products and Bitcoin-only tools is not merely an ideological thing. There's pragmatic reasons why a user would want to do that. And one of the reasons is because you are able to use native Bitcoin properties rather than rely on things that are kind of shitcoin agnostic that can support all these things. And then the other reason is because if we go back to verifying updates and verifying code changes and whatnot, there's just less things going on, right? You're able to make the code base much simpler and much more straightforward and focused and whatnot.
Yeah. Reducing the attack surface.
Next question.
Third row. Hat and glasses.
There's a mic coming to you. Can we have a huge round of applause for the audio team that's just been running the stage?
Thanks. Test. So two quick questions. On the Ledger stuff, has it ever been a good idea to have Bluetooth in an offline signing device?
I don't think so.
And my other question is for Matt. What's your favorite book?
Well, I would say, Mandibles. No, the drink. The Bluetooth, look, it's not for me. I would say, at the end of the day, what I want to see in the Bitcoin ecosystem, me personally, is many different tools with many different trade-offs, right? And the reason Bluetooth was chosen by them was because Apple doesn't let you plug a hardware wallet into the USB drive, the USB port to use it. Now, some devices have gotten around that through smarter means, in my opinion. Foundation and Seed Signer and Jade use QR codes so you can use the screen. You don't need Bluetooth for that. You're able to maintain a proper air gap. Coldcard, you can use the micro SD with a micro SD USB reader works, or you can put it in drive mode. I don't know what they call it or whatever, but it looks like a virtual drive on the iPhone, and then you can transfer your PSBTs that way. Or you can, use an Android phone and not deal with that. Tap signer, you can tap on the back of the phone. So there's other ways to do it. Obviously, the tap things. Well, the tap signer makes a different trade-off, no screen. But you can also tap. I think you can tap the Coldcard directly on the back of the phone now too. But yeah, that's trade-offs. The users should be aware of the trade-offs. Yeah.
Front row.
No, Mike's coming to you right now.
Thank you. So I was talking to a block developer last night. He was talking about Frost, which lets you use threshold signatures or thresholds with Shamir secret sharing. So you can achieve that multi-sig thing, but with Shamir. So that was cool. But the question I have is, have you guys heard of L2 and Dark, which essentially lets you have an infinitely opened Lightning channel? Like, I can keep it open with you for a year or 2 years, because if I have a Lightning channel open with you for that long, usually I have to save all of the off-chain signatures. It can really add up, and my phone can't store all of that. But with L2 or Dark, I can just save the latest state. And I'm curious, why is no one working on developing it if the on-chain fees are rising? I think we need it.
It requires a fork.
Yeah.
You need BIP 118 any prev out to do that.
Yeah, it needs a soft fork. I think there's a lot of people working on it, and there's a lot of Lightning developers who are particularly excited about it, but it gets allocated to Bitcoin Core consensus changes that are obviously very, not controversial, they just take time, take a lot of discussion.
Bitcoin's hard to change by default.
Yeah. So I think a lot of people agree that it'd be an incredible thing to have, and there are people working on it. It's just, all right, how do we get it in? If we're going to do a soft fork, is L2 the only thing we do it for? Is there going to be a bunch of things we do it for? Are we going to soft fork again? So it's just starting a whole somewhat political process of changing core consensus.
Shout out to Jesse Posner working on Frost. Yeah. It's really cool.
Yeah, I got to meet him this week. Yeah. Great dude. Do we have another question?
I'll let you pick.
Middle front. Sorry, sir. We got a great mic runner.
Thank you. So I know that you do custodial loans. I've done it at least like once or twice as far as my business is concerned. My question is, as far as, Bitcoiners, I'm a dry cleaner. So me in the pragmatic world, I'm not going to ask my dry cleaning customers to send me Bitcoin to pay me. But as far as building your business or other businesses, how do you guys essentially feel about custodial loans? I mean, using, Bitcoin as a tool to essentially build your business in, I'm going to use, normie world. So how do you guys feel about that?
I mean, I can take this as somebody who took out a loan with Unchained to start a business with a standard Bitcoin. For me, I mean, it was worth it. Obviously, it's not really fully custodial, where with Unchained's model, I hold a key, Unchained holds a key, Kingdom Trust holds a key. So somebody taking out that loan and putting Bitcoin up as collateral, I felt comfortable because I had a key in that quorum, so I could see the Bitcoin sitting in the address on chain, knowing it's not being rehypothecated, and then knowing, it all comes down, again, we say don't trust verify with Bitcoin, but at the end of the day, humans do have to trust other individuals and companies, and so when it comes to using your Bitcoin as collateral to take out a loan, I think you look for models like HODL and Debify and Unchained have, where you at least have visibility into the collateral escrow wallet, which is a multi-sig account.
The question was about custodial loans or in general?
Essentially using Bitcoin to build your business. I mean, I just kind of want to understand like the ethos, how you feel about it mostly. I mean, I know that you don't know what you're using the loan for.
Yeah.
So how do you...
Well, we assume that most of the people, at least on our existing platform, they just borrowing against Bitcoin to buy more Bitcoin. That's the main use case. Fortunately or unfortunately. For Debify, as long as we will add fiat there, and we're planning to add fiat, because landed HODL is stablecoin based, and it's basically you borrow shitcoin to buy more Bitcoin, so it's okay. It's an intermediary step. But for Debify, we're planning to add fiat, and most probably people is going to use that, I don't know, to fund their activities, business activities, whatever. My main issue with existing lending industry is that it's highly centralized, and it's highly centralized not only in terms of storing customer funds like custodians, which Unchained doesn't do, luckily, but the problem is that there's centralized liquidity. Basically, any lending platform out there, everything, the stream of liquidity goes through one entity. With Unchained, it's from Unchained. With Ledden, it's from Ledden. With other companies, it's from them. So what essentially we want to build also a free market of, we want to build a lending aggregator, a free market of loans, where lenders going to compete with each other, and they are going to like offer different liquidity pools in different currencies with different conditions to people across the globe, and you will be able to choose what is best suitable for you. Some will offer like, I don't know, 12-month loans with higher APRs. Some will be interested in offering like 5 years loan with lower APR. So we are strong proponents of free market, and we believe that it exists, especially in Bitcoin, and it should exist, and we should build it, and we should remove any centralized entity out there.
Yeah. I would just add that obviously it's leverage. You're taking risk. You want to do some kind of risk management. You want to think about it. But I want to also add that what we saw in the last year or 2 years was a lot of people using borrowing against Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. And they were doing so mostly on the fully custodial options, right? They weren't using the over-collateralized, non-rehypothecated products. They were using the ones that were fractional reserve. And why they were doing that is because the fact that they were then taking your collateral and then lending it out to a bunch of degens allowed them to lower your interest rate, right? You're borrowing against your Bitcoin, you're gonna get some shitcoins for it, you're gonna get some dollars for it. You're gonna have to pay an interest rate for that, right? And the interest rate for the non-rehypothecated products right now is significantly higher than the interest rate for the Ponzi ones, right? So as a result, there's this dark incentive that people tend to go to the lower interest rate ones, and then they get completely rugged. So as Marty always says, like, be aware, freaks. Like, that is it's a dark incentive. I think a lot of them blew up. I think there'll be a lot of new ones. I think they'll offer very compelling low interest rates and different incentives to try and woo you to their product. I think they will inevitably blow up eventually. I think anyone who tries to do Ponzi banking on Bitcoin will get blown the fuck out. So just keep that in mind when you're doing your risk management.
You're doing so good at not cursing. You're doing so good at not cursing.
Yeah, I'm never going to change.
I'm kidding.
And then also, just stay humble, stack sats.
Yes.
Don't borrow.
Well, then more broadly, speaking, is like incorporating Bitcoin into your business, like sat streams. I mean, we're lucky Podcasting 2.0 exists, so we can incorporate it directly into the podcast. Doing that, putting a Lightning address in our RSS feed. Products like Vita coming out, making it easier for us to monetize the RHR live stream using Bitcoin. But then if you're running like a business, like a dry cleaner, it's just managing your treasury and making the decision on by yourself, like, all right, what is the amount of my free cash flow that I'm willing to put into Bitcoin and build that part of my balance sheet.
So we're running over. I think let's just wrap up real quick with some final thoughts. Rob, final thoughts.
Final thoughts. It's good to be here on the main stage, the open source stage. And for me, final thoughts are honestly that this is a really exciting time to be building in Bitcoin right now. And that this is, the conference is a little bit smaller this year, but I think the vibes are even higher than ever. And that's kind of, building in this market is a real great opportunity. And I'm really excited to see kind of what everyone's going to be grinding on and working on in the coming years, months for Miniscript. I think by the end of 2023, that's going to be pretty great. I had to slide that in there to get Matt. Yeah.
Awesome.
But stay humble, Saxats.
Oh, thanks, Rob. Max, final thoughts.
I actually agree that this is the main stage. So it really has some interesting vibes. So, yeah. Yeah, just try to be as resilient and self-custody as you can. Use non-custodial tools. They are out there. They are actually getting better with any month. We ship, we deliver. Bisq guy is going to deliver 2.0 Bisq soon. Everyone is developing. We're trying our best. And yeah, hold your keys. Use non-custodial stuff. Love Bitcoin. HODL. That's it.
Cheers. Thanks, Max. Marty, final thoughts?
No, I mean, thank you guys for coming. Again, it always blows my mind that we get the show out that we do at these shows, and probably beating a dead horse, but I do truly believe that what we're doing here broadly on stage, off stage, is very important work which is making Bitcoin succeed. I think it's virtuous work, and I think it's imperative. So if you're here today participating, thank you. I do truly believe that what we're doing is extremely important.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, I just want to thank all of you. Show of hands, did anyone come here with the free open source contributor ticket?
Wow.
That's awesome. Cheers to all the open source contributors out there who make this movement possible. And also a huge shout out to Bitcoin Magazine for that program. We gave out 150 free tickets. Yeah, I just, I know I just want to address a little bit of controversy about the stage name open source, not everything necessarily being false on the stage. I will take full personal responsibility on that. I was not trying to whitewash non-false software as false. It was called Open Source Stage last year when we were building out this program, and the idea was basically a stage focused on freedom tech without noise. And last year it was a little bit more technical because we kind of built a stage that I just wanted to sit down and listen to. And then this year it was kind of trying to make it a little bit more accessible, so almost more like a fundamental stage. So all the new coiners that are coming into the conference have a place that they can come and learn the important, I'm very proud that we've had multiple self-custody workshops. We have a Sparrow workshop tomorrow morning, bright and early here. We have a seed signer workshop tomorrow. So, go out, party, but try and get here at 9 a.m. to see Craig Raw and the rest of the Sparrow Wallet team for his workshop. And with all that said...
Wait, I see him in the crowd. I want to give a shout out to Dave as well. Alves Lacrosse,
yes.
For all the support in getting over cancer. Hey. Very stoked that you're fully recovered, man. Yeah. You were a dirtbag in high school. That was really weird what you would do in lacrosse.
A true ride or die freak, and we love you, bro. No, I was just going to say, in about 5 minutes, Jack Mahlers is going to get on the main stage, and it's a pretty big announcement. So if you don't want to miss that, you should go run to the main stage right now.
Yeah.
And thank you, guys.